Time breaking the Guinness World Record for most couples kissing underneath the mistletoe. The event broke the previous record set in 2019.
I think there's like a world record for everything at this point.
There really is. That many people
like
kissing makes me feel weird.
Nauseous?
Yeah,
sure.
I don't know.
That does it for us tonight. We'll see you back here at 10.
Have a safe night. Extra starts right now.
Taking a live look on 6th Avenue tonight. A beautiful holiday scene underway. You can see the Christmas tree all decked out in holiday lights. Really all of 6th Ave lit up right around the corner from Radio City, where they are doing the holiday special day in, day out. This is our view right here. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Newsroom Live. All right, this is Tuesday, December 16th, the third night of Hanukkah, and we are rapidly approaching Christmas and the New Year as well. We appreciate you being with us. Let's take a look at some of the cameras we've got up live, since that is the whole fun of Newsroom Live. Let's just see what we've got up right now. You can see these are what we've got to choose from, and then we've got, I believe, Live View 1. This is an event taking place in Brooklyn, which we're going to dive more into, but it is a Hanukkah donut contest taking place at the Moxie Hotel in Williamsburg. A bunch of different donut shops competing for the honor of top donut. Of course, this is a wonderful part of Jewish tradition, these delicious donuts, which we are looking at right now. Looks like we've got some mini powdered donuts with raspberry jam. A great selection there, though that's going to be tough for whoever is in charge of picking the winner to come to a conclusion, because they all look delicious. All right, let's go through some of the top headlines tonight. Why don't we? And of course, we're going to start with the tragic murder out of the West Coast of Rob Reiner and his wife. His son, of course, now being charged with murder in connection with the weekend death that took place a couple days ago, and continues to just shock everyone who knows about it. Their son, Nick Reiner, 32 years old, has now been formally charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder with special circumstances in connection with the stabbing deaths of his parents at their Brentwood, Los Angeles home. And today we learned who will be representing Nick Reiner in this case. His name is Alan Jackson, and if the name's not familiar, the face certainly may be. He, of course, got a lot of notoriety and attention for defending Karen Reed in her case in Massachusetts, where she was accused of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend. She was not convicted on that charge. She got hit with a lower charge, but she won on a retrial and was acquitted of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend. So Alan Jackson, certainly a big name addition to his legal team. This case, of course, which will get tremendous scrutiny in the months ahead. And there is new reporting today from multiple outlets that just hours before the killings, the family had been at a party at Conan O'Brien's home, and apparently there was some sort of argument. Nick was reported to be acting bizarre to some of the guests, etc. There's some reporting that, He'd been asking people if they was famous, if they were famous. They was acting sort of out of sorts. And of course, now he is charged with his parents' murder. Let's go now to Brown University, Providence, Rhode Island. Of course, that was the site of a mass shooting over the weekend. And now they continue to look for a suspect after releasing the first person of interest they took into custody hours after the shooting. Law enforcement continues an active manhunt in Providence, Rhode Island for the person you see here in these new videos that were just released today. You can see his face is covered with a mask. He's wearing a jacket, appears to be doing a good job covering up his identity, looking around the neighborhood on these camera shots. And there's been a lot of speculation about how well that this person we're looking at, if this is indeed the suspect, was able to avoid a lot of cameras, because as you can imagine, at an Ivy League university in the middle of a city, there are plenty of cameras, but we really only have these images to look at. Doesn't give us much in the way of information. We can't get a good look at his face. But again, this is the second person they're looking for after releasing the first person of interest this weekend. There is now a $50,000 reward for info leading to anyone who can ID that suspect as the search continues. Well, Australian authorities continue to treat the mass shooting during a Hanukkah celebration over the weekend in Bondi Beach as being inspired by the Islamic State. 15 people there killed, dozens more wounded when two gunmen opened fire on the crowd. Now, one of the suspected shooters, a 50-year-old father, was killed by police on scene. His 24-year-old son remains hospitalized and is expected to be questioned by investigators as they try to piece together the planning and the motive. Officials have recovered extremist materials that multiple firearms linked to the pair, and federal leaders do say that this tragedy will accelerate efforts to tighten Australia's gun laws and enhance security measures for Jewish communities. Interesting side note, Australia had a mass shooting about 30 years ago, the day after they dramatically tightened up the gun laws, something they are in the process of doing right now after this shooting. Of course, something that happens much less frequently there than it does here in the United States. Okay, those boat strikes off the coast of Venezuela were once again the topic. On Washington, D.C., there continue to be oversight hearings, members of Congress wanting to get more information from the government, from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, from Secretary of State Marco Rubio about these blasts, particularly a second blast that took place on September 2nd, which killed two survivors of the initial blast. Right now, Pete Hegseth declining to release that footage to the public today. He once again said they would not be doing that before editing the video and things like that. So lawmakers continue to look for answers, certainly Democrats, but also plenty of Republicans with lots of questions about the legalities of these strikes. All right, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles making headlines today for her recent Vanity Fair interview in which she described President Trump as having an alcoholic's personality among many revelations. Now, the magazine spoke with Ms. Wiles 11 times for the course of their reporting. The White House has mounted now damage control. They're in that mode with Wiles herself denouncing the piece as a disingenuously framed hit piece that lacks context, and Press Secretary and Trump allies publicly backing her leadership, at least for the time being. But that was certainly a wild interview that is getting lots of attention for her candor with this reporter from Vanity Fair, which she clearly knew would be published, and that came out today. All right, let's talk about the economy and the jobs report. The U.S. economy added 64,000 jobs in November, according to the latest government statistics, which just were released. That exceeded expectations and bounced back from a large job loss in the month of October. However, the unemployment rate did rise to 4.6%, the highest level it's been at in about 4 years, highlighting continued weakness in the labor market. Job growth continues to be somewhat sluggish. And of course, this is the backdrop for the continued push by President Trump to lower interest rates in a hope of jump-starting the economy. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Of course, we do know there is going to be a new Fed chair soon, and it is clear that President Trump wants them to immediately, dramatically lower interest rates. How this will play with that continues to be seen, but that will be potentially a complicating factor. The Fed's job is to maintain stable prices and to have continued low unemployment. So those are the two things they're dealing with there. There was a fire in Williamsburg late this morning, a pretty wild scene. It actually prompted a response from the bomb squad. The fire broke out around 11:30 at a walk-up on Keep Street. Firefighters were able to bring the fire under control in about an hour, though one person was critically injured. Another had to be taken to the hospital. Now, after they put the fire out, a fire marshal discovered what they're determining to be a suspicious device located inside the building. That then led them to call the bomb squad. Thankfully, bomb technicians later determined that the item was not dangerous, and they gave an all clear to the scene. Authorities continue to investigate the cause of the fire itself, and people nearby were temporarily kept clear during that response, of course, due to fears of a potential explosive device inside, which turned out to be unfounded, thankfully. All right, Newsroom Live just getting started here. We'll be right back in 2 more minutes. All right, welcome back to Newsroom Live, 712 on this Tuesday night here in the city, taking a live look at Jersey City, New Jersey. 30 degrees, you can still see. We've got some snow coating the ground after a little bit of snow. Over the weekend, I think that was Saturday night into Sunday, a nice way to wake up as we approach the holidays. Traffic busy on the bridges, everybody getting in those last days of work before they call it a break for the rest of the year. Welcome back to Newsroom Live. This is our scene right here. Thank you for watching. We appreciate it. All right, Howard Stern today, finally putting all the speculation to rest. Of course, there's been all sorts of talk about would he resign. It seems like every time his contract's up, it becomes a big source of speculation. Well, today he officially announced he re-signed for 3 more years at Sirius XM Satellite Radio. Apparently his deal gives him more flexibility with his schedule, and of course his longtime beloved sidekick Robin as well, who continues to have her health challenges, so this will give them the flexibility to stay on Sirius. And he actually, of course, as he promoted yesterday on social media, today he actually spoke about the contract extension.
I'm happy to announce that I figured out a way to have it all. So yes, we are coming back for 3 years. The announcement... So the announcement is that we're going to be partnering with SiriusXM and continue to entertain for the next 3 years. I want to thank Robin, Fred, Gary, and his...
All right, there you go. There's the whole gang. Fred, Howard, Robin, etc. The Stern Show will be on the air for at least 3 more years. Good news for all of us who are huge Howard Stern fans. Good news for everybody working on the show, too. All's well that ends well. 3 more years for Howard. All right, we're going to be right back. We're going to talk more about potential replacements for Cardinal Dolan in the future coming up when we return on Newsroom Live in just a minute. All right, the holiday season in full swing. Taking a look at the beautiful lights on 6th Avenue, night 3 of Hanukkah, Christmas and New Year's Eve rapidly approaching here in the city. It's getting busy, it's getting exciting. A lot of people coming in to get in the taste of the season, as only you can here in New York City. What an exciting time of year to be out and about. This is Newsroom Live. This is our setup right here. Look at this is Sharon Crowley right here. Wave, give him a wave. We are here. We've got some new information about Cardinal Dolan. So it's interesting, the succession plan in the Catholic Church is, you're refreshing me this idea that at 75, cardinals are required to submit their resignation letters.
That's right. They submit it, but the Pope doesn't have to take it. And Pope Francis didn't take Cardinal Dolan's when he turned 75 recently. But it looks like Pope Leo is going to this week accept Cardinal Dolan's resignation and name his successor, which is what is very interesting. And it has multiple media outlets reporting, including the New York Post, that his successor is going to be a native Chicagoan, Bishop Hicks, Bishop Ronald Hicks.
Big year for Chicago.
A big year. Of course, Pope Leo is from Chicago. There's a picture of Bishop Ronald Hicks. He's said to be similar in nature as Cardinal Dolan, and by that I mean friendly. He has some administrative experience. He runs a diocese there, but perhaps his most important qualification, Steve, is that he's a good friend of Pope Leo. That's the clergy that I've interviewed. And not unlike the private sector, even in the Roman Catholic Church and the hierarchy there, basically you want to work with people you know pretty well. And New York is a big job, and he wants to make sure who's ever the next cardinal here in New York City, leading the New York City's 2 million plus Catholics, knows what they're doing and gets along with Pope Leo. So he picks somebody he knows. But I talked to, and we're going to talk a little bit about Cardinal Dolan's legacy. But before we get to that, let me let you hear, Steve, this interview I just did with Father Murray. He's got a St. Joseph's here in Yorkville. Here's his take on what's about to happen this week as early as Thursday.
Common for such an important, high-profile archdiocese that the Pope would pick someone he names, and also listen to his close advisors on people that they recommend. And it seems to me in the case of Bishop Hicks, he's close to the Cardinal of Chicago, Cardinal Blaise Suppick, and Cardinal Suppick is an advisor to the Pope on the nomination of bishops. Based on the reporting that you mentioned, I think this is basically a certainty that Bishop Hicks will become Archbishop Hicks, and I think this is probably going to happen on Thursday morning. Because there's been some activity scheduled on Thursday afternoon at St. Patrick's Cathedral. So from the looks of it, this thing is basically a done deal. He's very fluent in Spanish, which will be very helpful in the Archdiocese of New York. He was an administrative assistant to Cardinal Suppick in Chicago as the Vicar General, so he's familiar with managing an organization. He's been a diocesan bishop in Joliet for, I'm not sure, maybe 5 or 7 years. So he's had experience at the helm of a diocese. He's 58 years old, and he does come from very close to where Pope Leo grew up in the south part of Chicago, south suburb of Chicago.
Interesting, and close to where Cardinal Dolan came from too, Wisconsin, Marquette.
Yeah, that's right. And younger, 58, and fluent in Spanish, which is super important here in New York City. But because Pope Leo didn't call me, Steve, himself, nothing is happening. We should really preface it by saying this is not official yet. This is just what lots of media outlets are reporting, and they're citing unnamed sources out of the Vatican tonight. And they're all pointing to this guy. And I want to say, before I leave you, Steve, that we should look back at Cardinal Dolan's legacy here. 16 years. He came to New York City in 2009 from the Midwest, and he will be remembered as perhaps the friendliest, most gregarious, outgoing cardinal we've ever had here in New York City. He really outshines his predecessors in that way. But he oversaw leading the church through COVID-19 when all the churches had to close and the Catholic schools had to close. And of course, even as recently as this week, the clergy sex abuse scandal and the payoff to survivors. And to do so, they formed a committee and sold off a lot of the properties owned by the Catholic Church to try to get that settlement. And while you might think he's clearing the plate for whoever takes over for him, and it's not official yet, you know, those litigations, those lawsuits are ongoing.
Yeah, indeed. Interesting. And so if this new alleged person who we think might take the job, he would basically be here the same amount of time that Cardinal Dolan was, given the retirement age at 75.
That's right.
So he could serve a similar type term if this is indeed as being reported elsewhere. that this is the next cardinal for
Pope
the
Leo's
Archdiocese
friend.
here. Yeah,
That's
Pope
right.
Leo's friend.
And also from Chicago, right? So, he's doing
Yeah.
well by his hometown there. So
No,
it's
for
interesting.
sure. It's quite the network
And
they've
we
got
may know
going
more
there.
on Thursday. So there's a big mass planned at St. Patrick's Cathedral, Thanksgiving mass planned for the afternoon. We'll be covering for that.
Yeah,
for
and you mentioned, fluent in Spanish. That's huge. And, of course, the Pope, he spent a lot of time in Latin America, which they said was
Yes.
critical to his being named the Pope as well. So interesting. All right, good stuff, Sharon.
All
We'll keep
right.
an eye on that. Thursday, we might learn more. Let's hope. All right.
All right.
We'll be right back with more Newsroom Live in just 2 minutes. All right, welcome back to Newsroom Live, 724 this Tuesday night, Tuesday, December 16th. We appreciate you being with us here. This is our headquarters. We are right in the newsroom of the Fox 5 New York station, right here on the Upper East Side of Manhattan. Have a great Tuesday night. You can see all the different things we have to play with. And, of course, everyone continues to talk about the shocking death of Rob and Michelle Reiner over the weekend in Los Angeles, reportedly, allegedly, at the hands of their son, Nick. People continue to just such an outpouring of grief for Rob Reiner, a beloved Hollywood legend with such an amazing body of work, and also someone who was just being remembered as a mensch of a person, just a truly lovely person, such a senseless killing, which we continue to not know too much about the background of, but we did learn today that their son Nick, who's now being charged with the murder in the case, is being represented by veteran criminal lawyer Alan Jackson, who most recently represented Karen Reed in the Karen Reed case in Boston. Karen Reed was accused of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend at the time, but she was acquitted of that during a retrial this summer. So this will certainly be an even higher profile case for that attorney. And we also heard today from the Los Angeles County District Attorney with more on exactly where they are in their investigation into the murders. Let's listen to that.
My name is Nathan Hochman. I'm the District Attorney of Los Angeles County. Today I'm here to announce that our office will be filing charges against Nick Reiner, who is accused of killing his parents, actor-director Rob Reiner, and photographer-producer Michelle Singer Reiner. These charges will be 2 counts of first-degree murder with the special circumstance of multiple murders. He also faces a special allegation that he personally used a dangerous and deadly weapon, that being a knife. These charges carry a maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. No decision at this point has been made with respect to the death penalty. we have requested, and currently Nick Reiner is being held without bail. Now, in announcing these charges, I also want to announce that they're just that. They are charges. Charges are not evidence. Evidence is something that we will be presenting in a court of law to meet the standard of proof we meet in every criminal case, which is beyond a reasonable doubt, to 12 jurors who will unanimously have to find that we've met that standard to prove the charges we bring to court. Right now, with respect to the process, once the charges get filed this afternoon, Nick Reiner will be then brought to court. He is going through medical clearance, something that everybody who gets arrested and gets held in a Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department jail goes through. Once he is medically cleared, he will be brought to court to be arraigned on these charges. At that point, he will enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. Now, prosecuting these cases involving family members are some of the most challenging and most heart-wrenching cases that this office faces because of the intimate and often brutal nature of the crimes involved. Rob Reiner was a brilliant actor and director, an iconic force in our entertainment industry for decades. His wife, Michelle Singer Reiner, was an equally iconic photographer and producer. Their loss is beyond tragic, and we will commit ourselves to bringing their murderer to justice. I want to thank LAPD Chief McDonnell, who is here today, along with Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton from the LAPD and LAPD Captain Scott Williams and the entire robbery homicide division, who literally has been working around the clock to gather the evidence that have led to the charges we're going to be filing today. Also from my office, I have Assistant District Attorney Maria Ramirez. I have Director of Specialized Prosecutions John McKinney. I have our Head Deputy of Major Crimes, Craig Hum. And I have the two prosecutors who will be leading the prosecution in this case, Assistant Head Deputy of Major Crimes, Habib Balian, and Deputy District Attorney for Major Crimes, Jonathan Chung. They will bring their decades of experience to holding this murderer accountable for his actions. At this point, again, you will hear in the media rumors. You will hear speculation. You will hear hearsay. What I'm asking everyone to do is to rely on trusted sources. If it doesn't come from the District Attorney's Office, from LAPD, from the Coroner's Office, or from the courtroom itself, then there is a good chance you are hearing misinformation. Because at the appropriate time, the actual evidence involved in this case will be presented in a court of law. So I ask for your patience until that is done. But again, please do not rely on rank speculation, rumor, or hearsay to believe that you understand anything about what went on in this case. I'd now like to turn it over to Chief McDonnell.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you all for being here today. And it's with deep sadness that I address the tragic loss of Robert and Michelle Reiner. On December 14th, 2025, LAPD officers from our West Los Angeles division responded to a death investigation at the 200 block of South Chadbourne Avenue, which is in the Brentwood section of Los Angeles. Upon entering the residence, they discovered the bodies of Mr. and Mrs. Reiner. Detectives from our Robbery Homicide Division Homicide Special Section immediately initiated a comprehensive investigation. The evidence gathered led to the arrest of their son, Nick Reiner, who was taken into custody later that night without incident in the Exposition Park section of our city. Today, the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office has formally filed charges against Mr. Reiner for the murder of his parents. This case is heartbreaking and deeply personal, not only for the Reiner family and their loved ones, but for our entire city. We extend our deepest condolences to all of those who are affected by this tragedy. I want to take a moment to recognize and thank our criminal justice partners, the District Attorney's Office led by D.A. Hochman, and everyone who worked tirelessly on this investigation. Their swift action, professionalism, and commitment to justice have been instrumental in bringing clarity and accountability to this case. The LAPD remains steadfast in our mission to protect life and uphold justice. We will continue to support the Reiner family and ensure that every step forward is taken with care, dignity, and resolve. Thank you.
We'll now take some questions. Yes, right here in the front.
Mr. Attorney, could you talk about why you feel this case rises to special circumstances?
So special circumstances is a situation where one of the enumerated factors that lead to elevating in some ways a first-degree murder case to a special circumstance first-degree murder case occurs. One of those special circumstances is called multiple murders. Here we have two, and it qualifies under the definition of multiple murders to allege the special circumstance in this particular case.
Chief,
I saw
how
over
was
here.
Nick Reiner found, and was there any evidence on him indicating a crime, and did he say anything?
Yeah, he was found with good, solid police work, investigative tools used by robbery, homicide, and gang and narcotic division detectives with the U.S. Marshal Service Task Force involved as well. So we're thankful for the work that was done. I won't go into talking about what was found or anything that could potentially taint the investigation.
Chief, one quick follow-up question,
Yeah.
sir. Given Nick's history of drug use, was there any indication that he was under the influence at the time of this crime?
No, thank you again. That's another question I can't touch.
And following up on that, is there any evidence of mental illness in his background?
Yeah, you can talk.
I'm sorry, please repeat the question.
Is there any evidence of mental illness in his background beyond the addiction?
The evidence, any evidence, if there is any, of mental illness for his background will be coming out in the hearings that will occur. We anticipate, again, after the arraignment, the process will go through the normal process a case like this goes through. At the appropriate time, if there is evidence of mental illness, it will be presented in court and in whatever detail the defense seeks to do that. Yes, right here.
Are you anticipating any kind of significant delay in bringing this case to trial on the basis perhaps that Dick may have to undergo significant psychological evaluation, which would also give your people what they need in the way of background for what might describe why his actions happened the way they did?
We don't anticipate any significant delay more than is involved in a first-degree murder case with special circumstances. These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring against anyone. And we anticipate that the discovery that we will produce to the defense will be robust. It will be very involved. They'll want adequate time to review it. They'll want to go through every single factor.
All right, that
they
is
can
the Los Angeles
ascertain
District Attorney
in the
giving us the
defense.
update earlier
Mr.
today
Nick
on the
Reiner.
shocking
So
weekend
again, this will
murder of
proceed
Rob and
along the
Michelle
tracks
Reiner.
that
Of course,
many
their
of
son,
the
32-year-old Nick,
cases
now in
proceed.
custody, being charged with murder, facing life in prison or even the death penalty, according to that update from the District Attorney in Los Angeles. And he is currently being held without bail. All right, 7:35. We've got a lot more Newsroom Live coming up. We're going to talk about AI and the law. I'm speaking with an AI cybersecurity lawyer. It's going to be an interesting talk. Stay with us. We'll be back in 2. All right, welcome back to Newsroom Live, taking a live look at Lady Liberty shining bright this Tuesday evening. And of course, AI continues to be the topic du jour in all sorts of the public discussion. We've seen Merriam-Webster dictionary call the word slop the term of the year. That, of course, is often referenced in addition to AI slop. You hear a lot of these videos we see on social media, sort of this AI junk we are being fed more and more. It's also leading to a lot of interesting new legal cases, the ways the law and AI are interacting. So along those lines, I'm joined now by Star Cashman. She is a cyber lawyer specializing in AI. Star, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so you reached out to me on Instagram and you said, hey, I'd like to talk to you about this. And I said, that sounds fascinating to me. So we appreciate you being here. So first off, walk us through, of course, we continue to see billions upon billions sort of pouring into the AI world. We know it is part of our future in one way or another. It's basically just sort of now a question of whether you are excited for that future or you are living in fear of AI sort of dominating our daily lives. And of course, that is going to continue to show up more and more in the legal cases we see, which is something you deal with. Now, was this something, did you study this particular part of the law in law school, or do you go to law and then you try to find an interesting and compelling specialty sort of part of the law to focus on?
Well, growing up in the digital age and targeted by the digital age, benefiting through the digital age as well, for me, it was always very clear that was something I was interested in. I learned that cybersecurity, privacy concerns, and AI, emerging technology concerns were becoming more and more vital to have interested individuals who maybe grew up in the digital age, were targeted and impacted, to help lead the charge of how these technologies are going to continue emerging in a safe manner, which is obviously something that we're seeing the negative impacts of the law not catching up to technology and emerging technologies today with these lawsuits, especially the ones we're seeing against ChatGPT, OpenAI recently. So it's a really vital field to dip your toes into, because not many individuals tend to focus on it, and there's not many law school classes that teach tech law either.
Yeah, it seems like a beneficial area for you to focus on, no doubt about it. Okay, and you did sort of reference one of the things I wanted to talk to you about, which was ChatGPT being accused of being complicit in a murder-suicide case. And we have seen a number of these cases pop up where seemingly the AI is encouraging people to kill themselves. Walk us through the details of this particular case.
This is a very interesting case. It's one of the first of its kind cases. It is the first of its kind case where ChatGPT is alleged to have been complicit in a murder this time. As you mentioned, there were a lot of suicide-related cases coming out, but this was the first one that was actually a murder-suicide. This individual, a son, was utilizing ChatGPT. He may have had a history of some level of psychosis or delusional thoughts, and these AI chatbots are programmed to affirm your beliefs, regardless of whether or not your beliefs are based in reality. And especially the guardrails around that, they do decrease over time. So the more you might use a platform, the more that guardrail and safe measure may decrease, where it might actually affirm your delusions. So in this case, it's being alleged that ChatGPT was affirming this son's delusions, causing him to believe that his mother was after him, part of some sort of a conspiracy, which ultimately ended up in the son taking the life of his own mother and then taking his own life as well. It's truly a tragic case.
Yeah, that is so fascinating. You're right. The algorithm and the AI just wants to keep you talking. So over time, it learns what you want to talk about and just gives you more and more of that content, sort of like the algorithm, whether it's social media, YouTube, you name it. Figures out what you like, and it gives you more of it, which in this case obviously can end tragically. Another story you want to talk about, AI toys being sold to kids this holiday season that are violent and sexually graphic. And again, this is such just a can of worms for parents, because when I was growing up, we all got the same Nintendo, we all got the same video games, we got the same Transformers. They were dumb toys. They didn't come out of the box and get more intelligent with time. That's what makes this all so frightening. Walk us through the details of this particular case.
So AI toys with programmed interactive chatbots inside, some of which are ChatGPT, others we're unsure of. It's unclear at the time. They've been hitting the shelves this holiday season, and they've been purchased by tons of parents. Many parents might not even know these toys have AI in it. It might call itself a robot, and then only to be unpackaged and discovered that this has a whole chatbot inside of it for children to interact with. Obviously, there's data privacy concerns because conversations with children are being recorded and stored. Who knows where, used for who knows what. We're not sure how safe these AI chatbots being used or these platforms and toys are being used and how easily hackable they are. We have seen instances in the past where Ring doorbells, for example, used as baby monitors in children's rooms were hacked, and hackers were able to instruct the children to try to commit damage around the house. And one could only imagine how horrific that could become if a toy like this that a child might trust and personify and view as a trustworthy source was hacked as well. So there's concern surrounding that. But individuals started to test these chatbots, see if they could get around protective guardrails and see what they talk about. Some were instructing children to find matches, teaching them how to light fires in the home, teaching them how to sharpen knives. And some were discussing sexually explicit content with these children as well.
My word, just unbelievable. It's such a scary time when you think about it on that level. And of course, you know, in general, you just have an issue with people losing touch with reality the further they get into this AI world with all of these animated digital characters that they're becoming friends with. And we don't really know that much about, you know, what's behind the machinery that's spitting out the words to these people.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Yeah, AI psychosis is certainly a growing issue that we're seeing where individuals are heavily relying on AI, as you said, and they're losing touch with reality. It's a massive concern as they're being isolated from friends, family members. Some of them can no longer go into work because they are so concerned and fearful of their surroundings. Similar to the AI murder case that's currently in court, these individuals are being reaffirmed by usually ChatGPT, Claude, any type of AI bot, and they might even use those bots to interpret technical data that they themselves might not understand. And they end up heavily relying on these chatbots and believing their every word to the point where they become detached from reality. It's not necessarily yet a diagnosis. Therapists, psychologists, and those in the research and medical field are only now starting to do research surrounding this topic and how we can resolve it and fix it and support victims of it. However, I almost on a daily basis see victims that are losing touch with reality, losing their jobs, and struggling greatly because their mental health has either been severely worsened or they may have been an individual that was previously healthy that now no longer can live their lives with no recourse because of their deep belief and overuse of AI and the fact that they are programmed to be overly agreeable.
Yeah, being brainwashed in your own home. It's a pretty frightening scenario, no doubt. Star Cashman, where can we find you if people want to learn more about what you do?
CyberLF.com is my law firm website. I'm founding partner of Cyber Law Firm. I also do some technology law lobbying at Gotham Government Relations. And I do have my own website as well, starcashman.com. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Star Cashman, Cashman with a K. We appreciate it. Thanks so much for joining us.
Yes.
All right, very good.
Of course.
All right, Newsroom Live is going to continue and more. We're going to talk to a food critic from New York Magazine who just came out with his list of the 43 top restaurants in the city. All right, welcome back to Newsroom Live. Looking at the GW Bridge, 7:48 this Tuesday night. Now we are looking at the Statue of Liberty. And of course, one of the great ways we pass the time here in New York City is dining out. We have endless restaurants to choose from. That's what makes experts who can give us a list of some of the places we should check out, since we have literally thousands upon thousands of restaurants here in the city. Along those lines, we're joined now by Matthew Schneier. He is a food critic at New York Magazine, somewhat recently named food critic. Matthew, thank you for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me. Glad to be here.
It's interesting. Of course, as you allude to in your article, we have so many lists already these days. So you start with the challenge of figuring out exactly what your list is going to be. And I think you had a great line in this. You say, sometimes it's your anniversary and you need to ball out. Sometimes it's just another Wednesday. So that was sort of the criteria you went into it with, acknowledging how many different types of dining scenes we have in the city and what are the ones that sort of meet the criteria of your list. So certainly no small challenge when you're here in a city that is just chock full of restaurants.
Absolutely. I mean, I have the best job in New York. I go out to eat every single night, but I don't expect that most people are able to do that or even maybe want to do that. So I see my role as being the surrogate diner for all the people of New York, to let them know, this place is great and it's worth your time and your hard-earned money. This place, maybe for such and such occasion, or if you're looking for such and such thing, and this place is maybe a skip. And for this list, we wanted to do something that was my personal best of the best. It didn't have to be new. It didn't have to be expensive. It didn't have to be cheap. It didn't have to be anything other than the places that I think really succeed at the challenge they set for themselves, whether that's being, a multi-course, multi-hour, several $100 tasting menu or omakase, or whether it's the best banh mi I had this year, an under $20 Vietnamese sandwich. All of those, I think, count, and all of those have a place in the dining lives of New Yorkers.
You've got sort of like a high-low element, which is sort of the sort of situation we live with here in New York. We've got, a $500 dinner or the best $5 banh mi. It's an interesting situation. Tell us, first off, let's just start with your impression of the New York City restaurant scene 5 years plus after COVID. Where are we now, and how healthy is the restaurant scene in general?
Restaurants are a very hard business, and many close every day. Longstanding ones as well as younger entrants. But I think restaurateurs and chefs and service people have done an unbelievable job of really putting their heart and soul into it and coming back. And I think restaurants are going gangbusters. I mean, you see it. You walk by a restaurant window, it's completely packed. You try to get a reservation on Resy or Open Table or any of these platforms, good luck. So, I think people have really roared back, and I think it's such an important part of the culture of living in New York, the same way as Broadway theater or Lincoln Center for Music or Dance or any of these other things, the Met Museum. Dining is just an essential part of who we are in the city.
Yeah, people are finally back out in public. You can see it wherever you go. It is a good sign. It seemed like there was a little while there where it seemed like you didn't know what the future was going to hold when you look back to those days during the middle of COVID. So walk us through some of the highlights on this list, some of the things that really stood out to you as really being top notch.
Every single place on this list, all 43 of the restaurants are restaurants that I feel extremely strongly about, and I could defend it at greater length than I'm sure we have here. What I like about this list and what I loved about putting it together was as you say, there's something for a Wednesday and there's something for an anniversary. Medellin, he'd run 26.2 miles and then he came straight here.
You were in that one for sure.
Absolutely, and I'm very happy to say I did not, but I still got to go. Or the sushi place that I think is just a great West Village sushi place with an unbelievable vibe, a great selection, a great chef at the helm, Mitsuru on West 4th Street. I tried to get to every part of the city. I tried to get to every neighborhood. It's a work in progress, and it is a list that we're going to keep updating probably quarterly. So I'd encourage people to check back with it. But it's been one of the great projects I've worked on in the 2+ years that I've been the chief restaurant critic.
Yeah, we hear a lot about, the West Village, Brooklyn. Where is sort of the headquarters of the next up-and-coming foodie neighborhood in the city, if you had to pick?
There's so much good stuff happening out in the boroughs. There are amazing restaurants cropping up in all of the developing neighborhoods of Brooklyn, whether that's Williamsburg, Bushwick, Clinton Hill, Boerum Hill. We hear about new openings there every day. I was delighted to spend so much time in Queens over the last few months, exploring both the new and the older restaurants in Queens, Long Island City, Astoria, very well known, but also Little Egypt and some of the neighborhoods farther afield. I'm looking forward to seeing what's coming all over the place. Basically, if you open it, I am going to do my best to get there.
That's right. Remember this face if you own a restaurant. Could be an influential review for you. Matthew Schneier from New York Magazine. I appreciate you joining us, and I also appreciated the work. You're a great writer. I love the way you broke it down. You took the challenge, which was a big one, seriously, and you came out somehow with the top 43 restaurants in the city, which is a Herculean task. No doubt about it. We appreciate it. Matthew Schneier, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
All right, we're going to be right back with more Newsroom Live in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back to Newsroom Live. It is night 3 of Hanukkah, and we're taking a live look in Australia where they continue to mourn that senseless mass shooting which took place over the weekend, leaving 15 people dead, dozens more wounded. This was a memorial service that is being held in Australia as we speak. Of course, now of the 2 suspected shooters, a father-son team. The 50-year-old father was killed by police on scene. His 24-year-old son remains hospitalized and is expected to be questioned by investigators as they piece together motive and planning. They're currently looking at whether this may have been inspired somehow by ISIS, and there was a recent trip overseas which is getting a lot of scrutiny, again, from that potential father-son alleged shooting duo. All right, and earlier today on Washington, D.C., of course, there's a lot of talk about those boat strikes off the coast of Venezuela, particularly one on September 2nd, where apparently 2 people were killed in a second strike. We have not been able to see the video of that strike. Lawmakers are asking for access to that. And once again today, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said no.
Of course, we're not going to release a top secret, full unedited video of that to the general public.
Okay. I'm not sure we heard the audio on that, but regardless, they said they are not going to be releasing that at this point. President Trump said he would be open to releasing it a week or 2 ago. That is not the deal now. As Pete Hegseth said, we will not be seeing video of that anytime soon as the congressional oversight investigations into these strikes continue and as talk of a war with Venezuela also seems to ramp up considerably in the past several days. Well, Teresa Priolo is going to be joining us in a couple minutes for the second hour, the second evening hour of Newsroom Live from 8 to 9. We'll be right back. We'll do the handoff, and we'll see you then. Sounds of the season. It's all happening very quickly. You can see some snow car on the cars below, the on and off ramps in Jersey City. Lovely time of year. It's been awful cold, getting people in the holiday spirit. All right, my hour is up. I'm joined now by Teresa Priolo, my colleague.
Your child counterpart
Yes,
here.
I know. Let's if we come to this main show. I love this. I feel like Shaquille O'Neal here
I
next
said
to you.
you look like an NBA player
Yeah.
compared to me.
I'm 6'0". I'm not even that tall, to be honest with you.
I
But
feel like you grew. Congratulations, you grew.
I'm growing out and out by the day, unfortunately. That's how it goes. All right, Teresa, thank you
All
so
right,
much.
give me my
Take
hour.
care, guys. Yes.
Go eat dinner. Hi, everybody. Good evening to you. Bye, Steve. Good job. Hello. 8:02-ish. And now we have to reframe it so that I look like a full human and not a tiny little person here. 8:02 on this, what day is it? Is it Tuesday? Tuesday. I almost said Monday. Third night of Hanukkah for all those who celebrate. It is December the 16th. As you likely heard from hearing Steve over the last hour, it has been quite a busy news day. And so we're just going to kind of get you caught up. Lots happening around the world. We're waiting for a Hanukkah event to occur at the White House. We're following that as well. There's some stuff happening in Australia to memorialize the victims in that attack at Bondi Beach. So we're going to be checking in with that in a little bit. And just a lot happening from one coast to the next, one side of the world to the next. So let's rattle through some headlines, get you caught up if you're just tuning in, and then we've got some other stuff to share with you. Let's start off with what's happening in LA with the Rob Reiner and Michelle Reiner investigation. As you know by now, these two were brutally murdered over the weekend inside of their Brentwood, Los Angeles area home. And today, the LA prosecutor's office have officially charged their son, Nick Reiner, 32 years old, with the brutal slaying of his parents. He has been charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder with special circumstances. And you might be saying to yourself, why does that matter, or why do I keep hearing that? Because there's more than one body. They have charged him with special circumstances. Interestingly to note, if they do not try this as a death penalty case, he faces the possibility of life behind bars, but the possibility of the death penalty remains on the table. And that is pretty shocking when you consider the fact that this young man is accused of killing the very people who brought him into this world. And in fact, that might be the thing that ultimately leads to his death as well. We're also getting some new images from LAPD of the arrest of Nick Reiner. When that occurred, he was taken into custody without incident at some point after the murders occurred. So we're going to get you caught up on that. I talked to Michael Babcock from TMZ. He had a lot to say. He was filling us in on what their sources are saying. So we'll check in with that in a little bit. Next is what's happening at Brown University. The hunt's still on for the person or persons responsible for that shooting that occurred over the weekend. As you know, 2 people are dead, 9 people are injured. So at least 11 people shot in that attack. They have also released new enhanced surveillance footage, which you're seeing here on your screen. And they've also released a new video timeline with these clearer images. I mean, this is so much clearer than what we saw yesterday. You can clearly see that the jacket is two-tone. You can kind of get a glimpse of the guy's eyes. You see that he's sort of casing the area, and also his awareness is heightened as he looks around to see what is happening around him. Investigators have been canvassing Providence area homes, yards, dumpsters in search of clues as to what might have led to this, any information or stuff that he might have left behind. So that's what's happening in Providence, Rhode Island. Moving now on to Bondi Beach, Sydney, Australia. Australian officials say that the mass shooting that occurred on Sunday was in fact the result of at least 2 people who were inspired by ISIS. So they are officially labeling this as a terror attack connected to ISIS. They are saying that they are preparing to file charges against at least 1 surviving gunman. 15 people killed there, 27 injured. And in the wake of this, the country's prime minister, Australia's prime minister, is recommending that the country tighten up its gun laws. Let's talk about the boat strikes that occurred in the Caribbean Sea. Congress was dialed into this today. There was a classified briefing that occurred with, among others, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, as well as Defense Secretary or I think they also call him the Secretary of War. Thank you. I was going to say Department of War, but Secretary of War Pete Hegseth visiting the House and Senate today. Some lawmakers walked away saying, yeah, we got a complete briefing. Others say that was the most incomplete briefing we could have ever had. They're still demanding answers. And this all comes amidst the backdrop of Trump saying that he is ordering a blockade on all sanctioned oil tankers into Venezuela. He is ramping up pressure on Nicolas Maduro. I was also seeing an interview on another network a little earlier. Senator Mark Kelly is saying that apparently tomorrow they are going to see the not yet released unedited version of the video that no one yet has seen of the attack on those surviving alleged drug cartel members that were on that alleged drug boat. And as you know, at this point, on September 2nd, there was a strike and then another strike on survivors. And so the question is, was that in any sort of conflict, violation of any sort of war crime or international law right there? So we expect to get some more information on that tomorrow. And then lastly, just in keeping with this, and then we're going to move on to some other news. Did you see this profile with Susie Weil in Vanity Fair? This has tongues wagging in D.C. She went all out in this. Now, in her defense, she says this was a hit piece. Others say they have never seen a chief of staff so unvarnished. She talked about everything and everyone, and if you believe what is written in Vanity Fair, she held nothing back. Susie Weil is the first woman to hold the post of chief of staff. She is considered at this point to be incredibly influential. The president trusts her immensely. And she's apparently the one that is getting you-know-what done in the White House, stuff done in the White House. But in this article, she said that the president had an alcoholic's personality. She said Vice President J.D. Vance was as calculating as a conspiracy theorist. She said that Attorney General Pam Bondi whiffed the Epstein investigation and the release of the Epstein files. So again, at this point, Weil said, quote, it is disingenuously framed as a hit piece on me and the finest president, White House staff, and cabinet in history. She says significant context was disregarded, among other things, but this is what has everybody talking. She has not denied or disagreed with any of the comments that are in there, only that they were presented without context. Really interesting. And if you are connected to anybody in D.C. or if you're following any of the news out of D.C., that is what people are talking about today. We're going to take a quick break and come back with more news. Stay with us here on Newsroom. mic's over here. I was all tangled up in these wires. So I just gotta get my, it's kind of like when you come home from work at the end of the day, you just gotta put your bags down and get yourself situated. And you forget that you left a shoe on. So that's me tonight. Hi, everybody. Teresa Priol here in Newsroom Live, 8/11 on this third night of Hanukkah. It happens to be Tuesday, December the 16th. Brian, do I have that right? We need a big calendar. I need a time, I need a calendar. I need all the things. What I know is that I have done very little of my holiday shopping. And so, nothing motivates you like the very last minute. Let's take you to Jones Beach. If you don't mind, let's take a little trip to the holiday lights. Actually, they call it the magic lights there. This is the magic of lights at Jones Beach State Park. Apparently, it's a very popular drive-through holiday light show with tunnels, as you can see. That's so cool. All LED displays. It runs through early January. And there's also a large-scale walk-through Lumino City Festival. Very, very, very cool. I love this kind of stuff. And honestly, on a cold night, I feel like this is the best thing to do with kids because they get such a kick out of it. It's a screen-free event. And on top of it, it's a holiday event. So you can say like you did something without doing a lot. Also, is that say Uncle Giuseppe's? Is that what that is?
Yeah, it's sponsored by Uncle Giuseppe.
But we have an Uncle Giuseppe's in Bergen County.
We have one in Caldwell.
Yeah, it's so good. No, I don't know them. They don't pay me. But anyway, really good there. All right. There is so much news happening today during this holiday season and around the world. We're going to check in on a press conference that occurred with the folks in Providence, Rhode Island. This involves the Brown University shooting that occurred over the weekend. They gave us an update a short time ago, so let's take a listen to that.
Good evening, everybody. It's Providence Mayor Brett Smiley with another update today. In just a moment, Colonel Perez will give an update on the investigation, including video that was released. That video was released just a little while ago. If you are here and do not have that video, you can see Camille or Julie, and they can send that to you while we're reporting. Additionally, Camille and Julie are your contact to be on the press distribution list to be advised of future announcemements. At this time, I'll introduce Providence Police Chief Colonel Oscar Perez.
Thank you, Mayor. And so as the Mayor stated, we're about to show you a video. If we can have the IT officer play. Thank you, Joe. So as the Mayor stated, if you don't have these videos, please let us know. And the reason we have shown these videos, there's a purpose, right? So as you can see, they're enhanced photos, there's enhanced video footage. And so we're asking the public to ensure that they can see them, they can see here that you want to focus on the body movements, the way the person moves.
Okay. All right, and thanks for joining us live here on Newsroom Live. Is this the scene that occurred in Williamsburg? I think that's what that is. Yeah, so earlier today there was a fire that occurred in Williamsburg. One person was seriously hurt after jumping from the 4th floor to escape a fire inside of a Brooklyn apartment building. Fire, as you can see right there, fire officials were working the scene when a suspicious fire broke out. And apparently there were suspicious-looking devices that were later discovered. There were no serious injuries, but this all came about in a 911 call that's on Keep Street. It's a predominantly Orthodox Jewish neighborhood. 11:30 this morning is when it all broke. And it's several doors down from a large Jewish school. Dozens of firefighters responded to the 4th floor of a 4-story apartment building. A man who was in that building but couldn't get out jumped out of a window and suffered some serious injuries. He was rushed to Bellevue. He's in stable condition. And then about 2 hours after that, once that fire was out, fire marshals combed through the building and found 2 suspicious-looking devices. The bomb squad is saying that they were called along with other police officers to set up a perimeter just for the safety of those residents there. We have some sound of what? What do we? Oh, of this. Okay, all right. So let's check in because they're going to explain a little bit more about what's happening.
The traveling, FBI equivalent was warned for months that there's going to be something going on, and unfortunately they weren't prepared, and it was just unfortunate. The two guys they found, they should know about them and just missed it. So it's important to make sure.
Thank you for talking about your first and last name. Can you spell it for me?
I'm David, David Azran, Azran.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck. Take care.
Quick question for you. Can I ask you one more question?
Yes.
We came in a little late. I'm Alan Devil with CBS News. What did you see on the block here? We missed the top question.
Nothing really. I just came and they told me that there was a fire and somebody jumped on the 4th floor and they found some suspicious to bombs. So they brought the bomb squad. That's what I heard.
You live nearby?
Yeah, we're in Williamsburg. Not far.
So you're in the neighborhood. What goes through your head when you hear about that happening on a street like this? What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm not surprised. I think that it's a trigger that especially during these holidays, and you have to make sure that you take extra cautious security.
Do you feel unsafe, or do you feel any differently about?
Not really. I feel safe. But this neighborhood especially, I think, should make sure that I felt like on the interviews of what happened in Australia, they just felt like there was no security, and it's important to have that. So.
All right, and that was, again, following up on what is happening in Williamsburg. As you can hear from that person there, tensions are heightened around the city and around the world in light of what happened in Bondi Beach, and also the developing news out of Brown University and what might be behind that as well. We're going to take a quick break here on Newsroom Live, and then we're coming back with the one and only Linda Schmidt. Brian, what do we call this one? It doesn't sound like groove. I feel like I'm starting to get to know them. It doesn't sound like groove. Funk. We're getting a little funky here.
Funky.
8:21 on Newsroom Live.
Yeah.
That's right.
Break it down.
The parade of tall journalists continues next to me.
I have heels on.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'9". So with these on, I'm 5'11".
You know who's not 5'9"? With or without heels? I have to wear stilts to be 5'9". And I was saying, Steve, before, I look like I'm next to an NBA player.
I know.
I was like, what's it like up there? What's the
I have to look up to him.
No, and he's only 6 foot. But anyway. All right, well, welcome back to Newsroom Live, 8:21 on this Tuesday, December the 15th, the third night of Hanukkah. Happy Hanukkah for those who are celebrating.
Happy Hanukkah.
Yeah. You could just be your tall, beautiful self. It's okay. It's okay. You're neat.
I'm feeling bad.
It's going to be like a leg day. If
Yeah, that's right. I'm doing my squats.
Yeah, exactly. All right,
Okay,
there's been so much happening around
Yeah.
the world. Honestly, the last couple of days, your head spins. Like, you can't take a break because you're going to miss something.
Right, that's right. Well, with all the violence that's been going on, whether you're talking about Australia or Brown University or
Bondi or the Reiner. I mean, it's one
It
story
hasn't
after
stopped.
the next.
It's been like a roller coaster for us. So I'm covering again the Brown University shooting that happened on Saturday, in the engineering building at the university. Happened about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. A masked gunman walked into a classroom there. It's an engineering building on campus and pulled out a 9mm gun. The gunman was masked and just started firing and killed 2 students and injured 9 others. Now, the police department, as well as the state attorney general and the mayor and the president of the university, they had another press conference late today, and they were talking about some new information that they are putting out. Part of it is going to be this video right here. Can we go ahead and take a look at that? This is now, these are some more enhanced videos that they released today. Now, this is on top of the video, very similar to this right here. This you saw last night.
But
this
much
is what
crisper.
they released yesterday. But it is crisper, and there are a couple other streets where this person of interest right here, who the police chief again today said that he firmly believes that he is the suspect in this case, but that he was walking around in different neighborhoods. Now, the thing that I found really interesting, you and I were just talking about it, is that the state attorney general was describing where this building is on campus, because like so many college towns, the university itself borders a town, and that's
Right.
the situation here in Providence, Rhode Island. So this was an engineering building that was on campus, but it was at the far end, the very last building on the far end of the campus. And then the building itself has a new part that's been renovated and a really old part.
Right, because Brown University dates back to whatever it is.
Right,
I mean,
yeah,
it's not a new university by any stretch of the imagination.
No,
Right.
so you have this building, this engineering building. And the old part, they were asked today, well, why weren't there any cameras? Why don't you have any images of this shooter in that part of the building? And the state attorney general said that's because they don't have cameras in the old part of the building. Now, they have cameras in the new part of the building, but not the old part of the building. So at this stage, they don't have any video of the suspect in the building, because they are saying if they had it, they would have released it by now. Everything that we're looking at here is this community, the neighborhood that borders the campus, that's right next to this building on campus that's at the very end of the campus. And they're getting these from Ring cameras.
Yeah, and this
on the
says
homes.
this has a timestamp on it of like 209?
Yes.
210 or so?
Yes.
So that's interesting because you said the shooting occurred at 4 o'clock.
At around 4:05.
So that's 2 hours before that happened.
That's right. It was 2 hours before it happened. That's where some of the video is from. But then today with the news conference and the latest information, Teresa, is they were saying that they have video of him from 10:30 in the morning.
So that just
The
now
day-
widens out.
That's right. The day of the shooting, which the police chief was saying, what you and I were talking about last night, is that he was casing out the neighborhood. He was casing out the area. And that's why in part of that video, you see him walking back and forth. He's pacing in front of a home, and he's like looking at things, and he's analyzing. And so the
He looks nervous. That's what I see.
Yeah, you think?
I mean, because there was one video, and we'll probably play it again, where he stops, he looks right, he looks left, he looks right, he looks left, and then a car passes by, and I thought, I could be wrong, but I thought I saw him like turn around when the car came around. It seemed as if, but this is just me reading into it, right, as I'm looking at this, but I do wonder, is this the one where the car comes by, the white car comes by, and no, maybe it's the other one.
no.
It was the one with the timestamp.
Yeah.
Anyway, the point is that he definitely looks like he has a heightened sense of awareness.
He definitely has a heightened sense of awareness, and he might even be looking for, wait a minute, are there cameras somewhere? Maybe not on this
This is the
building.
one I was talking about.
Okay.
And I think
like
the
he's
car,
looking back.
Yeah, like he stops, he looks around, he
He's
goes that way.
pacing.
then he comes back again.
See, and the thing too that's always stuck out to me when I saw this video here in the lower right, he puts his hands.
See, he turns away when the car starts to come up the street. He turns away from the car.
All right, to avoid the person seeing
and
him.
he puts his hand behind his back as if he's meandering around.
Yes, but that's not something normally that a young person would do. Like young people, when they're walking along, don't normally put their hands behind.
Yeah, you're right.
And walk like that. That's something that like almost a middle-aged person does.
Yeah, right.
Not a young
right.
person.
Or, I mean, even
that's
somebody
something
older
that
than middle
stuck
age,
out.
right? When they, I mean, I think of it like an older man
Yes.
walking down the street with their hands behind their back as they kind of sway a little bit. Yeah, you're
That's
right.
something that stuck
You're
out
right.
at me. So what they're hoping, again, with all of these videos, is that someone is going to recognize this person by the way that they're walking, by the way that they move their arms, by obviously this front shot here. He obviously has
a belly of
you
some
know, has a
kind.
belly. He's overweight. He's stocky. He's about 5'8". That's how tall they said he was. And they're hoping that somebody recognizes him and then picks up the phone and gives them a call. But at this point, they have received hundreds of tips.
It's really incredible. I mean, what's amazing to me is that in 2025, with the amount of resources that the FBI and local police departments, and you would think an Ivy League school has at their disposal, it's shocking to me that this person is not in custody. I mean, I think about the Boston Marathon bombing, and how it felt like the entire city of Boston and all surrounding areas completely shut down. But I was hearing today that other schools in the area, some of them are still in session.
Right.
I thought I had heard that some public schools were still open,
but some did shut down.
Some did shut down, but it sort of flies in the face of reason to me. Like I would think that you would have everybody stay inside, so that you have full access. It must be confusing, but I'm not a police officer or I'm not part of law enforcement, but I would think it gets confusing when you have people attempting to go about their daily lives as you're attempting to look for this man.
Correct. And they're hoping that he's still local. That's the other thing.
And that's the other thing.
You know, they really are. There was something else I wanted to tell you. Hold on just a minute. Let me look at my notes here. There was something else that popped in my...
the
yes, the alarm system, because there's been a lot of talk about the alarm system that was or was not activated on campus, and the president of the university was there today, and she said, look, the bottom line is this. They have two different types of systems. One, it's a security system where if something happens, they immediately send out a text, email, phone calls. And that happened within minutes of this shooting happening on a Saturday afternoon.
That's
and
good.
she said it went out to 20,000 people. So that was activated. The other thing that they have there, they have 3 sirens on campus, so that when something happens, they don't always activate the sirens, because the sirens, the reason they have them, that's a message to people on campus that you should be rushing into the buildings for safety.
Oh, that's really
Rush
interesting, and
into
you don't
them.
want to. Right,
so they
of course,
did not
of course.
activate it in this case because it was an active shooter in a building, and had they set off those alarms, people could have run into that building and they could have been shot. So there's been a lot of talk about that. So she was very clear about pointing out the 2 systems that they have, and that they did activate the system that needed to be activated in this case.
You're following up on this for 10.
I am, yeah. I'm working on it now, yeah.
All right, okay, so we'll see you tonight at 10 o'clock, Linda. Thank you so much. We appreciate
Always
it.
a pleasure.
Yeah. Next time, maybe I'll grow for you.
That's okay. I'll shrink.
I'll grow in our break. We're back in 2 minutes. Stay with us. 8:32 on this Tuesday, December the 16th. It is the third night of Hanukkah, and at the White House right now, they are having their annual Hanukkah event. You can see the menorah in the front as well, and everybody's having a jolly good time. They are celebrating the spirit of the season, which is a wonderful thing to do. I have with me my good friend, Nick Gregory.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you for joining me on
Well.
at this atmospheric level. Not Steve, who was up there in the clouds someplace.
I said I could come down here.
We joked, does he need oxygen up there?
He might need oxygen, period, but that's another
Yeah,
that's another subject.
Exactly. So we had a shot a little earlier of it looked like snow outside. It was Jersey City, is that right?
Shouldn't be.
No.
There better not be.
I mean, something was on the
I
cars,
didn't predict
Nick.
it, so
I don't know what
it
it
better
was.
not be.
Something's on the cars.
As maybe it's snow left over from the other day.
Maybe, you know what? You're good at that.
Listen, my reputation's at stake. You start saying it's snowing out there, and I didn't predict it.
That's right. It can't be.
You know
what?
we
I got
can't
that
have
from
that.
Steve. I got that from Steve. It's not right. Don't trust him for everything but that. Because you were saying that tomorrow we're going to get into like the 50.
No, tomorrow will be 40s. Tomorrow
What's
like 43. Tomorrow's Wednesday, all day.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Tell
in
your
person.
friends. Okay. So.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Okay.
See, 44.
All right.
Double fours.
Yeah.
And,
But we're on the upward
low
trend,
to, low to mid 40s tomorrow. So that's good. Yes, that's where we should be, right? That's the average high this year. Time of the year is 43, 44 degrees. So we're going to be right at that tomorrow. It's Thursday that you're thinking of.
Right. I do listen.
That's the day. Oh, I'm glad somebody does.
Yeah, and rain. I remember rain.
51 on Thursday. Good amount of sun. You have my clouds come in later in the day. The rain's overnight. So after midnight, around midnight, it's going to last through at least probably Friday lunchtime. A little sun may come in after that. It's a windy day. Look at Friday, though. The record high is 58. We're going to get very close.
Wow.
But the temperature's going to start going right down, though, later on in the afternoon.
That's a pretty big drop from Friday to Saturday.
Yeah, because then we'll be on the other side of that storm system, right? So it's pretty cold out there now. Everybody's in the 20s. Down to 21 there at Monticello, or 23 at Scranton, and upper 20s in the city. And one of the reasons we're talking about the milder air, the wind's coming up out of the southwest, so that's a milder direction. Yes, so that will help us out. Still a cold night, but not as cold. Each day it's not as whatever. A few clouds are out there now. You can see them here on the satellite loop, but they'll be gone by 11 o'clock, and the sky goes mainly clear.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Any fine tuning of the Christmas forecast?
Well, funny you should say.
Do tell.
There's two of the long-range models are suggesting there's going to be a little disturbance dropping down from southern Canada on Tuesday next week. So Wednesday is Christmas Eve. So it's going to be a flirting snow rain situation.
We're flirting with it.
We're flirting with it today. Okay. So
how
we have a
heavy
week,
are we flirting with it?
Well, it depends. But we have a week to fine-tune that flirt.
Okay.
So
a gift from the Canadians.
Yes, and remember, 1 inch.
That's
all
right.
we
I
need
know.
to make it an official white Christmas. So this is the FutureCast next 2 days. We're not going to get anything.
Yeah, no, nothing.
Again, it's quiet. You'll start to see the rain appear by later Thursday, coming in from the west. There it is.
I saw on one of your maps my new favorite city, Kitchener.
In Canada.
yeah, right up there, somewhere in the Buffalo area.
See, you will, not only do you learn the latest news, weather, and everything else, you learn geography on Newsroom Live. Who would have thought?
You live, in the words of Alanis Morissette, you live, you learn.
Exactly.
And a lot of other things. But yeah, so Kitchener. That's how you say
Kitchener, Canada, yes.
Kitchener.
Yes.
Good. All right, Nick, this was great. Thank you so much.
Gesundheit.
I appreciate it. I was going to ask you about the Powerball, but I think we should take a break.
Powerball?
Are you playing?
I'm going to try.
I mean, it's $1.25 billion.
Yes, but the odds are 269 million to 1.
Yeah, well, okay.
And you have a better chance of being struck by lightning 3 times. I don't know if you knew that fact.
Way to be a downer on this Tuesday. All
Listen,
right.
that's what I do. I'm your reality seeker.
You're a stats guy.
That's right.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, come back, and then the president's speaking. We'll join him in a little bit.
Okay.
have gotten that for New York. Nobody else. He worked so hard on that.
On this Tuesday,
Will you
December the
please
15th,
focus
you're
on the
listening to President
midterms,
Donald
please? Do you
Trump
mind?
at the White House's annual
can do it.
Hanukkah
Jared
event. We're laughing because he just said, Mr. Salt is here. Mike Lawler, who of course represents New York, so that's kind of interesting. Let's check in on the president, listen to him for a little bit.
Music better than any human being. Craig Goldman. Thank you, Craig. And Randy Fine, new to Congress, but he's done a great job. He's been great. As well as the mayor of Boca Raton, Florida, Scott Singer. Thank you very much. Thank you, Scott. Good place. I love Boca. National Chairman of the Republican Jewish Committee, Norm Coleman. Thank you, Norm. Looking good, Norm. CEO of the Republican Jewish Coalition, Matt Brooks. He says Trump is the greatest president we've ever had, so I like him. I'll take Matt any day. Thank you, Matt. CEO of the Israeli-American Council, Ellen Carr. Thank you. We have a man, I have to take a little time. Because every Saturday night, used to be Sunday, then he did so well that they put him on Saturday too, Saturday night. You know who I'm talking about? Because there's only one who's Saturday.
The president right now is
Sunday.
just saying hello and thank you to everybody in the room, and it is quite a packed room. So this is something that could potentially go on for a while. We are going to step away from that for just a minute and tell you about what's happening in LA. You've been following the news of what occurred at the Reiner residence on Sunday, the brutal death of not only Rob Reiner, but his wife, Michelle Singer Reiner. Earlier today, I got the chance to speak with Michael Babcock. He's the executive producer of TMZ. They broke this story on Sunday. They have been on top of every detail, and I had a chat with him about where the investigation stands.
Nick was arrested on Sunday night at about 9 p.m. and he has been in custody since. Initially, there was a $4 million bond, which was then changed to no bond. So he wasn't going anywhere. But the reality was that he had not yet been charged, and nobody knew what he would ultimately be charged with. We now know it's going to be 2 counts of first-degree murder with special circumstances. Now, there are 2 ways that the officials here, the DA, could approach this. They could seek life without the possibility of parole. Clearly, that would mean that Nick Reiner would never walk free again. Or the death penalty is on the table because of that special circumstance. Now, it doesn't mean that the DA is going to seek the death penalty. I imagine that he is going to get with the remaining family, the Reiner family, and ask what their wishes are and what would they like to see happen here. And I think that will weigh heavily on his decision. We will see, though. 2 counts, first-degree murder with special circumstances for allegedly murdering his mother and his father.
Based on what we were able to learn from the press conference and what your sources are telling you, do the details of the crime measure up to a death penalty case?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's so egregious. I mean, the thought of harming the people who brought you into this world, I mean, it's almost too shocking to even believe that it's real. And then when you consider his history, Nick is 32 years old. He has, and it's been well documented, since he was 15 years old, more than half of his life at this point, he has battled issues, a lot of it originating from substance abuse issues that has caused him to at times be homeless. But throughout that period, that near 20-year period, his mom and his dad have desperately tried to help him. And as a matter of fact, we were told from people who are familiar with the way that Rob and Michelle were thinking about their son and what was going on with them, they felt exasperated. They were at wit's end, was the way that it was put to us. Not because they didn't love him. They did. They loved him so much. They were just, I think, at the point where they were ready to pull their hair out because they just didn't know what to do to help him anymore. They were that desperate to get their son in a place where he could live life in a functional way and he could be happy and they could be happy and everyone could get along. And obviously it doesn't seem like that happened given what he has now been accused of.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that is most tragic. Is it doesn't appear, I didn't know them, but it doesn't appear as if these are 2 people who buried their heads in the sands, not willing to recognize that their son had a problem. It seems like it was the exact opposite, that they were trying everything, including, I read a report from Maria Shriver, who apparently was very, very close to the couple, who said that they were talking about family troubles
right.
with Nick and how they wanted to help and how they had tried everything. And so this leads me to ask about the Conan O'Brien Christmas party because something happened at that party. And that was right before the murders.
Absolutely. And I think it's ultimately going to be very important and play a crucial role in what ultimately allegedly happened here. But every year, Conan O'Brien throws a holiday party, and it's kind of like a ritzy and a glamorous event where a lot of his celebrity friends will get together. And Conan O'Brien and the Reiners were friends, and they would often attend the party. And it was no different this year. Everybody gets dressed up nice. You wear a suit. You've got a dress on, and everyone attends the party and has a good time. Well, they brought Nick this year. We were told, however, Nick just seemed out of place at the event. He was wearing a hoodie, was acting very aloof and detached, and not conversating with people, and it just seemed like something was off with Nick. Then later on in the night, we were told that Rob Reiner and Nick got into a big fight, a big argument, a blowout verbal altercation that was so bad and so intense that Rob Reiner and Michelle ultimately left the party. It's unclear if Nick left the party or not, but mom and dad did leave. Obviously, then that Saturday night on Sunday at about 3:40 p.m., their daughter Rami walks into their Brentwood home and finds her parents slain and calls 911. Obviously, the Conan party was one of the last places where they were seen publicly. In fact, the last place they were seen out publicly together.
Is the general working theory from what you're hearing from your sources that they were killed in their sleep or killed at their home or killed in the middle of the night? Do we know? Because it seems like there's now a huge gap of time that needs to be filled in. And that's what investigators.
I don't know if interesting is the right word, but this, I think, is a crucial piece here that the investigators are going to have to figure out. So, Conan party Saturday night, they have the fight. Sunday morning at 4 a.m., Nick, who was living in the Brentwood compound, a big, beautiful house where they lived, he checks into a hotel, 4 a.m. in Santa Monica. One night, pays with a credit card. We were told, looked out of it, but not that he had any wounds on him or he was bloodied. Nothing like that. Ultimately, checkouts the next morning at 11 a.m. He never physically actually checks out. When it comes time for the hotel staff to go and clean the room and get it prepared for whoever's going to stay in that room next, the room is a bloody mess when they walk in. Now, this is probably sometime around 11 a.m., noon, in that time frame. This is before his Rob Reiner and Michelle were found. This was 4 hours or so before. The room is a bloody mess. The window is covered with a sheet, and there's blood on the bed. There's blood on the walls, the rug, all over the place. Obviously, at that point, police are called. So I think the question is here, was something allegedly done to the Reiners before Nick checked into that hotel? And was he able to hide whatever blood he might have had on his person until he could get in the room? And then did he sort of, as he's kind of taking his clothes off, is blood then transferred into the hotel room? Or does he allegedly sneak out of the hotel room after he checks in at 4 p.m., go back to his parents' home, harm them, and then comes back to that hotel room and gets the room all bloodied, kind of sneaking back in without anybody seeing him? I think those are the two possibilities there. It's got to be one of those two, as long as he is behind this crime, as obviously the district attorney and the police think he is.
Do you think, and do your sources believe that we are going to find a motive here, that we are going to know what really happened?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think we likely will, because the reality is you had a lot of people at that Conan party who saw and heard what happened. You've got a lot of people who are really familiar with the inner workings and the family dynamic. So I think perhaps we don't find out exactly verbatim what might have been said if this argument carried over back to the home and it turned violent. I don't know that we will ever find that out. I hope so. I hope so for the family's sake. I think we will learn more, though, about the dynamic between them. And they were really integrated into that community there. I mean, one of the first calls after Rami Reiner made this phone call to police, asking for help desperately, one of the first people she called was Billy Crystal, who then came over to the scene. And Billy Crystal was there with his wife. He was dear friends with Rob Reiner. He actually saw his friend's body before it was taken away. That's how quick he got to the scene. So I think they really were a part of that, an integral part of that community. And I do think a lot of people really were in the know about what was going on with Nick, Robin, Michelle here.
It's shocking that the details of that fight haven't yet come out. I mean,
Yeah.
there was a fight, but I mean, again, you're saying this was at a holiday party. This was
Right.
not in a private room someplace. This was out in the open. One last thing, we also understand that Alan Jackson has been retained to represent
Yeah.
him and to represent Nick, and of course he's presumed innocent. But boy,
Yeah.
oh boy, he's one of the heavy hitters in terms of defense attorneys.
I could not agree more. I mean, you want to talk about somebody who will put up a formidable defense. It's Alan Jackson. Just obviously is very successful with Karen Reed. He got Kevin Spacey off of some very serious charges. And I think, you talk about the Agnifilos, and obviously I know a case that's happened in your backyard in New York City. But I think he is right up there with the best defense attorneys that you could ever want. So he's gonna be the guy on the other side of Nathan Hochman's office here, and they know for sure now that they have got a fight on their hands, and they better make sure that they are buttoned up across the board, because he is, again, a very competent defense attorney, as competent as they come.
What, as we head into tonight, tomorrow, and the next couple of days, what are you focused on? What is TMZ working on that the rest of us should be waiting to hear?
I'll say this. Speaking of Alan Jackson, he is already seemingly working on a defense. He was at the Reiner's home today, and he went to the courthouse and he went over to the home, already checking things out.
And our thanks to Michael Babcock from TMZ for sharing that update with us. We're going to stay on top of that story. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back right after this. Stay with us. You're watching Newsroom Live. On this Tuesday, December I believe it's the 16th, honestly. I think that's what it is. We're just looking at Fort Lee, everybody heading over the bridge. And of course, Lady Liberty freezing her buns out there in the harbor. Thanks for hanging with us here on Newsroom Live. We're going to take a quick look at what's happening at the White House right now. President Trump addressing a Hanukkah celebration. Let's listen in.
Are we okay over there? Just want to make sure you're okay. You okay? Good. I want to make sure you're perfect. Okay? Thank you very much, yeah. Yeah, is there a doctor? Get a doctor over there, please, just in case. Go ahead, hop over there, please. Okay? Good. Thank you very much. Everything good? Okay. great person. Against overwhelming odds, a small band of Jewish fighters rose up to defend the Jewish people's right to worship freely. When they reclaimed the Holy Temple, they found only a single flask of sacred oil, just enough to keep the menorah's light burning for one night. They wanted that light to burn just for one night. Yet, as the story goes, that small flame endured for 8 days. Do you know that story? Does everybody know that story? For thousands of years,
So
the miracle
I am
of Hanukkah
told, well,
has reminded
from my
us of
understanding,
God's
the
love
president
for
is going
Jewish people
through
as well as their
why there are
enduring
8 days of
resilience and
Hanukkah,
faith
the
in the
miracle
face
of the oil that
centuries
lasted
of
for 8 days. That is my extent of what he is talking about right now. Of course, he's celebrating the Hanukkah, but I'm not up on all of my Jewish studies. I do know that this is a story of, right, Brian, am I right? The oil lasting for the full 8 days. It was supposed to last one day, and it went 8 days. All right, so the president's going to continue to talk there. We are going to stay on the religion theme, but switch gears and head on over into a priest shortage that is impacting local Catholic community. This is Sharon Crowley's latest edition of Finding Faith.
Why do you want to become a priest?
I decided to be a priest because it's something that makes me happy, makes me complete.
I feel joyful about the life I have chosen to live.
We are, in the best sense, a fraternity. A group of brothers who are all responding to the call of the Lord Jesus.
St. Joseph's Seminary in the Dunwoody section of Yonkers has a centuries-old tradition of preparing young men for the Roman Catholic priesthood.
I felt this is how I also want to serve the Lord as a priest.
29-year-old seminarian Callistus Ibe left his home in Nigeria to study here. Once he's ordained, he plans to serve in the parish in the Diocese of Brooklyn.
Did you ever have any doubts or did you question your decision?
Of course, I did a couple of times, especially actually in college.
Callistus consulted a spiritual advisor about his doubts.
He did ask me a single question: are you happy being in the seminary?
His answer came easily.
And I told him, yes, I feel happy being here.
He's one of 75 men enrolled here at the seminary, which at its height had more than 200 seminarians. For decades now, there has been a steady decline in the number of young men choosing this vocation.
We've been through a bit of a slump. I think COVID impacted our efforts at recruitment.
Bishop James Massa is the rector and president of St. Joseph's Seminary. He answered God's call to serve 40 years ago. Since that time, the reputation of the Catholic Church here and worldwide has been marred by the clergy's sex abuse scandal.
It's been a time of purification. It's been a time of introspection for the Church. We failed in profound ways in protecting young people.
Here at St. Joseph's Seminary in Yonkers, they've been training and educating young men to become Catholic priests since 1896. In more modern times, things are more challenging, and they'd like to see that change here and attract more men to consider a life in the priesthood.
We're beginning to see lots of interest through the college campus ministry associations.
At the beginning it was not easy because, again, transition from one place, from the type of life to another life, requires a lot of commitment, discipline.
Seminarian Juan Herrera is 36. Juan left his home and his family in Colombia to come here to study for several years. He was ordained in June.
Blessed are you, Lord God of all creation.
On this night, he's doing homework, practicing celebrating Mass.
It sounds like you think the world is in need of more priests.
Yes.
Because?
Because they need somebody to look at it. Somebody who lead them to new realities where people can find hope, joy.
The bishop agrees.
The greatest joy in life comes when you make a gift of yourself to others. And that's what a priest does.
And our thanks to Sharon for that. All right, we have just about a minute left here in Newsroom Live on this Tuesday. I thought it'd be a good idea if we checked in on the Powerball. Have you played? What's the saying? You got to be in it to win it? Well, this is one you want to be in. $1.25 billion on the line. A winning Powerball ticket could make all of your dreams come true, not just your holiday dreams come true. And as I understand it, the next drawing is Wednesday, tomorrow, $1.25 billion. Look at that cash value, Brian. $572 million. Yes, please. I will say please. I could do a lot of good with that money. And do a lot of damage too. The jackpot obviously has soared to $1.2 billion. Second largest Powerball prizes here, behind the more than $1.78 billion that was won in September. If you want a chance to win, the drawing is tomorrow night. You got to be in it to win it. I mean, do they get to a point where like the numbers don't go that high anymore? I don't know. Listen, if you win, whoever you are out there, remember, you and I, we're friends. I've been nice to you. Thank you for joining us here on Newsroom Live. We'll let the thoughts of all the cash flowing into your bank account carry you. See you on Fox 5 News at 10 coming up in just a little.
Thanks for watching Fox 5's Newsroom Live. We're now joining Live Now's non-stop stream of live and breaking news.
That are now in Congress that were unthinkable to be in Congress 12, 13, 14 years ago, 15 years ago. Within days of taking office, I signed a historic executive order to combat the vile scourge of anti-Semitism, as you know. It's the strongest executive order of its kind ever signed. And we're also mobilizing federal resources to protect Jewish students and faculty. The faculty is under siege. The students are under siege. When you look at Columbia, you look at Harvard, you look at some of these schools, what's going on. But the faculty on campuses across America and are deporting foreign jihadist sympathizers and terrorist supporters at record levels. We're deporting them. We're not putting them in jails, we're deporting them. I terminated the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, and this summer, we obliterated Iran's nuclear program like nobody's ever seen. And even that CNN fake news, they're back there, the camera's roaring. The light will go off in any second now. They hate when I mention their name because they know it's only bad because they're crooked as hell. They're fake news, you know, the term. I think it's one of my better terms, Sid, right? I don't think anybody takes it away. We have some good ones, Pocahontas, but I think fake news is probably pretty good. The only problem is it's actually not strong enough. You know, fake, it's crooked, corrupt, disgusting news, but we'll have to do with fake. But fake, Sid, fake isn't strong enough. That's the only problem. It's actually, I wish I could come up with a word that's really more powerful than fake, but fake is good enough. But CNN with the attack on Iran, they said, well, I used the word we obliterated them. You know why? Because the pilots told me they know better than anybody, and the pilots told everything, and then we had visuals. And these pilots are coming back after having endured the most dangerous ride. I said, did you guys, I had them all to the Oval Office. After 2 weeks after the attack, I had them all. I had the pilots, and I had the people that maintain the planes. I had the people that fly the tankers. We had 52 tankers because we had the 7 major planes. We also had 4 planes flying in different, of the B-2, flying in different directions. Iran didn't know what the hell was happening. But we had a whole force of F-22s, most beautiful fighter jet ever made, most powerful fighter jet ever made. And F-35's a brand new one. And they're stealth. Believe me, they're stealth because they went into Iranian airspace and Iran never saw anything. And it was, think of this, 2 o'clock in the morning. It was dark at night. There was no moon at all, no light, no nothing. And every single bomb went right down those air shafts into granite mountains, right down those air shafts. At 2 o'clock in the morning with no vision, every single bomb hit its target. And CNN said on the way back, they were on the way, they hadn't even landed yet, well, maybe the attack wasn't that bad. Because I used the word obliteration. I turned out to be right. The Atomic Energy Commission shortly thereafter said it was total obliteration. Iran actually said it was total obliteration. In fact, they said touchdown. Yeah, it was a touchdown. but it was amazing. And we've never had an apology from CNN, you know? So you have fake news against you, fake news. And I didn't fight for you. I wasn't fighting for you there. I was fighting for those pilots that were so brave to go there. When they came into the Oval Office, I said, you can't seriously enjoy this. They said, sir, we enjoy every minute of it. We were practicing this and the predecessors. We were practicing for 22 years, they said. For 22 years they were practicing. And no president had the courage to let them go and do that. They wanted to do it for 22 years. And the predecessors, mean the young pilots at the time. But for 22 years, 3 times a year, they were practicing that run. And I'm the one that said, let's go get them, let's do it. And if we didn't, and they thanked me. But I did say to the pilots, you know, enough is enough. I said, do you really like being in that plane when they're waiting for you? They know you're coming, it's dark. It's cold, it's everything is, and you're in a plane, and there are bullets flying all over the place. Sir, I wouldn't trade this for anything in the world. Can you believe these people? And I love you people, but I'm not getting in that plane. I love you guys, but these people are unbelievable. The talent they have, the way they can fly those things, the way they can aim it at a target in the dark of night, the darkest you've ever seen. They wanted to be as dark as possible. They didn't want anything. And the only time anybody could see those planes was when those bomb chutes open up, because it becomes totally unstealth when it goes. I explained that to Mark Levin once. You're going in, you go like this, and as soon as it goes like this, for some reason, the plane is totally visible, not good. And I watched it happening, and just, it's like I'm sitting home watching it. You know, it's amazing. The Situation Room is an amazing place. But I watched him go bing, bing. It went bing, bing, and 2 massive 100,000-pound bombs come pouring out. And the job they did was incredible. I mean, compare that to, I mean, look, I thought he was a nice man, but compare that to the Jimmy Carter attack on Iran. That was not good, with the helicopters and the men running all over the place trying to get the hell out of there. This was not good. This was the single greatest military attack that anyone's ever seen. And that sort of put an end to, we helped Israel very much, as you know, with their attacks on Iran before that, but that really put an end to it, because they were about a month away from having a nuclear weapon. I officially recognize the true capital of Israel and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. Is Julie good? She right? Or where's Julie? Oh, good. I thought it was you that went down. It wasn't you? Oh, good. I was worried about, I didn't care about anybody else. I said, is Julie in trouble? I thought it was you. Good. It's somebody else. I wish them good luck, but I don't want that to happen to Julie. That's Mark's wife, by the way. And yeah, we love Julie. But I didn't see Julie ever going down. She's like a rock, right? Mark, she's a rock. I wouldn't want to have her as my enemy. She was also a great lawyer, by the way. I also recognize the Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. Right? And that's one they didn't even ask me. Even Sheldon, who is the most aggressive human being there is in the entire world, this incredible woman, although she had total control. He was aggressive with everybody, but Miriam, he would play games with Miriam, but he was actually a sweetheart. But he never even asked me about the Golan Heights, because he said, that's a step too far. I actually gave it because I called up. I heard so much about Golan Heights. From Jason Greenblatt, I heard it, from so many people. And I actually asked David Friedman. I said, he was the ambassador at the time, good guy. He said, and by the way, Mike Huckabee's doing a great job now. Two good ones, two very good ones. But I asked David Friedman, I don't know if David's here, but I asked him, because he is so Israel-oriented. I mean, he's great. I said, David, tell me about Golan Heights in 5 minutes or less. You know, I'm taking in like 1,000 years of history in 5 minutes. I said, give it to me in 5 minutes or less. And after about 2 minutes, I said, I understand. You need it so badly for so many other reasons. You need it for defense. You know, in the old days, before we had all the sophisticated radar and all the things, it was everything, because you were up high. But I learned enough, and I signed the Golan Heights, the rights to the Golan Heights over to Israel. Nobody thought that was possible to get. They've been working on it for 70 years, Mark. 70 years. You know, planes would fly into places that have meetings that would last 2-3 days. All they talked about was the Golan Heights, right, Jason? And nobody ever did anything, but I did it, and we did it quickly. And I say, good luck to you. Then I found out the value of it, trillions of dollars. It could be worth, if you think, trillions of dollars. I said, maybe I should have asked him for something. But with Jared Kushner's help, Jared has been a great fan of Israel, the Kushner family. And by the way, how good is Steve Witkoff doing, right? You know, I got Steve involved in Russia, Ukraine, and the Middle East. We have, by the way, bottom line, we have legitimate peace in the Middle East. You know, you may have a little outbreak every once, but we have 59 countries all signed on. They'll do whatever is necessary. And Hamas, say what you want. Hamas, you know, we got back all of the hostages and all of the dead, young, beautiful people that were dead. And nobody thought that would happen. In fact, I even said, the toughest are going to be that final 20. We're never going to get them. But we played very tough, and we were very tough. We meant it. And we wanted to get back the 28 dead. 28 dead, young, beautiful people dead. Most of them, I think, pretty young. All of them pretty young. And the parents came up to me, and I told the story before. We had another little celebration of Hanukkah before. But I told the story before where the parents were as dedicated to getting their dead son back as they were to getting the live son back. It was an amazing and a beautiful thing, but I didn't think it would be possible. And then when we got the 20 back, when we got the live back, we didn't have anywhere close to the 28 dead. And I said, there's no way, but I said, you got to get it back. You got to get them back. I told that to Hamas, you got to get them back. And you know what? One by one by one, we got them back. And we got the last one back. We got them all back. And amazing, though, those parents were as dedicated, I can't say more, but they were as dedicated as the parents who knew their son was alive, and they begged to have him. And I'm very proud of it. I thought the last 20, and it was tough, you had to know. But Steve Witkoff was great. Jared Kushner was great. And, you know, Jared's a brilliant guy, we all know. But Steve's a great deal maker. But I noticed one thing about him. He had the greatest personality. He was a real estate guy in New York. He knew less about rivers and meets and bounds in Russia and the various places he's working on. He knew nothing about it. But I recognized for 20 years, I've been dealing with everybody in New York. I said, Steve has the best personality. I have other guys that are great deal makers, but you have to go into World War III before the deal. We didn't want that. I said, everybody loves Steve. He's a great deal maker, but everybody loves him. And that's what turned out to be. People love Steve. And I think we're going to be pretty close. I mean, we're going to see. I thought the easiest war to settle would be Russia, Ukraine, because they have a good relationship with Putin. It would have never happened if I were president. That would have never, and it didn't happen for 4 years. Putin understood, would have never, ever happened. But Steve has done a fantastic job, and he loves Israel, and he's done a great job. So we did Israel, and we did peace in the Middle East, and we have a real peace. That's a real peace. If Hamas acts up, they know it's big trouble. And we have Hezbollah, as you know, in Lebanon, and they're big trouble. But we have peace, and we have many countries that want to go in and take out Hezbollah if it happens, if we want to do it. Not just Israel, many countries would do it. There's tremendous unity now in the Middle East, and we really do. We really have peace in the Middle East for the first time ever, so it's an honor. It's an honor. So we did our ceasefire agreement to end the war in Gaza, which everybody said was an impossibility, and we begin the new era of that beautiful peace in a place that nobody thought peace was possible, the Middle East. So congratulations, everybody in this room. Everybody wanted it. But the story of Hanukkah reminds us that light will always prevail over darkness, and faith and triumph over fear. Together, let us honor the eternal flame and the faith that has always protected the Jewish people. You are protected. You are special, special people. You are special people. So I want to thank everybody. I want to wish you all a happy Hanukkah. And you know, this is the first time that I've ever brought up notes to make a speech for. We call them the Christmas dinners. I call them the Christmas Hanukkah dinners, if that's okay. I hope you don't mind. But I call them New Year's dinners too. But I've made about 20 of them so far. I never had any others. So I brought this up. You know why? I've done so much for Israel that I have to read. Look at it. I got like pages. And I don't want to leave anything out. I don't want to leave Golan Heights out. I want to tell you what we did. But it's an honor to help you. I have so many friends, and a lot of you are right in this audience. Very special group of people. You know, for every time we have one of these parties, we have to turn down 10 people for everyone that makes it. It's the White House. Soon you'll have a ballroom that's so big I can handle. And we just won the case today. Did you know that, Mark? We just won the case. We got sued. We're donating a $400 million ballroom, and we got sued not to build it. For 150 years, they've wanted a ballroom, and we're giving them, myself and donors are giving them, free of charge, for nothing. We're donating a building that's approximately 400 million. I think I'll do it for less, but it's 400. I should do it for less. I will do it for less. But just in case I say 400, otherwise if I go $3 over, the press will say, it costs more. I build under budget and ahead of schedule. Right, Jason? Always. I know how to build under budget. I build good. But we won the case. They asked for a restraining order to stop us from building a magnificent ballroom. I said, who would ask for a restraint? We're giving them, Sid, a $400 million. It'll be the most beautiful ballroom, and it'll handle inaugurations. It's got 5-inch thick glass windows. It's impenetrable by anything but a howitzer. It's impenetrable. Now, I will say, if I'm up making a speech someday, Mark, and I hear ding, 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 I'm out of there. But it's going to be one of the greatest. I think it'll be the greatest ballroom anywhere in the world. But I said, who else but in our country would sue to stop a $400 million beautiful ballroom that people have been after for the White House? The White House has wanted a ballroom for 150 years. You know, they used to use a tent, and they have a tent, and the tent would go in a very low area because it's the only area that can handle a big tent. And if it rained, the rain would go over the woman's beautiful shoes with the high heels, about 6-7 inches worth of water. They'd be sitting in the water, and people said, would rather have that than a brand new. This ballroom is going to be amazing. Also designed to handle the inauguration so that you have total safety from not only the weather. January 20th is always a disaster from the coldness standpoint. But, you know, we had it in the Capitol, and there was nothing more beautiful. But from a safety standpoint, we can do better. So we're going to have something that's really, really spectacular. And I thank the judge on the case for the courage in making the proper decision, because we didn't want to be held up. We would win that automatically anyway, but we didn't want to be held up or delayed. We want to go, and right outside you see the pile drivers going boom, 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 and my wife is being driven crazy. She said, this is not what I had in mind. You know, the first day she was great. She heard these piles that go down 150 feet into the ground, boom. Second day she was okay. Third day she wasn't thrilled, and after that it's been brutal. But you know what? You're going to have the greatest ballroom anywhere in the world, and you're going to love it. It's going to fit beautifully with the White House. Happy Hanukkah. Have a great year. We love you, and we love Israel. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, David. Good luck, everybody. Go get them, Harvey. Don't disappoint these people. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, you read the prayers. Read the prayers into the mic.
Good evening. We're about to proceed to light the menorah. Mr. President, you know that I'm Jewish. You know that I'm American. You heard? Yeah. You know that I'm American, but you may not know that a very large part of my family lives in Australia. And that includes some of those who had escaped the attack and some who didn't. And all I can say is, listening to them on the other side of the world speak about you, you don't just express solidarity, you practice solidarity with the Jewish people. And you practice solidarity with Israel, perhaps in a way we've never seen before, to the extent that many people say and many people believe that you may very well be, even among the friends of Israel and the Jewish people we've had, the strongest, the deepest friend that Israel and the Jewish people have ever had here in the White House. That's not to negate anything anyone has done for us, but just to tell you how so many people feel about you. We're going to light the menorah, which gives us a message of the victory of right over might, of justice over tyranny, of light over darkness. And it is especially in this time when the Jewish people has so much of a burden that we need this light. We need this strength, not only from each other, but from you, Mr. President, who constantly remind the world that even if they all turn against us, God forbid, you never will. And so I think that it is a great honor that I've been invited to lead the lighting of the menorah here this year. And I want to wish you and your family good health and happiness, strength and safety to our troops, serving stateside abroad. May God bless America. May God bless Israel. May God bless the Jewish people. Thank you. We're going to make two blessings. We're going to make two blessings, after which we're going to light 3 candles. And then all those who know the words can join us in Ma'oz Tzur. Please join if you know the words and the tune. Thank you very much. Wish everyone a happy Hanukkah. Thank you.
Happy Hanukkah. Hello, everyone. So I'm Howard Lutnick, and I am proud to serve as the Secretary of Commerce for President Trump. President Trump, from the campaign trail and every day since, has been committed to the Jewish Israel. And I told everyone on the campaign trail that President Trump would be the best friend in the White House the Jews and Israel has ever had, and he has delivered exactly that, exactly that. He speaks with moral clarity. When the fake news would come at him and say Israel and the IDF were committing genocide, each and every time he came at the media, at the fake news, and said, no, it was October 7th when they murdered, they raped, and they killed babies. He made it crystal clear each and every time, and that is why I love serving in the administration of Donald J. Trump, the greatest president ever. Thank you. Happy Hanukkah, everyone.
We were just watching live as President Trump spoke at a Hanukkah celebration at the White House that just concluded. Right now, we also want to tell you about something that's happening tomorrow. President Trump put this out on Truth Social. He said, "My fellow Americans, I will be giving an address to the nation tomorrow night, live from the White House at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. I look forward to seeing you then. It has been a great year for our country, and the best is yet to come." So President Trump expected again to give an address from the White House tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will bring you that live here on Live Now from Fox. Let's step away for a short break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. President Trump is expressing his full support for his chief of staff after a bombshell article that was published in Vanity Fair. Susie Wiles says the president has what she calls an alcoholic's personality. She also made comments about the president's attorney general, saying they whiffed on the handling of the Epstein files. Fox News senior White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich reports more on this story from the White House.
If any of us have learned a lesson from that Vanity Fair article, I hope that the lesson is we should be giving fewer interviews to mainstream media outlets.
President Trump's inner circle defending his chief of staff, Susie Wiles, after a series of interviews produced what she called a disingenuously framed hit piece, saying in a statement on X, "I assume after reading it that this was done to paint an overwhelmingly chaotic and negative narrative about the president and our team."
Many people in this building spoke with that reporter, and those comments were never included in the story, probably because it didn't push this false narrative of chaos and confusion that the reporter was clearly trying to push.
The article includes Wiles speaking candidly about the administration's mistakes, like Elon Musk chaotically gutting USAID, suggesting a link between his alleged use of the drug ketamine. Wiles also said Pam Bondi, quote, completely whiffed in her early handling of the Epstein files and appeared to contradict the president's claims that he has never been on Epstein's plane. On Venezuela, Wiles reported comments also undercut the administration's stated motive, interdicting drugs, saying Trump, quote, wants to keep on blowing boats up until Maduro cries uncle. Cabinet members who Wiles appeared to be slighting in the piece coming to her defense. Bondi posting, "We are family. We are united." Vice President J.D. Vance, who Wiles reportedly described as a conspiracy theorist, also downplaying alarm.
Sometimes I am a conspiracy theorist, but I only believe in the conspiracy theories that are true.
President Trump told the New York Post he agrees with Wiles' statement that he has an alcoholic's personality, saying, "I've said that many times about myself. I'm fortunate I'm not a drinker." But the interviews briefly derailed the administration's plans to focus exclusively on economic messaging.
Unfortunately, I have to ask a bit of an off-topic question from affordability because news events do intervene.
And Susie Wiles, we have our disagreements. We agree on much more than we disagree, but I've never seen her be disloyal to the President of the United States.
One piece of news buried in the article's drama came from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who said if Vice President J.D. Vance decides to run for president in 2028, he will be the Republican nominee and Rubio will be his supporter. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
For more on this story, let's bring in political reporter Sophia Kai, who has been covering this. Thank you so much for being here.
Of course.
So I know there's a lot of bombshell points made in this Vanity Fair article. Can you give us the highlights? What were the biggest revelations or comments that stood out to you?
I mean, look, I think two things, right? One of them, how hard she came down on Elon Musk, and also, comments about President Trump having an alcoholic personality. I think that second comment was something that this morning, when I started to talk to people close and inside the White House, they were really bracing to see what would President Trump make of that. Remember, President Trump is someone who does not drink. He lost his own brother to alcoholism, and this is something that has impacted him deeply. So, people felt that if there was anything that Trump might take issue with, it would be that. But later in the day, Trump came out and said, look, I do have a very addictive personality. I don't drink, but if I did, I may be an alcoholic. Effectively, that's a sign that Trump still feels full confidence in Susie Wiles.
Wiles also made some comments about some foreign affairs issues, talking about the Venezuela boat strikes as well as the Russia-Ukraine conflict. What does she have to say on those issues, and how do those compare with the information the White House has been putting out on those?
Look, I think she really takes us behind the scenes in a way that is rare, right? You have a chief of staff who, even when her name gets mentioned in an article, that gets run all the way up the chain. And what she's really doing there is giving us a window. She did 11 interviews, and it's as these things were happening that she takes us into the room. And there are some cases, right, talking about asking President Trump to hold off on announcing tariffs. She mentioned that she had an agreement with President Trump that any sort of retribution actions would be limited to 90 days. Trump blew past both of those. So, she kind of takes us into the mindset of what is it like to attempt to rein in Trump.
And there has been a lot of reaction since this piece was published, both publicly and privately. What are you hearing about the president and other officials reacting to this piece?
So publicly, everyone is united, right? There are a couple of voices who represent the MAGA base who are publicly incensed that they even agreed to do this interview in the first place. And I think, look, publicly, everyone from Don Jr. to cabinet members to Russ Vought, the head of OMB, have supported Susie Wiles. But privately, people were shocked. People I spoke to said, look, if this were any other chief of staff, they would be preparing their resignation letters by now. People told me that they felt that Susie got played. But of course, these comments are happening on background in private. The fact that after sitting for 11 interviews and having a story like that drop in the morning on a day where the vice president is making a campaign stop, and still to have, most of the cabinet as well as senior figures in the White House come out defending her, that just shows you how much respect and how much power she wields.
And as chief of staff, she does have a unique perspective into the administration. Can you tell us a little bit about what the chief of staff's role is and the insight that she would have compared to maybe other roles in the organization, in the administration?
It's a great question. So as chief of staff, you're someone whose job it is to manage President Trump's priorities. Susie Wiles came into this role not being in the limelight. I think that's rare for someone in the White House. She prefers to have, a behind the scenes role. And it's a very big one because typically when the president is deciding what to do on an issue and there are different groups of people trying to convince him of different things, Susie Wiles is the last person in the room with him. And she's in the room with him every step of the way. So she probably has the most real look at how events are happening, and she knows where the bodies are buried. I think this is her sitting for 11 interviews. That's actually not a lot of time. And as someone who's had some interactions with Susie, we know her to be extremely careful, very intentional with what she does. She's very savvy at engaging with the media. And so this was not something that happened by accident. She did intend to sit for these interviews. She may not have liked what was put out there, but she did make this decision to be very open. And I think, it's rare. It's a luxury for the American people to be able to see that.
And a follow-up to what you just mentioned there, can you explain from a reporter's perspective the fact-checking procedures that would go into such a big piece like this? And is there a possibility, because this was a series of interviews, is there any possibility that maybe she didn't know that she was on the record for any of these conversations?
No, it's not possible. This was a series of interviews that took place. It's not just Susie Wiles who spoke with this reporter. It's a number of, there was a photo shoot that took place involving multiple members of the senior staff, including the sitting vice president. Today in her response to the article, she did say this was a bit of a hit piece, but she did not deny making those comments. So, I would highly doubt that, she didn't know she was being recorded. She didn't know that she was talking on the record. I think there are a lot of people in and around the White House who are pushing for the full tapes to be released because, people who are used to dealing with media, they feel that if an article comes out and you really don't like it, you want there to be receipts. You want more context to be explained. You don't want the sort of cherry picked, here are the spiciest comments that she's made. We'll see that play out in the next couple of days and weeks. But from a fact-checking perspective, when you have a story like this that is 10,000 words, it's 2 parts, around 5,000 word per part. Every single person who is named typically gets called. And, if she mentions them by name, typically there'll be a call that says, did this happen? The Chief of Staff of the United States says that's happened, and they'll be given a chance to comment. That's the case for every big magazine feature that I've worked on, and I'm sure it was the case for Vanity Fair as well.
Some great insight there. Thank you so much. And there has been some speculation that Wiles may be on her way out of the administration. Have you heard anything on that? And also, what sort of impact might this have on her legacy and her career?
This is a huge part of her legacy. She rarely speaks on the record, and the reporter she spoke to is a historian who has written extensively about chiefs of staff. He has other data points to compare this to, and it's likely why she agreed to sit down with him. I don't think that, she's on her way out. The president really likes her, trusts her, he calls her the most powerful woman in the world. And, when you're working for the president, especially this administration, having the president like you, even if others don't, that goes a very, very long way. And it really determines if you get to keep your job or not. So I think if she wants to stay, she will be able to stay in her role.
And of course, we have heard from President Trump still showing his support for Wiles amid all of this reaction. We also know that President Trump, at the same time that this is all happening, is going to be delivering a primetime address tomorrow night from the White House. What do you anticipate coming from that? Do you think he could address the Vanity Fair article during that speech?
Yeah, he actually addressed that today. So, he told the New York Post that he has full confidence, And look, I think President Trump also has deep respect for Susie Wiles' father, Pat Summerall, who is a sports broadcaster. It's a part of her story. I don't think that, the Vanity Fair article will, be a part of his scripted remarks. But of course, reporters will continue to ask him about this because it is a big deal. Susie Wiles is the person that no one expected to do this, and to do this with Vanity Fair. I think what I've heard from White House officials is why Vanity Fair? Of all of the places, why Vanity Fair? So, I think there's going to be lingering questions about this. This will be the thing that people continue to talk about because certainly, as one person put it to me, she does have some explaining to do. But it's also Susie Wiles, so it's not going to be the end of her career by any means.
All right, thank you so much for your insight. We will also continue to follow this story and the reaction that continues to come out. Political reporter Sophia Kai, thank you so much for being here with us.
Thanks.
And we do want to show you one more time the post from Susie Wiles herself in reaction to this Vanity Fair article. She says the article published early this morning is a disingenuously framed hit piece on me and the finest president, White House staff and cabinet in history. Significant context was disregarded, and much of what I and others said about the team and the president was left out of the story. I assume after reading it that this was done to paint an overwhelmingly chaotic and negative narrative about the president and our team. The truth is the Trump White House has already accomplished more in 11 months than any other president has accomplished in 8 years, and that is due to the unmatched leadership and vision of President Trump, for whom I have been honored to work for the better part of a decade. None of this will stop our relentless pursuit of making America great again. And we did hear from Vice President J.D. Vance speaking about this. We want to play out his comments. This is also from earlier today in response to this Vanity Fair article.
And you know why I really love Susie Wiles? Because Susie is who she is in the president's presence. She's the same exact person when the president isn't around. I've never seen Susie Wiles say something to the president and then go and counteract him or subvert his will behind the scenes. And that's what you want in a staffer. Because as much as I love Susie, the American people didn't elect any staffer. They elected the president of the United States. And what you want And what you want in a staffer is a person who understands they are there to effectuate the will of the American people, and they're there to follow the orders of the duly elected Commander-in-Chief of the United States. And Susie Wiles, we have our disagreements. We agree on much more than we disagree, but I've never seen her be disloyal to the President of the United States, and that makes her the best White House Chief of Staff that I think the President could ask for.
That was Vice President J.D. Vance speaking on Chief of Staff Susie Wiles in the Vanity Fair article that was published. We will continue to follow that story for you. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. Today we got an update from officials in Rhode Island on the deadly shooting at Brown University on Saturday that left 2 students dead, 9 others injured. Police also released new video of the suspect today that they're still searching for. Let's listen to that update from police this afternoon.
Good evening, everybody. It's Providence Mayor Brett Smiley with another update today. In just a moment, Colonel Perez will give an update on the investigation, including video that was released. That video was released just a little while ago. If you were here and do not have that video, you can see Camille or Julie, and they can send that to you while we're reporting. Additionally, Camille and Julie are your contact to be on the press distribution list to be advised of future announcements. At this time, I'll introduce Providence Police Chief Colonel Oscar Perez.
Thank you, Mayor. So as the Mayor stated, we're about to show you a video. If we can have the IT officer play. Thank you, Joe. So as the mayor stated, if you don't have these videos, please let us know. And the reason we have shown these videos, there's a purpose, right? So as you can see, they're enhanced photos, there's enhanced video footage. And so we're asking the public to ensure that they can see them. They can see here that you want to focus on the body movements, the way the person moved their arms, the body posture, the way they carry their weight. I think those are important movement patterns that may help you identify this individual, which is extremely important. Another thing that we're going to ask the public is if you have any type of camera system, including Teslas, in your property. In this video that you just saw behind me, it all comes from the residential block of Waterman Avenue, Power, Ives, and Hope Street. And it's those residential areas that we're asking the public to look, if you have any camera systems or any Teslas, like I mentioned, that you look at that footage and that you can reach out to us and please provide us anything that you have. And we're asking you to go back at least a week to do that. And the reason for that is because on Saturday night, the day of, we actually learned that this individual was in that neighborhood at around 10:30 in the morning. We also know in this profession that many criminals will case out an area weeks and days prior. And so it's important for us to ensure that we can have you look at that and help us. And the reason for that is because our offices, our agents, are looking at terabytes of data. And we're looking for a moment that is shorter than somebody taking a breath. It's incredible hard work to do that. And so we're asking the public to assist us with that. The other thing is the tip center. We have been receiving hundreds of tips. However, we're about close to 200 actionable tips that we're still conducting investigations on, which is incredible and is important. Again, keep in mind that this video footage is extremely important to us. And one more thing here that as a reminder, please remember that the number that we need you to call is 401-272-3121, as well as the link that the FBI provided, which is fbi.gov, Brown University shootings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colonel. Now we'll hear from FBI Special Agent in Charge, Ted Dux.
No, thank you, Mayor.
We were just hearing from officials in Rhode Island with an update on the shooting at Brown University. We're going to play more of that out for you. Thanks for watching Live Now from Fox. Before the break, we were playing out the latest update from officials in Rhode Island on the deadly shooting at Brown University. Let's listen to more of that update now. This is from a few hours ago.
No, thank you, Mayor, and good evening. My name is Ted Dox. I'm the Special Agent in charge of FBI Boston. On the heels of this tragedy, the strength and resilience of the people of Providence is a powerful reminder of the bonds that unite us. The men and women of the FBI, along with the law enforcement team standing before you, carry the victims with us as we work around the clock to bring the individual responsible for their injuries and deaths to justice. Today, the FBI is working with Brown University to do everything we can to provide services to those impacted by this horrific shooting. The FBI has almost 30 victim specialists, special agents, and analysts from all over the country who are here in Providence to support our survivors, the victims, and their loved ones. The FBI Victim Services Response Team is one of the many specialized FBI assets that have been deployed here to assist. The toll this type of tragedy takes on victims and their families is immeasurable, and we ask everyone to respect their privacy at this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you, Special Agent. Next, Attorney General Peter Nerona.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a lot to add other than that from my perspective. I think the investigation in a case like this, which is a challenging one, is going really well. On the third floor of this building, there are dozens of agents, detectives, led by Providence Police, prosecutors from my office, working to put together, and what you're seeing is just a portion of what they're working on right now. So they are literally, because I have seen at least part of it, the shift changes late at night. I think Rhode Islanders should take confidence in their work. They are veterans of what they do. They're smart, they're professional, and they're getting the resources from the mayor and the governor that they need, the state police as well, to get this job done, and I'm confident they're going to be able to do that. We just need a little bit of patience, as hard as it is to say that in this really horrible context. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Governor Dan McKee for an update now.
Thanks, Mayor. And right off the top, we're just making sure that the state is supporting Providence and Brown University, and then working with the FBI as well as our state police and the Attorney General to continue to provide information to the people in the state of Rhode Island. My information is that recently, today, we've met with all the university presidents in the state of Rhode Island. We know that we want to start a working group that will talk about enhancing the safety issues. And you'll see shortly that we'll be doing the same thing in terms of the mental health issues. And I think that's important as I'm out and about. We're hearing a great deal of anxiety coming from families and students and the general public. And that's one of the reasons why our state police has supported the Providence schools with presence as school begins and school ends in support of the mayor and his efforts to support the schools.
Thank you, Governor. We're also joined tonight by Brown University President Christina Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to begin by thanking the many law enforcement agencies who continue to work around the clock on this case. It's very impressive. I also want to thank the mayor and the governor for their continued support. The primary point that I wanted to address before we get to questions is that Brown is deeply committed to the safety and security and well-being of our community. And I've been deeply saddened to see people questioning that. We understand that as time goes on, there is maybe a natural instinct to assign responsibility for a tragic event like this. Anxiety and fear is very natural, but the shooter is responsible. Horrific gun violence took the lives of these students and hospitalized others. And it's deeply sad and tragic that schools across the country are targets of violence. Brown is no exception. We are cooperating fully with law enforcement, and again, we thank the multiple agencies that have been working so hard day and night with increased patrols to keep our campus safe and to investigate this horrific shooting. Thank you.
Thank you, President Paxson. I'll give a couple updates on behalf of the city, and then we'll take your questions. First, as has been discussed many times, we continue to have enhanced police presence throughout the city of Providence to help bolster the confidence and provide a sense of additional security to our residents. Today, we were aided by neighboring municipalities in Central Falls and North Providence with supplemental officers. We're grateful to our neighbors for sticking up and standing up with Providence. The state police continues to be an incredible partner, and I thank the governor.
COPD.
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
Right now on the 10 o'clock news.
As Cardinal Dolan prepares to retire from leading the New York Archdiocese, when we could learn who the Pope will pick to replace him.
Authorities releasing a new video timeline of a person of interest wanted in connection to that deadly shooting at Brown University.
And Nick Reiner now officially charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in the death of his parents, acclaimed director Rob Reiner and his photographer wife, Michelle. Good evening. Thanks for being with us. I'm Steve Lacey.
And I'm Natasha Verma. The charges were announced 2 days after the couple was found dead in their Brentwood home. And tonight, we're learning new details about Reiner's arrest and when he could make his first court appearance. Fox 8's Teresa Priolo is in the newsroom with the very latest. Teresa.
Yeah, Natasha and Steve, Nick Reiner was due in court today, but he didn't show. His lawyer, famed defense attorney Alan Jackson, said he was not medically cleared to be transported to the courthouse. It's unclear what that actually means. Nick Reiner's history of drug and alcohol abuse is well documented, and it has been for decades. There is suspicion that his troubles with addiction may have been what led him to allegedly murder his parents. Here is the LA prosecutor describing the charges he's facing.
These charges will be 2 counts of first-degree murder with the special circumstance of multiple murders. He also faces a special allegation that he personally used a dangerous and deadly weapon, that being a knife. These charges carry a maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. No decision at this point has been made with respect to the death penalty. We have requested, and currently Nick Reiner is being held without bail.
As you know by now, Rob and Michelle Reiner were Hollywood royalty. They were found dead inside of their Brentwood home on Sunday afternoon. It isn't clear when the crime actually occurred. According to TMZ, the Reiners were at Conan O'Brien's holiday party Saturday evening. Nick was there, but was apparently acting erratically. It's been reported that Rob and Nick got into some sort of huge fight at the party. Rob and Michelle left. It's not known if Nick also left at the same time. At 4 a.m., Nick reportedly checked into a hotel in Santa Monica and never checked out the next morning. So when the cleaning crew came in, the room was allegedly covered in blood. I spoke to TMZ executive producer Michael Babcock.
Was something allegedly done to the Reiners before Nick checked into that hotel? And was he able to hide whatever blood he might have had on his person until he could get in the room? And then did he sort of, as he's kind of taking his clothes off, is blood then transferred into the hotel room? Or does he allegedly sneak out of the hotel room after he checks in at 4 p.m., go back to his parents' home, harm them, and then comes back to that hotel room and gets the room all bloodied, kind of sneaking back in without anybody seeing him? I think those are the 2 possibilities there.
Nick was arrested Sunday after his parents were found dead in their home, the 32-year-old being held without bail. I should also note there is a massive outpouring of condolences for the Reiner family, including from Billy Crystal, who was one of the first people the Reiner's daughter, Romy Reiner, called after alerting 911. Natasha and Steve, back to both of you.
Teresa, thank you so much. And developing tonight, the NYPD giving an update on reports of a possible hate crime targeting 2 Jewish men on a subway in Brooklyn. The incident happened Monday night and was all caught on camera. Police say the victims, both in their early 20s, were approached by 2 men on a southbound 3 train who started cursing at them, grabbed them by their jackets, and threatened them. Earlier in the day, in a post on X, Mayor Adams called it a despicable act of violence and said, "We can never allow such hate and anti-Semitism to persist in our city." The NYPD says that it has reviewed videos from the train car and from social media, and based on all of the footage and audio, do not currently have evidence that anti-Semitic comments were made. They say it appears to have stemmed from a fight over seats.
And we're also following another developing story in Crown Heights where a man was stabbed late this afternoon. Police say the 35-year-old victim was walking on Kingston Avenue near Lincoln Place when he was stabbed in the chest. He was taken to the hospital and is in stable condition. At this time, the NYPD is investigating reports that this incident originated from anti-Semitic comments that were made by the suspect.
Well, investigators in Providence, Rhode Island are still trying to capture the suspect wanted for Saturday's deadly shooting at Brown University.
Okay, today they released a new video timeline that they hope will lead to his capture. Fox 5's Linda Schmidt here with more.
Well, you know, with that shooter still on the loose tonight, police in Providence, Rhode Island have released more enhanced videos of the person that they believe is the gunman. Authorities also say that they have received hundreds of tips. Go ahead, take a look at this. This is the video from home security cameras, and it shows the man walking through a neighborhood that borders the campus of Brown University, as well as the building where students were taking final exams on Saturday. Now, as you can see, he is wearing a dark ski cap, a green and black coat, and a face mask. The shooter, who opened fire inside that classroom, killing 2 students and injuring 9 others, was also wearing a mask. Now, the deadly shooting happened about 4 o'clock Saturday afternoon. The security cameras show the man walking around the neighborhood at 10:30 that morning, and then again about 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
We believe that he was actually casing out this area to commit the crime. That's a pattern that criminals do, and that's what he was doing.
Right now, earlier tonight, I spoke with a retired detective with the NYPD, and he says someone is bound to recognize the suspect.
I would hedge that this guy, it's not his first time in that school. There's some kind of history there, why he specifically targeted the victims. There's got to be spent shells that are recovered. And if they did recover that, there's going to be fingerprints, even DNA on it. So they're running that through the database.
Now, at this point, investigators are saying that they do not have any video of the shooter inside that classroom building because the area where the shooting happened is an old part of the building, and officials say it does not have surveillance cameras. Steve and Natasha, back over to you.
All right, Linda, thank you so much. Luigi Mangione, the suspect accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, was back in court for his pretrial evidence hearing. His defense team wants to exclude items seized during his arrest in Pennsylvania, including a gun and notebook found in his backpack. They claim investigators did not follow proper protocols. Prosecutors say that the search was legal. The judge expects the hearing to wrap up this week, and it picks back up on Thursday.
All right, now to a weather alert. We're dealing with another night of freezing temps.
That's right. Let's get a check of the forecast now with Chief Meteorologist Nick Gregory. Hey, Nick.
Hello there, Steve and Natasha. We're talking about temperatures that are definitely cold again, but not quite as. And that's going to be the theme of play over the next couple of days. I mean, we are down to 19 in Monticello and Scranton. We're still to 30 in the city, though. Everybody, of course, here below freezing. 27 in the Hamptons, 24 down to Belmar, upper 20s in the Hudson Valley. Southwest wind tonight, that'll be in play, only about 5 to 10 miles per hour. And we've had some clouds move through, but you can see now in the latest satellite loop that there's clearing taking place to the west. We'll see that come in. And we're also going to start to see potentially temperatures rise a little bit towards tomorrow morning as we do get into more of that southwesterly airflow. Keep an eye on that cold front, though. Eventually, that front's going to come back our way with moisture, and the result will be some rain by Thursday night on into at least the first half of Friday. But look to the south and west here. These temperatures have been actually rising this evening. These numbers yesterday were in the 20s to about 30. Chicago was only 21 yesterday. They're 40 today. Pittsburgh was 19 yesterday. They're 37 today. So you'll see a sign of things that'll be coming our way. All right, overnight lows again. We'll hit down to the teens, to low 20s in the suburbs, and about 26 or 27 in the city. It may rise a little bit towards morning as temperatures go above freezing on the island. Back to where we should be tomorrow. That's in the low to some mid-40s. Pretty good looking day. Not too much wind. Sunshine along with some clouds. Tomorrow night, again, the theme, not as cold. Mid-20s, colder suburbs to low to mid-30s around the city and along the coast. Now, on Thursday, these numbers are a little underdone. I think we're going to be pushing 50 or greater in a good part of the area, particularly New York City on south and westward. But as we go forward, look what's coming in for Thursday night, that rain, which will last into Friday. And Friday may see a record high temperature. Steve?
Very well. We like that. All right. Thanks, Nick. One person seriously hurt after jumping from the 4th floor to escape a fire in Brooklyn. Those flames broke out at an apartment building in Williamsburg around 11:30 this morning, right across the street from a large Jewish school. The NYPD bomb squad was called to investigate after 2 suspicious devices were found, but the NYPD says they were determined not to be a threat.
And developing tonight, President Trump has ordered a blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers into Venezuela. In a social media post, Trump accused the country of using oil to fund drug trafficking and other crimes. It comes a week after U.S. military forces seized an oil tanker off Venezuela's coast, and after recent strikes on suspected drug boats in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific, which are being scrutinized by some lawmakers on Capitol Hill.
Policies in the Caribbean are unclear. We don't know what the limits are. We don't know where they'll stop. We don't know what the ultimate goal is.
The process we have is legally sound. It's been supported by legal opinions for a quarter century now of how we find these people, we fix them, and we finish them.
There have been 25 known strikes on alleged drug boats since September, with at least 95 people killed. And President Trump will deliver an Oval Office address tomorrow night. The White House says that the president will talk about his administration's first year in office. In an interview with Fox News, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said that Trump will focus likely on issues like border security and the economy. And you can watch the president's address right here on Fox 5 tomorrow at 9 p.m.
Australian police ramping up their investigation into the alleged gunman behind a deadly terror attack at a Hanukkah celebration over the weekend. According to Australian officials, the alleged gunman, a father and son, appeared to be motivated by the Islamic State. Police say they located a vehicle linked to the younger suspect, which contained IEDs and homemade ISIS flags. They're also investigating a trip the two took to the Philippines in November.
We continue to work through the motive of this tragedy, and we'll continue to do so.
Australians lit a menorah today at the memorial site for the victims of the Bondi Beach mass shootings. Crowds grieved, left messages of condolences, and laid flowers for those who were killed on Sunday during what was supposed to be a joyous Hanukkah celebration. Well, as Pope Leo preparing to name a successor for Cardinal Dolan to lead the New York Archdiocese.
When we could learn about who will be the next person to lead the region's Catholic faithful.
And it was supposed to make the commute better. What riders are saying a week into the swapping of the F&M subway lines.
And more.
Very interesting. Multiple media reports, as you suggest, reporting that Pope Leo will be accepting Cardinal Dolan's resignation this week and naming his replacement as early as Thursday. Now, under church law, the cardinal, when he turned 75 last February, had to turn in his resignation. Pope Francis did not act on it, but priests that I spoke with tonight telling me Pope Leo appears ready to do so and name Cardinal Dolan's successor. Now, Dolan has led New York City's 2 million plus Catholics for the last 16 years, including through the COVID-19 COVID-19 pandemic. He has also guided the church through the clergy sex abuse scandal, announcing just this week the sale of church properties to pay survivors' settlements. Now, the New York Post, the Washington Times, and many other outlets are reporting that the new American Pope, who hails from Chicago, will name Bishop Ronald Hicks, also from the Chicago area, as the next Archbishop of New York. There he is there. I spoke with Father Gerald Murray about it a short time ago.
I think this is basically a certainty that that Bishop Hicks will become Archbishop Hicks, and I think this is probably going to happen on Thursday morning because there's been some activity scheduled on Thursday afternoon at St. Patrick's Cathedral. So from the looks of it, this thing is basically a done deal. He's very fluent in Spanish, which will be very helpful in the Archdiocese of New York. He was an administrative assistant to Cardinal Supik in Chicago as the Vicar General, so he's familiar with managing an organization. He's been a diocesan bishop in Joliet for, I'm not sure, maybe 5 or 7 years. So he's had experience at the helm of a diocese. He's 58 years old, and he does come from very close to where Pope Leo grew up in the south part of Chicago, south suburb of Chicago.
All right, guys, we could know more Thursday. A special Mass of Thanksgiving, I'm told, is being planned at St. Patrick's Cathedral for Thursday afternoon. So it'll be very interesting.
Yeah, big news for sure. All right, let's talk a little bit about the legacy that Cardinal Dolan leaves behind.
So 16 years. He started in 2009, which is great, and he's really shepherded a flock of 2 million plus Catholics through the COVID-19 pandemic and churches closing and streaming the masses, as well as we mentioned, coming up with settlements for those clergy sex abuse survivors. But I think he'll be most remembered for, and he's not, he's in great health, but he'll be most remembered for his gregarious personality, and because we're in the media, being very media friendly. There's not a camera he didn't love, and it's just so great to have such access to such a powerful leader of the Catholic Church here in New York.
Now, if Bishop Hicks is chosen, what do we know about his leadership style?
So he's actually more progressive, I'm told, than Cardinal Dolan, and you heard us say he's fluent in Spanish, and he did some missionary work in Latin America. He falls in line closer to Pope Francis. So, and you asked about Pope Leo. Pope Leo, we know, is a White Sox fan, but I understand Bishop Hicks is a Cubs fan, so we'll see.
Undoubtedly.
They'll learn to be Yankees fans once they get here.
Just going to have to, All right, Sharon, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, Congress scrambling to come up with a health care fix before the end of the year. Democrats want to extend around $100 billion in COVID-era Obamacare subsidies for another 3 years to prevent premiums from skyrocketing for millions of Americans. But that plan, along with a Republican proposal without a subsidy extension, have both failed to pass the Senate. In the House, some Republicans are frustrated with Speaker Johnson's approach and are trying to work around leadership to force a vote on a compromise bill with an extension.
The Democrats want to use this as an issue in the election, and seemingly the Republican leadership is going to allow them to do it. And it's idiotic.
This week is likely the last chance Congress will have to get a deal done before the new year.
And with only a few weeks left in office, Mayor Adams is reflecting on the last 4 years. He gave an end-of-term update from City Hall today. Adams says the administration set a record for the fewest number of shootings in recorded history, passed legislation to change zoning rules and address the city's housing crisis and overhaul the city's approach to homelessness and mental illness. He also addressed his corruption indictment, which was later dismissed by the Justice Department, and said it never stopped him from getting work done.
Back and look at the day that I was indicted. Every quarter we drop crime. Every quarter we build more housing. Every quarter we improve our reading and test scores. Every quarter we saw different initiatives roll out. We didn't stop.
After the press conference, Adams and his team buried a time capsule outside City Hall with objects that represent their work over the last 4 years. And coming up on Politics Unusual this Friday, Fox Eye's Robert Moses will go one-on-one with Mayor Adams to talk about his time serving New Yorkers and what lies ahead for him.
All right, well, it's been more than a week since the major subway change that impacts more than 1.2 million daily riders. The swap of the F and M trains between Manhattan and Queens has caused delays and confusion, according to some commuters. Worst of all, long delays were the main reason given for the change, but MTA Chair and CEO Janelle Lieber says the switch so far has been worth it.
It's gone pretty well, not perfect, but the benefits are real because people on Roosevelt Island and the near-in stations in Queens, we think are going to get an opportunity to get a seat rather than having to try to get on a too crowded train in the morning. And they'll also have access to some of the good shopping along Queens Boulevard. So we're happy with the decision, how it's turning out.
Commuters say the part of the confusion is that the swap only takes place between 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. on weekdays, not on weekends. The MTA said they hope commuters will get used to the change over time.
Well, visitors are flooding New York this month to enjoy the city's sights, Broadway shows, shopping, and, of course, the restaurants.
That's right. And earlier tonight on Newsroom Live, I talked with New York Magazine food critic Matthew Schneier about its new list of the best places to try and the state of the city's restaurant industry.
For this list, you know, we wanted to do something that was my personal best of the best. It didn't have to be new, it didn't have to be expensive, it didn't have to be cheap, it didn't have to be anything other than the places that I think really succeed at the challenge they set for themselves, whether that's being, you know, a multi-course, multi-hour, several $100 tasting menu or omakase, or whether it's the best banh mi I had this year, you know, an under $20 Vietnamese sandwich. You know, all of those, I think, count, and all of those have a place in the dining lives of New Yorkers.
You've got sort of like a high-low element, which is sort of the sort of situation we live with here in New York. We've got, right, a $500 dinner or the best $5 banh mi. It's an interesting situation. Tell us, you know, first off, let's just start with your impression of the New York City restaurant scene 5 years plus after COVID. Where are we now, and how healthy is the restaurant scene in general?
You know, restaurants are a very hard business, and you know, many close every day. You know, longstanding ones as well as younger entrants. But I think restaurateurs and chefs and service people have done an unbelievable job of really putting their heart and soul into it and coming back. And I think restaurants are going gangbusters. I mean, you see it. You walk by a restaurant window, it's completely packed. You try to get a reservation on Resy or Open Table or any of these platforms. Good luck.
And you were able to watch that interview on the Fox Local app. Download the free app to take the news with you on the go anytime.
Well, our annual mammograms, the best way to screen for breast cancer.
Okay, the new findings that suggest weighing a woman's cancer risk may catch cancer sooner when it's more treatable.
Plus, the tech-savvy way that kids are spying on their parents while they do their holiday shopping. Devastation in Washington state after a week of record flooding, and officials warn more is on the way. This is drone video. It shows an entire neighborhood underwater in a town outside of Tacoma after a levee broke overnight along the White River. Storms have already dumped close to 2 feet of rain. At least one death has been linked to these floods. The governor says that they won't know the full extent of the damage until the waters recede. Look at that damage.
Yeah, tough situation out there. All right, that atmospheric river we keep hearing so much about. All right,
Absolutely.
let's go to Nick for a look at our weather here. It was cold out today, maybe a little less severe than yesterday, but still cold.
Still cold for sure. I mean, we barely got above freezing in most of the area. You'll see some temperatures did get into the 33, 35 degree range, but most everybody was at 32 or below that. And we do have some clouds tonight. Still pretty cold out there now. Just about everybody's in the 20s. A couple of teens off to the north and west. And actually, I want to go back to that satellite loop here because I want to show you off to the north and west what's going on. First of all, you can see some moisture building here in the southern states and a line of clouds here. That's where the cold front. Well, these two are going to kind of combine, headed our way. That's going to bring the rain here for Thursday night on into Friday. And ahead of that, though, it's going to be a little bit milder, as we'll see in our temperatures here. Overnight, sky goes mainly clear. We're going to have lots of sunshine here tomorrow. Nice day, not too much wind. We get back to where we should be, which is low to some middle 40s. Tomorrow night, generally clear once again, not quite as cold. And then Thursday, 50 degrees is a good possibility in most of the area, particularly New York City, south and west, but up by 9, 10 o'clock Thursday night. Here comes the rain, and that's going to last to at least midday Friday, even milder weather comes in for Friday before it gets a little colder for the weekend. All right, so lows tonight dropping into the teens, low 20s north and west. We're almost there now. About 26 in the city, mid 20s across the island, high 20s heading down the Jersey Shore. Tomorrow, again, a much more improved temperature-wise day, coming up into the low middle 40s. Nice day, too. Sunshine, a couple of clouds. Not going to have anything too much to worry about for tomorrow. Then as we go down the road again, Thursday, we pop to 51. Good amount of sunshine by late Thursday night, though the rain comes in. Friday, some rain in the morning to about midday, then some sun in the afternoon. It gets windy. We're going to briefly get to 56. The record high is 58. We'll see if we get there, Steve.
Well, all right, thanks, Nick. Well, our kids using location-sharing apps to ruin holiday surprises. Families rely on location-sharing apps like Life 360 to keep tabs on loved ones. But now, some tech-savvy kids are apparently using the apps to spy on their parents while they're holiday shopping. The holiday stocking prompting Life 360 to release a new way to help Santa's helpers buy gifts using a secret Santa mode. This creates a bubble over a radius up to 25 miles and can last up to 6 hours. Not only does it keep the kids' parents' shopping trips under wraps, it also prevents kids from landing on the naughty list.
Imagine
Interesting, yeah.
the parents having to hide their location from the kids.
The whole thing was to spy on the kids in the first place. Of course, they outsmarted them, as always.
Wow.
Go figure. Well, we are seeing a dramatic spike of flu cases here in New York.
That's right. How the strain that's circulating right now is evading immunity offered by the current vaccine.
And finding faith by joining the priesthood, what a local seminary is doing to encourage more men to answer God's call.
You're watching the 10 o'clock news.
Well, a nasty strain of flu is making the rounds early in the season, with cases surging in recent weeks. And making matters worse, the spread is being fueled by a variant that's not fully covered by this year's vaccine.
All right, Fox 5's Arthur Chien talked to a doctor about what makes this year's strain unique and how to protect yourself.
New York is often ahead of the curve, but this is the wrong thing to be ahead on. Flu cases in the city this past month have skyrocketed to some of the highest levels in the country, this according to the CDC, but also noticed by New Yorkers like Andrea.
But I heard someone today saying that she heard a lot of people are getting the flu this year.
A person I know that had the RSV virus came out, and that seems to be floating around a lot too.
On average, up to 2,000 New York City residents die each year from the flu and pneumonia combined. And experts say this year is clearly heading in the wrong direction. Citing the skyrocketing cases, the city's health commissioner is urging New Yorkers to get their flu shots and to wear masks if they feel sick. Hospitalization rates have also shot up in recent weeks. H3N2 is the dominant flu strain this winter, which health experts say mutated to become the threat it is now.
Over the summer, the strain that is now dominant had a few mutations, about 7 mutations. Now it's H3N2 subclade K class. So it's a slightly different type of flu, and that's why the vaccine that we currently have does not necessarily protect against that specific subclass. And so we know also that H3N2 tends to be more infectious. People can get a little bit sicker from it. So for all of those reasons, it's kind of teeing itself up to be a pretty bad flu season.
Even though the current vaccine does not seem to be very effective against the current flu strain, experts say what we need to do is still very clear. They say get vaccinated because it protects the elderly and young people that we hang out with, which is especially important during this holiday season.
When it comes to family gatherings, I think the same thing holds. If you plan to be around somebody who's immunocompromised, it's really important that you get vaccinated so that you don't bring that flu virus to them and other kind of communicable illnesses.
And with the holidays bringing families together, that it's never wrong to mask up to protect others. Arthur Chien, Fox 5 News.
Well, a new study says breast cancer screenings based on your own risk factors may work better than annual mammograms. Researchers had more than 14,000 women receive screenings based on their risk factors, including age, genetics, lifestyle, health history, and breast density. And they found that the group of women had breast cancers caught at an earlier, more treatable stage compared to more than 14,000 other women who got annual mammograms regardless of personal risk.
Well, as many prepare to celebrate Christmas, the world's Catholic Church is being led by a new pope. Pope Leo was chosen as pontiff, of course, back in May. And since then, there's been a renewed push to increase vocations to the priesthood.
Fox 5's Sharon Crowley visited with seminarians in Westchester County for this installment of Finding Faith.
Why do you want to become a priest?
I decided to be a priest because it's something that makes me happy, makes me complete.
I feel joyful about the life I have chosen to live.
We are, in the best sense, a fraternity, a group of brothers who are all responding to the call of the Lord Jesus.
St. Joseph's Seminary in the Dunwoody section of Yonkers has a centuries-old tradition of preparing young men for the Roman Catholic priesthood.
I felt this is how I also want to serve the Lord as a priest.
29-year-old seminarian Callistus Ibe left his home in Nigeria to study here. Once he's ordained, he plans to serve in the parish in the Diocese of Brooklyn. Did you ever have any doubts or did you question your decision?
Of course, I did a couple of times, especially actually in college.
Callistus consulted a spiritual advisor about his doubts.
He did ask me a single question: are you happy being in the seminary?
His answer came easily.
And I told him, yes, I feel happy being here.
He's one of 75 men enrolled here at the seminary, which at its height had more than 200 seminarians. For decades now, there has been a steady decline in the number of young men choosing this vocation.
We've been through a bit of a slump. I think COVID impacted our efforts at recruitment.
Bishop James Massa is the rector and president of St. Joseph Seminary. He answered God's call to serve 40 years ago. Since that time, the reputation of the Catholic Church here and worldwide has been marred by the clergy sex abuse scandal.
It's been a time of purification. It's been a time of introspection for the church. We failed in profound ways in protecting young people.
Here at St. Joseph Seminary in Yonkers, they've been training and educating young men to become Catholic priests since 1896. In more modern times, things are more challenging, and they'd like to see that change here and attract more men to consider a life in the priesthood.
We're beginning to see lots of interest through the college campus ministry associations.
At the beginning, it was not easy because, again, transition from one place, from the type of life to another life, requires a lot of commitment, discipline.
Seminarian Juan Herrera is 36. Juan left his home and his family in Colombia to come here to study for several years. He was ordained in June.
Blessed are you, Lord God of all creation.
On this night, he's doing homework, practicing celebrating Mass.
It sounds like you think the world is in need of more priests.
Yes.
Because?
Because they need somebody to look at it. Somebody who lead them to new realities where people can find hope, joy.
The bishop agrees.
The greatest joy in life comes when you make a gift of yourself to others. And that's what a priest does.
Sharon Crowley, Fox 5 News.
All right, you can watch Sharon's Finding Faith special throughout the holidays starting on Christmas Eve. Look for her reports right here on Fox 5 and streaming in the free Fox local app.
Well, the World Cup is coming to New Jersey.
All right, the event held today in Newark to get the community excited for next summer's festivities and the business boom it could bring. Well, excitement continues to build for the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
Fox 8's Richard G. Kobus takes us to Newark, New Jersey, where a special event was held to highlight how the tournament will be a big boost for business.
In less than 6 months, parts of New Jersey will become a melting pot of culture.
Everybody gets a chance to get that ethnic, cultural flair and celebration while they're embarking on some of the festivities that the World Cup brings.
A place where nations will come together to share a love of a sport that represents their pride.
Communities from all over the world love soccer.
With 8 FIFA World Cup matches, including the final, taking place at MetLife next June and July, there is already local activations set to take place in flag cities across the state. The 4 that have been announced so far include Riverside Park in Lyndhurst, Overpeck Park, as well as Secaucus and East Rutherford.
We have 8 matches over the course of 39 days. That leaves, 30 plus days where people are going to be looking for other things and other places and other things to do.
And there's a lot to do. The Fan Zone will be over in Flushing Meadows, Queens, the Fan Village in Rockefeller Center, and the Fan Festival at Liberty State Park, proving that the World Cup will be supporting local businesses in both New York and New Jersey. The Gateway in Newark, within the city's Ironbound section, will also serve as a hub for fans and those looking for an authentic bite.
I would look forward to the day I come in here and there's like 7 or 8 young kids playing soccer downstairs. When the games start from June 13th to July 19th, hopefully this place is buzzing in energy every single day.
And then you have most of those matches being played during commuting hours. So people coming to and from the soccer game will be going to and from work. A lot of that is through New Jersey Transit. And NJ Transit says they have a plan in place, one they've been planning for 3 years. And officials say they'll be ready to announce it soon.
We'll be announcing those plans sometime come in mid-January. We're just putting those final touches on the plan right now.
For former USA World Cup player and New Jersey native John Harkes, he says the 2026 games could look a lot like when he played in '94. But this time, he has even more pride.
There are so many occasions that you have in your life that you go, my gosh, what a time that was. Do you remember this? And all the stories that you tell. We are going to be telling a lot of stories.
In Newark, Richard Giacovas, Fox 5 News.
And remember, Fox 5 is your home for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. We'll have full coverage, stories, and features leading up to the big event.
Well, Howard Stern making a big announcement about his future.
What he told listeners this morning about whether he's staying on SiriusXM.
All right, then holiday hits are the hottest music on streaming, but not just in December. Why Christmas tunes are topping the charts for more months of the year. And Nick is tracking a warm-up. Hey, Nick.
Yes, hi, Steve and Natasha. We're about to come out of the deep freeze for a couple of days. I think you'll like where temperatures are going. Just have to pay a little price, of course. I'll tell you about it when the 10 o'clock news returns.
No, we can't change everything you don't like about shopping. But here at Stop & Shop, we're going all out to improve what we can.
Thank you.
We've seen you doing finger math in the store, but no more of that. You deserve a better way to save.
Heck yeah, I do.
With over 10,000 items always on sale, it's time we actually loved grocery shopping.
Justin, when was the last time you went on break?
I'm on break right now. With so many ways to save, good things are in store at Stop & Shop.
yes, we are coming back for 3 years. The announcement...
All right, Marianne from Brooklyn couldn't hide her excitement as the king of all media announced he is sticking around for at least another few years. He said today he just signed a new 3-year deal with SiriusXM. Stern was the subject of rumors over the summer that his show is being canceled after 20 years on satellite radio. No details on the terms of the new deal. However, Stern mentioned that it does include a more flexible schedule to allow his co-host, Robin Quivers, more time off to deal with her ongoing cancer treatment. So good news for Stern fans. Yep, indeed.
Yeah. Well, Christmas music has never been more popular. We start hearing it earlier and earlier every year, and then it plays well into the new year.
That's right. Fox 5's Kendall Green takes a look at why listeners are streaming holiday tunes like never before.
One look down Fifth Avenue and you can tell the holidays are in full swing. The festive lights, the decked out windows, and the Christmas trees lining the streets. The sights of the season are right on time. But the Christmas season soundtracks this year came much earlier.
I started November 15th. I don't know if it was just work was really busy or the city just felt really hectic, but it just felt nice to get in early this year. Like try and, I don't know, spark some joy.
Music researcher Matt Bailey launched Your Hit Momentum Report, tracking the latest music streaming trends.
Right after Halloween this year, we had 5 different Christmas songs making the Spotify 200 chart alongside hits from Taylor Swift and Alex Warren and all the other hit makers right after Halloween, and that's unprecedented.
The first song that came on was Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas Is You.
Okay, and when did it come on?
Probably like a month ago. I put that on, yeah.
So you've been at it since November 16th?
Yep.
What about you? Is that early for you?
That's a little early for me, but definitely right the day after Thanksgiving. Like, I like to get in the Christmas spirit.
Bailey shared he found it interesting. The same audience in their 20s and 30s that listened to Kendrick Lamar and Bad Bunny were tuning into the traditional throwbacks.
Mannheim Steamroller and Sarah McLachlan and Jewel, Christmas.
Bing Crosby.
Yeah, of course.
But not everybody's into rushing into the holiday spirit.
I'm a very hard line, not till Thanksgiving's over. So Thanksgiving Day and then the day Black Friday, let's jam.
So Christmas music is clearly having its early revival and folks welcome it, but we thought to take it a step further and ask our expert and New Yorkers about the cutoff date. When do you have to cut off the Christmas music? What happens if you hear Mariah Carey on the 26th?
Guys, we went through it. I thought we passed this.
They know that. Kendall Green, Fox 5 News.
On his way.
I let that slide till the first week of January.
Think so?
Yeah.
I personally get really depressed when I hear Christmas songs after Christmas.
Oh,
because then I just think of the fact that it's
over.
And then I'm longing for December 15th.
Right.
I'm like, oh, it was all
and
ahead
then,
of us.
Nick, you gotta then think we're just going towards February and March where it's just nothing but
Yeah,
snow.
that's a long stretch and not much to look forward to.
Yes, those long, cold, dark nights. But then April comes along and lights are, days are longer, and sun is stronger, and
That's true. That's true. Then we do start doing a countdown to Christmas.
Yeah, but on December 26th, April feels like a long way away, Nick. Let's be real.
Yes, right now it's feeling like a long way away, that's for sure, especially with these cold temperatures today. And you see, we didn't get very far. We started out 24 this morning, ended at 32 this afternoon. Those numbers way below average once again. However, tomorrow we do get to 44. Won't get to a record tomorrow, but we might get to a record on Friday. 63 and 7 in the record books for tomorrow. That record low a long time ago. 7:14 sunrise now down at 4:29. Mostly cloudy, still holding at 30 with a southwest wind at about 8 miles per hour. And the humidity is not so bad at 47%. Steady pressure reading, good reading there at 30.14. We are cold though in the suburbs. We're 23 in Sussex. We're in the teens, Monticello to Scranton, down to 20 at Allentown. Back to the upper 20s across the island and mid-20s even down to the Jersey Shore. But believe it or not, again, these numbers are just a touch milder than last night, if you want to say that. 2 to as much as 5 degrees depending upon where you are. So we're going to keep the southwest wind tonight, 5 to 10. Comes back out of the southwest tomorrow. What does that mean? It's going to start warming up. So highs today that you saw were in the low 30s for the most part, a couple of middle 30s here and there. We're going to add about 10 degrees to this tomorrow. So that's the good news. And I'll show you why that's going to happen as we take a bigger view here. 35 Providence to Concord today, 30 upstate New York to State College. But here we go. Look to the south. Washington, D.C. was 29 yesterday. They were 40 today. And we had temperatures again yesterday that were in the teens and 20s. They're in the 30s and 40s. So we'll see that change come our way as we get into that southwesterly airflow. Yeah, the little clouds are still out there now, but there's a big gap after that, a little clearing trend coming in. That will last for tonight and again on into tomorrow. And as that high pressure kind of sits offshore, we'll get that southwesterly flow in for some milder temperatures too. However, you can see moisture now building up in Texas into Arkansas. And this front dropping down from the northwest. Eventually, there'll actually be another front that's going to come and kind of scoop up that moisture. That's going to bring the rain here for Thursday night into about the first half of Friday. Just cold tonight. Teens, low 20s north and west, mid to upper 20s around town. And then as we get on into tomorrow, everybody takes advantage of that southwest wind. We go low to middle 40s from the island all the way back to North Jersey. Tomorrow night, not as cold. 20s to the middle 30s is what we'll see, with, again, just a few clouds. And then here we go for Thursday. I think we're going to break 50. Some of these numbers are a little low on this computer model, but I'm thinking it's 50 or greater, particularly from New York City on southward. But then here comes the rain for Thursday night into Friday. What about a white Christmas? Well, look at the global forecast model. They're going to put it into motion for early next week, and that's Tuesday. So we have a little disturbance dropping down from the north and west. We only have an 11% chance of seeing a white Christmas here, but we'll keep an eye on that. See if we can a mix of snow and rain as we head on into Tuesday. We shall see. All right, tonight going down again to about 26 in the city, 44 tomorrow with some sunshine. Sunshine to clouds Thursday, 51. Rain overnight. It's going to last to at least noon on Friday. Windy day, 56. Record highs 58. We'll see if we get there. Windy, a little colder Friday or Saturday at 40. Winter officially arrives 10:03 Sunday morning, and then there we go, Monday and Tuesday into the 30s, and we'll see about that snow rain threat at that point.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's not even technically winter yet. It could be a long one. All right. Thank you, Nick. Well, there is nothing like a trip to put you to the beach, I should say, to put you in the holiday spirit.
That's right. Next, we're going to take you to Jones Beach for a dazzling drive-through holiday display like no other.
All right, in Brooklyn, answering the question tonight, who makes the best Hanukkah donut in NYC?
Tonight marks the third night of Hanukkah, and a beloved holiday tradition is returning to Woolman Rink. The annual Hanukkah on Ice is back, celebrating Jewish traditions through skating and togetherness. Guests can enjoy music curated by a live DJ, savor kosher treats, and witness a spectacular menorah lighting. And just in time for the holidays, Brooklyn's annual Hanukkah Donut Duel.
Those look good. The showdown took place tonight at Moxie Brooklyn Williamsburg, and it was a sweet competition to say the least. Some of New York's top chefs went head-to-head, topping to topping, to bring home the trophy and bragging rights. Comedian Eitan Levine was the host for tonight's festivities, and he says it's all for fun.
This is pure Jewish joy is what I would call it. I think that the past couple of years, everything has been very sad and very divisive, and being a Jew is complicated, but there's certain ritual Jewish things that there's just completely apolitical.
All right, DACA 46 was tonight's winner, but it's safe to say that everyone who ate the donuts were the real winners.
They look so good.
No argument. So I did zoom in earlier. There's like a nice raspberry-filled donut to look off of.
I love donuts. All right, here's a reason to visit Jones Beach in the middle of December.
That's right. A magical holiday light experience is wowing people from the comfort of their very own cars. Fox 5's Jody Goldberg takes us along for the ride.
Hey there, guys. This is the Jones Beach Magic of Light Spectacular. There are many different holiday light displays on Long Island and throughout the tri-state, but this one, what makes it different? We're inside our car right now. Here with me, I'm my photographer, Jimmy McLaughlin. Jimmy, give him a thumbs up. Here he is. We have different cameras on the truck, and let's show you all about this display. From the beach to the big lights. This is the Jones Beach Magic of Light show. It's 2.5 miles and more than 2 million lights out here. For many of us on Long Island, it's a tradition. You have the 12 days of Christmas. We have a 30-foot tall waving Christmas Barbie, and as you can imagine, putting something together like this takes months of work. Each Magic of Lights display uses miles, we're talking miles of steel framework and lighting. It's here through the new year, Monday through Sunday, 7 days a week from 5 to either 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, depending on the day. And you know it, right before 5 o'clock, you have the cars lining up just to check it out. It's $37 a car. And check out this tunnel. If this isn't picturesque, I mean, you kind of look, it looks like you're transported into a holiday movie. Definitely forget about how cold it is outside. And this is what the holidays are all about. From here at Jones Beach, let's send it back inside to you guys.
Yeah, that is
I like
glorious.
it. Stay warm
Amazing.
and comfy in the car. Watch displays out the window.
Kind of perfect. Kind of perfect. All right. There's more of the 10 o'clock news straight ahead.
We'll be right back.
It's the year-end sales event with the Ford crew.
It's a great time to buy, great time for traditions.
It's like loading up a Ford SUV and going to Grandma's house.
Hitting the slopes in a built wild Bronco.
Or making the big delivery with Ford F-Series.
Does it come in red? Making customers happy. That's my favorite tradition.
Like my sweater.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, competitive owners can lease a Ford Bronco for $259 a month for 24 months. Only at your local Ford stores.
Thousands of dinosaur footprints have been found in northern Italy. Experts say they're from creatures that lived 210 million years ago in the Triassic period. Paleontologists say they walked on two legs, had a long neck, a little head, and walked in big packs. The prints were found high up on a rock face. Look at it right there. Wow.
Wow.
Because the area is tough to reach on foot, experts are using drones to get an up-close look. Pretty fascinating.
It's amazing.
Yep.
All right, let's get one last check of the forecast with Nick. Hey, Nick.
Hello there. Bundle up. Another cold night ahead. Teens, low 20s in the colder suburbs, upper 20s near the coast, and about 26 in Midtown. Temperatures may even rise a little towards daybreak as the sky goes mainly clear. Tomorrow, much improved. We'll be back where we should be. Low to some middle 40s across the area with lots of sunshine, too. 50 degrees still coming our way Thursday.
All right, Nick, thank you, and don't go anywhere. Good Night New York is coming up next. You do not want to miss it.
All right, that does it for us tonight. Good Day Wake Up starts at 4:30 a.m.
Have a good night.
From Fox 5, it's time for a Good Night New York.
Hey, good evening. I forgot I was starting, to be honest.
Let's go, let's go.
I'm Liv Johnson. I'm in for Crystal.
Hey, what's up? I'm Ryan Christopher. Welcome here to Good Night New York. We're dancing here in studio, and hopefully you are as well, because we have a very festive show lined up. We have some incredible guests. We're talking about the holidays. And speaking of, it is Mariah Carey's time to shine this time of year, right?
She's defrosted. She's out there.
And she's living her best life, and she's laughing her way to the bank. Now, I fall into that like small percentage of people that after hearing the song for the 7,000th time, I'm like, okay, I'm good.
You're good?
I'm already over it. Like, are you obsessed every time it comes on, or are you?
I'm not obsessed, but I was thinking about it today. Like, there is something that kind of hits every time. It's just, you find yourself like kind of moving to it or singing along, even if you find it annoying after a while.
But her holiday anthem, All I Want for Christmas Is You, it just broke the record for the longest reign atop the Billboard Hot 100. Officially, the song has now been #1 on the chart for 20 weeks. Now, that was previously held by Lil Nas X's Old Town Road and Shaboozie's A Bar Song at 19 weeks. But keep in mind, Liv, I mean, those songs were up for 19 weeks basically in a row.
Right.
Like, once they came out. This song, it's like the song that keeps on giving. Every year, it's back in #1. It spent a total of 77 weeks on the Hot 100. So congratulations to Miss Carey. And every year,
Probably like the best thing she's ever done for herself.
She doesn't have to put out any new music. I mean, it's just, she keeps on laughing her way to the bank every single year. But because of this, she's also going to be performing at the Olympics. This is a big honor, Liv, right?
Wow, yeah, that is a big honor.
Ciao. Get ready for Milano Cortina 2026. See you at the Stadio San Siro on the 6th of February for the Olympic opening ceremony. Ci vediamo a Milano.
So Mariah, she's slated to sing during the opening ceremony on February 6th. The organizing committee for the Milan Cortina Games say that Carey, quote, represents the emotional atmosphere that all accompanies the run-up to the game. So if you remember the Summer Games in 2024, Beyonce, Queen Bee, she came out and introduced Team USA. So seems to be a theme here to kick off the games. I mean, this is great news. Good for her. Well, All I Want for Christmas Is You is definitely one of the most popular Christmas songs. Globally, actually, there's a new #1.
Oh.
Did you hear about this?
No.
Okay, well, let's see
Please
what
tell
it
me.
is.
Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, but the very next day, you gave it away. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special, special. Oh.
All right, Liv, that's a classic right there. Wham! Last Christmas.
Last Christmas.
Yes.
So, yeah, and Rosanna was talking about this morning, and she loves that song. She said it inspires hope.
Oh, see, I like that. And we love you, Rosanna
For
Scotto.
moving on.
That's right. So it's great that it's finally #1 on the list. I remember last year, Brenda Lee, Rocking Around the Christmas Tree, hit #1 for the first time in a long time. So yeah. I think it's nice. Do you have a favorite Christmas song?
That's never been one of my favorites,
It's
though.
not?
I'm
Rocking
sorry.
Around the Christmas Tree? What?
No,
Okay,
there's
well,
something unsettling about it to me.
What's unsettling about it?
I don't know. Why are we rocking around the Christmas tree?
Why aren't we?
Let's just hang out.
You just want to hang around the Christmas tree and do absolutely nothing.
So you said you love old Christmas songs, which I do too, but what do you have on Justin Bieber's Christmas album?
Ooh,
it's a classic.
I like Justin Bieber Christmas.
Thank you.
It's a bop. It's a vibe. It's
right.
Check, 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 all the above.
That kind of gets to be the exception to the rule for an old, because it's very chill.
It's very
He's
chill.
got that kind of nice little, almost R&B flow to him.
I like that. Well, that's what it's all about, the holiday season. You know, good vibes, and we're going to keep the good vibes going here, Liv.
Yeah.
Because coming up next here on Good Night New York, we're going to have so much fun, from Christmas songs to Christmas movies coming up. We're actually chatting with a very handsome gentleman who went to school with this one right here. You both graduated from Syracuse.
School ever, Syracuse University.
There we go. He's a film expert. We're talking about Liam
Crowley. He's from Screen Rant, and he's going to join us when Good Night New York returns.
7:30.
All right, it is the holiday season, so there's nothing better than cuddling up on the couch watching a few holiday movies. You know
Joining
what I'm saying?
us, yes, right now to talk about the must-watch holiday films is a reporter from Screen Rant, Liam Crowley. Welcome to Good Night New York.
Guys, thank you so much for having me.
What's up, Liam? I think this is the tallest segment of all time. How tall are you? Like 6'5"?
I'm 6'5".
6'5", okay.
Okay. It says on the medical record.
All right, okay, yep, we have confirmed that Liam Crowley is in fact 6'5". Now, the two of you went to school together, Syracuse.
We sure did.
Very cool. So is that where you discovered your love for movies?
Honestly, it's where it really ignited it, but my passion for film began when I was first watching Iron Man 2008 in the theater, 7 years old. Like, that is what opened my eyes to what else is out there.
Yeah.
And then next thing you know, I start watching all the Nolan movies, start watching all the Tarantinos, and yeah, film has just been a love of mine since I was this tall.
So he was born at right, yeah. So he was born at 6'8", and yeah. But it's so cool because you're such a talented film journalist. We always see you out at the junkets rocking these interviews. So we're going to be going down our favorite holiday films. Some of them are in New York City, some of them aren't. So we're going to start with Mr. Crowley here. Your first favorite holiday film is?
I lied a little bit. Iron Man might have started my love for film as a whole, but my love for movies actually began with a holiday movie. The Polar Express.
Polar Express. And he's got his ticket.
Shout out Kevin McCarthy. This is his gimmick. He brings out all the ticket stubs. But I still want to show this on TV because November 2004, $6 for a ticket. My aunt Eileen took me to see the Polar Express.
Wow.
And I just have such fond memories with that film. They would play it in elementary school. We'd all have hot chocolate. We'd be gathered around the desks the last day of school before the holiday break. And as the years go on and your mindset shifts from like child to adulthood, embracing the holidays in a different sense, Polar Express always just brings out that like inner child.
No doubt.
And it's a very special film.
And
still holds up.
What's up with the CGI? Don't people always talk about the CGI in this movie?
People argue it doesn't hold up. I would argue that because it feels dated to that era, it makes it all the more special.
Okay.
If the CGI was like all polished and remastered in 4K, it would feel inauthentic.
Right.
It feels accurate to that time.
To that time, and that's what the holidays are about. It's nostalgia.
It kind of felt too real when it came out. Y'all remember that?
That's true, yeah. I remember sitting in class watching it. I mean, I feel like every kid has seen that movie. All right, Liv, you're up next. Your favorite holiday film. Is this one based in New York City?
Oh, I think so. The classic Elf.
Santa, we love him. We know him.
That's the best.
So why is Elf your favorite?
Ooh, okay, I love Will Ferrell.
Yep, classic.
And the storyline is just so good. It like brings in family. It brings someone finding themselves, their roots. We can relate because he's so tall. He doesn't fit in class.
That's true.
You know? So yeah, I mean the classic lines like it's so funny. Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad. That's a good one.
Thankfully, he does find him. It is a classic, and Will Ferrell is Elf. Now, my personal favorite is Home Alone 2. I was watching it yesterday. Like, I was just flipping through the channels, and it came on. Kevin McAllister. He's in New York City, right? He's at the Plaza Hotel. He's eating pizza. He's living his best life, and I feel like it's such a New York institution. You got Joe Pesci in it. I mean, you got the Sticky Bandits back for the sequel, and it's a classic.
Yeah. So 2 better than 1 for sure.
I mean, I don't know if 2 is better than 1.
I would argue 2 is better than 1.
2 is better than 1, you think?
Because now I live in New York, and so now it feels like home when I'm watching it.
That's true. That's true.
There's a specialness there.
But you're never home alone.
Never home alone. No, not for the holidays.
I mean, look at the guy. Come on now. All right, next up, I'm going to go with my second favorite here. All right, Christmas Vacation, which I have a guilty admission. This is my personal favorite Christmas film of all time. But this is one of those movies when I watch back, I'm like, wait, when does it get funny? Because and I feel terrible saying that, but it's my favorite. But I'm also like, wow, it does feel a little bit dated. But Chevy Chase, I mean, this scene right here to open the movie, it's a classic. When he gets stuck in the attic as well, and the squirrel pops out of the tree. I mean, there's so many classic moments. One of my favorites of all time.
Some great stunts in it too. When the car goes underneath the 18-wheeler, how do they pull that off?
I don't know how they pulled it off, and somehow Chevy Chase survived. All right, next up we have Liv, your other favorite film.
This is a classic. And I feel like you didn't know what I was referring to at first.
So
Liam, I hope you. It's A Year Without a Santa Claus.
That is a classic.
The claymation.
A Year Without Santa Claus.
A Year Without a Santa Claus. It has the Heat Miser, the Snow Miser.
Oh, I'm Mr. Heat Miser.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay, it is a certified classic. I feel like all those classic claymation ones are like the best.
Yeah, they are.
Aren't they good?
We have all the little stuffed animals at home. My mom puts them on the stairs going up. It's like a great little
the
decor.
Abominable Snowman.
Yeah, it's super cute.
Yeah.
All right.
It's really good.
Liam, you got the last one here. I mean, take us home here.
Okay, I'm
What you got?
bringing back to New York City, and this is
Uh-oh.
a film that technically only is Christmas at the beginning, but it still very much feels Christmas.
Yes.
Serendipity.
Oh.
John Cusack, Kate Beckinsale. I love a good rom-com set around the holidays, and
Yeah.
I remember clicking through the channels. I first watched this in COVID. It was
No
like
way.
at home, home alone.
Yeah.
You know, trying to
For once.
trying to like, you know, feel that Christmas magic again. There's something about Serendipity. Caught it on Netflix. It just makes me feel so warm and fuzzy. And so even though I did not see it in theaters when it came out, and I didn't catch it on live TV, I chose it on a streaming service, and it's quickly become one of my favorites.
Wow, look at that, a holiday
I've never
favorite.
seen it. Have you?
Come on now, it's a rom-com.
good. Well, now I
you got to
have
get
to watch
into
it.
it.
It also
All right.
taught me the word serendipity. I didn't know the word serendipity
Wow.
before,
And
and
can-
now
can-
I use it in my everyday
Can you define it
life.
for us? Can you use it in a sentence?
It's just that kind of indescribable feeling. It's like after we leave a good interview at a junket
Yeah.
together, a red carpet, I'll be like, that was serendipitous.
Okay. This whole segment was serendipitous.
Yeah.
Look at that. There
Yeah.
he is. Liam Crowley, we appreciate your time, your talent. Make sure you check him out on social media as well. Super talented. So check him out with Screen Rant as well. He's got some of the best movie reviews out there. Our boy, Liam Crowley. He's a Boston boy living in the big city. So
Yeah.
here he is. He has
New York's home now,
arrived.
though.
That's it. That's it. And we have somebody else. He's actually a native New Yorker. He's got some last-minute gift ideas. We're talking about QVC host and former pop star Alberti.
He'll join us when Good Night New York returns. Alberti Poposh has been a staple at QVC for over a decade. You can catch him Fridays at 5 p.m. during Friday with Alberti and Amy Style Edition, and Saturday mornings at 10 a.m. on Saturday Morning Q.
That's right, or you can just watch him right here on Good Night New York. He's a
Exactly.
former Albanian folk and pop singer, which we'll talk about a little bit later, but we welcome the one and only Mr.
Thank
Alberti
you.
to Good Night New York.
Always great to be here. Thank you for having me here.
Always great to see you. You've been at QVC now for over 10 years. We were just
Yeah,
talking about
12
it.
years.
How have the holidays evolved since you started to where they are today in terms
Well,
of deals?
here's the thing. We've got the best deals, and we can get them to you faster than ever before. And now, if you're shopping, we can still get your gifts under the tree.
So there's still time.
Yes, there is.
Right now.
People like me need that.
So
Okay,
I've
same
got some
here.
of the best gifts, sparkly gifts, practical gifts, as well as the ones that people are looking for under the tree. And we can start right over here. So this is our best find and value of the day, our today's special value from Reebok. Now, a lot of us grew up with Reebok,
Yeah,
and we
it's a
love
classic.
it. So it's a little bit of a retro feel. You've got this knit upper, it's laced, and you've got a nice strong midsole. So whether you're trying to get steps in, whether you're trying to just up your style game, that's a great gift. Guess how much? $53.98.
I was going to guess 50 actually.
Ah,
so I'm
there
pretty
you
good at
go.
this game.
It's like the Price is Right.
Yeah,
She's just
there you go.
$3 over. That's an incredible deal.
Now, that price goes away at the end of the day today. That was our today's special value, but you can always go to QVC.com and check out all the different Reebok items that we have,
Cool.
and we're guaranteeing that we're going to get it under the tree for you.
Very nice.
Now, right
What's
over
up
here,
next?
Liv, you're going to love this.
Okay.
Gift of Beauty from Tarte. Everybody loves Tarte Cosmetics. Today, we've got for you 3 of their lip plumpers.
I use those.
Lip plumpers. They're usually $27 each, and we've also got for you 3 of the liners, which are usually $23 each. That's a $150 value. You're getting it home for $39.98.
Whoa.
And so you've got
Crazy.
great shades in there. So it's your pinks, your mauves, your honeysuckles, and then of course you can break them up into 3 gifts. We even give you the gift bags.
Wow.
That's a good stocking stuffer, too.
They're great stocking stuffers.
Right.
They're great girlfriend gifts, book
Right.
club.
Yeah.
You know, anything that, you know, gives somebody that gift of gloss and glamour and sparkle.
A little glow.
Yeah, it makes them happy.
That it does. And something else that might make somebody special in your life happy, a little jewelry.
So
These are beautiful.
These are from the J brand. Now, J is a true artisan quality brand. Everything that you get with J is all sterling silver that's done, cast sterling silver. These are their symbol of love bracelets.
Yeah.
So this is the heart. You've got the cross. We also have for you a little Christmas tree. But they have like all of these different motifs on QVC.com for $119.98. We also have it for you on Easy Pay, which means you can break up the payments. But the reason why I love this is because this is that gift of personalized jewelry. So somebody could be your heart. It could be the gift of faith. We have reindeers. We have North Stars at QVC.com.
Something for everybody.
And so there's something that really to connect with in every single case.
And how about over here? This is a little music action.
So right over here, you knew I had to bring you some nice beats.
Yes,
So SoundLink Flex from Bose. This is not only an awesome speaker that's got great power and sound, but it's waterproof, it's dustproof. It's got 12 hours of runtime.
What?
And so you could take this on the go. You can even take your conference calls on this
Oh,
because
how
it
about
connects
that?
to your phone via Bluetooth.
This thing is awesome right here.
And it's, that's easy to travel with, and
That's
Well,
right.
it's a speaker that you don't have to baby. Remember when like speakers first came out, you had to baby
Yes,
them?
100%.
This is
This one you can
definitely
throw
that
in the pool.
technology that you
Right.
can take camping with you, throw it in the pool,
Take it to
and
the
still keep
beach.
working.
Awesome. Well, Alberti, we appreciate your gift guide. If we want to check you out on social media, where can we do so?
Alberti QVC.
Excellent. We'll have to check him out there. Now, Liv, we're about to blow your mind because not only is Alberti one of the greatest hosts in the world, okay,
Yes.
but he's also one of the most talented Albanian singers. In a
Really?
previous life, this man right here was an absolute pop star and legend, and still is in Albania and in Kosovo. We have one of
And
your
right here.
and in New York
And
City.
right here.
Right
Listen,
here.
tell us.
Oh,
and let's turn up the music. We got to hear a
Oh
little
my
bit.
gosh!
Okay.
I remember this. This was 2002.
No way.
This is a song named Akyo Zemrayim, and it was the very first time that I actually went to Kosovo to shoot for their New Year's, videos. At that time, they made video VHS
That is crazy.
cassettes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Throwback. And now Liv just went to Albania for the first time last year, wasn't
Yes,
it? Yeah.
gorgeous, gorgeous,
Did
beautiful.
you see Alberti like signs over there where people
The
chanting
billboards were
I
gone?
just,
Alberti?
if I had gone now, then I would have been on the lookout for
Right,
them.
right.
But I don't remember.
There are no more billboards of me. That is for sure.
I don't know.
buy it.
It
But look
probably
at
is.
you.
Maybe
You
a
got the
statue.
choreography, you got the backup dancers, you got it going on.
You know, it was a look. It was a scene.
It's a vibe right there. Well, there you
Wow,
go.
who is that young guy
Right?
with all that hair?
Look at that, look at that. Handsome as ever, though. Alberti, we
Thank
appreciate
you.
your time and talent here
Thank you.
on Good Night New York.
Always
Hug
a
it out,
pleasure.
our
Thank
friend.
you. Always a
and,
pleasure.
check him out
Thank you,
all the
Liz.
time
Thank
on
you.
QVC.
Thank you.
Alberti, we love him. And make sure you take advantage of all those deals with QVC. But up next, we're featuring some holiday dishes throughout the month. But how about some dishes with a Indian twist on the holidays?
The holiday season is a time of year where some of us overindulge on food, but there's still a way to enjoy food and make it healthy.
That's right. We have a chef and author, a Food Network champion. We're talking about Chef Priyanka Naik. We welcome you here to Good Night New York, Priyanka.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. So this holiday season, you're putting a bit of an Indian twist on some classic holiday dishes, and also you have a cool collaboration. You want to tell us about that first?
Yes. So I'm doing a collaboration with Les Botanistes. They have 8 locations across New York City. They're organic, plant-forward. Everything is plant-based there. So we're doing some special Indian-inspired menu items starting in January.
Beautiful.
So one of those menu items have inspired my samosa Christmas tree.
Oh, I love samosa.
Yes, so we're
delicious.
doing a 2-for-1 special here. I have 2 dishes on the table that use crescent dough.
Okay.
So I don't know if you guys have ever worked with crescent dough, but it's super easy to use and it's vegan.
Oh, good. Bonus.
So yes, we used 1 can of crescent dough. You just roll it out into a rectangle, slice it into 2 triangles, and then we stuff it with this samosa filling, which is potato, peas, a little bit of garam masala, which has chili powder, turmeric, cardamom. Do you smell it?
It smells so good. Yeah, this is like mouthwatering.
And then I put some vegan cheese shreds in there, cheddar. You can use regular cheese if you'd like.
Beautiful.
And then when we put it together, we just make these slits and do these little twists.
Oh,
so
rocking
it's
around the Christmas tree there.
super easy. Yeah, then you just bake it for 15 minutes.
Very nice.
And
this
it
is the
comes
finished
out,
product right
yes.
here. And we got a little sauce.
We have
what
some
kind of
green
sauce is this?
chutney.
Oh, you got chutney, huh?
Yes, so
Okay.
this is homemade, but you can use store-bought. And all I do is I put it in a squeezy bottle, and you do a little bit of a drizzle action here. It's just so much easier than to like try to pour it on.
Beautiful.
And then I have some ornaments, pomegranate, chili, cilantro.
How cute is that?
Yeah.
And this is fun, so you just then kind of tear it apart?
You could just
Can we try
pretty
it?
much, you could pretty much just tear it off. And it's much better when it's warm, of course.
I could eat
But
this entire tree. That's how good it is. This is delicious, Chef.
it's
Come
so
on.
good for like a party, right?
Incredible. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Chef has much more, even some sweet treats over on that side of the table. We'll have more Good Night when we return.
Yes.
All right, we are back here with Chef Priyanka Naik. Happy holidays, Chef.
Happy holidays.
Yeah, thank you. You just showed us this delicious dish right here, which you created. Now we're going to move on to something a little sweeter.
No, this is actually savory again.
Oh, savory, sorry.
Sweets for the end.
I'm all caught up in the holiday
Sweet.
spirit.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
It looks sweet. It looks savory.
I know. So we're using the crescent dough again because it's just so much fun.
Right.
And what I did was I took all 8 pieces from the crescent dough. That's 8 pieces in a can.
Okay.
And you basically pinch them together. And I stuffed it with a little bit of mozzarella. These are vegan mozzarella shreds. And I mixed it with some garam masala.
Okay.
And all you do is you just fold it across to create this candy cane shape.
That's so cute.
Super easy. You then bake it for 15 minutes again, and I drizzle it with some coconut raita, which is that Indian yogurt-based sauce that's spiced with a little bit of chaat masala and cumin, and a little bit of tomato chutney. And I'm telling you, these squeezy bottles are lifesavers,
Apparently
so
so.
definitely use them. Drizzle it, put some pomegranate, and the same thing. You could just pull it apart.
Look at that. Thank you, Chef.
One
Thank
for
you so much.
Pizza almost.
Basically. You could fill this literally with anything. That's a large piece, sorry.
Oh, I love it.
This is incredible, Chef.
Thank you.
And so can we find this in your cookbook right here?
You can find recipes that have inspired this in my cookbook, The Modern Tiffin. Everything is plant-based in there, and there's
Ooh, I
dishes
love
from
it.
around the world.
Okay.
And last, we have to finish with a little bit of sweet.
Thank you,
so
Chef.
here you are.
Okay.
So I made a masala chai-inspired hot chocolate.
Wow.
So you make a hot chocolate as you would. We simmered some oat milk with a little bit of oat creamer, dark chocolate, cocoa powder, but I added some really lovely Indian spices, ginger, cinnamon, cardamom, clove, and some dried rose petals. And then I strained it, and you just pour it into, like,
No way.
look at that
Wow.
consistency. And you get a hint of those Indian flavors, and I'm topping it with a little bit of oat cream.
Mind blown.
Whoa.
And now, you're a vegetarian, Liz?
Yeah, I'm a vegetarian.
Oh,
so I love
amazing.
This.
So it's a win for everybody.
This is a win. Then some festive
That
sprinkles.
is beautiful. All right, Chef Priyanka, if we want to check you out on social media or online, where can we do so?
You can check me out at Chef Priyanka and also chefpriyanka.com for a lot more recipes.
Lovely. Well, Chef Priyanka, happy holidays. Thank you
Happy
for all these
holidays.
Indian-inspired
Thank you so
dishes. We appreciate it. And, well, let's have a little sip, too. Of course, we want to thank you guys for hanging out with us tonight on Good Night New York. But for now, I'm Ryan Christopher.
Ooh, I'm Liv Johnson.
Happy holidays.
And let's not forget to make it a Good Night New York! Come on, Chef, we got to dance. Break it down. Hey.
From Fox 5 New York, this is Good Day Wake Up.
We're learning more this morning about Nick Reiner. Excuse me.
Bless
My
you.
goodness. Okay, let's start over. We're learning more this morning about Nick Reiner, who was officially charged with the deaths of his parents, filmmaker Rob Reiner and his wife, why he didn't show up for his first scheduled court appearance.
Plus, a man is in stable condition this morning after getting stabbed in Brooklyn. The police are calling it a hate crime.
And the New York Archdiocese will soon be under new leadership. What we know about Cardinal Timothy Dolan's possible replacement. Busy morning today on this Wednesday. Thank you for starting your Wednesday with us.
Yes, good morning to you. I'm Tina Cervasio.
And I'm Tishani Whitlow. It's just about 4:31. Let's check in with Mike Woods. He is back in the building and tracking our forecast. Mike, according to our colleague, I'm sorry, I'm having a brain freeze
Liv
right
yesterday?
now. Liv, thank you.
Yes.
We're expecting a warm-up. Is that starting today or tomorrow?
We are, and I can feel it right now. And it feels a little bit better for us right now. I got the temperature difference numbers coming up for you here. So that is spot on, which is what we expect basically from now. And as we get deeper into the week, in fact, we're right at that freezing point, 32 degrees. I mean, it's not warm outside, but it's better than it had been the last couple of days. This is what it looks like across the tri-state region. We're in fine shape with pretty much a clear sky, so no worries about about that. When it comes to your temperatures, I mean, it's still pretty cold. 32 Central Park and East Hampton. Those are the warm temps for you. And on this particular map, anyhow, 26 degrees in Belmar and 20 in Sussex as well as in Monticello. But yes, your temperature changes. Everyone's running around maybe 2 to 7 degrees warmer now than it was 24 hours ago, and we'll take that. A few spots are just a touch cooler, but for the most part, it is a warmer setup for us here with the winds coming in from the south and southwest at around 5 to 10 miles per hour. And that's going to lead to a warmer day. We're getting back up into the 40s for highs today. Yesterday, we still had highs only in the lower 30s, just barely breaking that sub-freezing mark. But now we're starting you off at that freezing point and taking you back up. It's a fair sky that we have set up for us. High pressure still gives us the benefit of the doubt here, and more sunshine than clouds today. High temperature gets up to about 44 degrees this afternoon. Then it's even warmer for you Thursday, high of 51, and then rain comes through Thursday night into Friday morning. It looks like Friday could be pretty wet but warm, but then your temperatures are falling as that cold front comes through. Let's bring in Inez Rosales and start you up with your early commute. The details. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. Gridlock alert day. Street cleaning rules are suspended today. Once again, for snow removal, meters are in effect. Right now, traveling towards the Major Deeg and the southbound ramp, heading towards the Triborough Bridge, you have a left lane blocked there with a debris spill, so just watch out for that. Over on the LIE by the Grand Central Parkway, not bad of a commute. Traffic looking good here both directions. No problems on the Grand Central. The George Washington Bridge heading into the city. You're fine on the upper lower level. Lincoln and Holland look good. So does the Cross Bronx by the Bronx River Parkway. No problems in either direction. With the rails off to a good start, things are running on or close to schedule. Tina and Tashani, back to you.
Inez, thank you. Hollywood director Rob Reiner's son, Nick Reiner, is expected to make his first court appearance today on 2 counts of first-degree murder and the killing of his parents.
Yeah, Nick Reiner was due in court yesterday, but his lawyer said he was not medically cleared to be transported to the courthouse. The 32-year-old was arrested Sunday after his parents, Rob and Michelle, were found stabbed to death in their Brentwood, California home. Here is the Los Angeles County District Attorney describing the charges.
These charges will be 2 counts of first-degree murder with a special circumstance of multiple murders. He also faces a special allegation that he personally used a dangerous and deadly weapon, that being a knife. These charges carry a maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. No decision at this point has been made with respect to the death penalty. We have requested, and currently Nick Reiner is being held without bail.
At today's hearing, Reiner may enter a plea. A judge may schedule an arraignment for later, or the same issue that prevented him from coming to court yesterday could cause further postponement. And we are learning new details this morning about an altercation involving 2 Jewish men on a Brooklyn train.
Yeah, the Monday night's incident was caught on camera. The NYPD reviewed videos from the subway and social media, and based on all of the footage and audio, they said they do not have evidence that anti-Semitic comments were made. They said it appears to have stemmed from a fight over seats on a southbound 3 train.
However, in Crown Heights, police are investigating a stabbing where the suspect reportedly did make anti-Semitic comments. Authorities say 35-year-old victim was walking on Kingston Avenue near Lincoln Place yesterday afternoon when he was stabbed in the chest. The victim was taken to the hospital and is in stable condition. No arrests have been made at this time. The surviving suspect in the mass shooting at Bondi Beach in Australia is now charged with murder and terrorism. Authorities say the 24-year-old man who had been shot by police woke up from a coma yesterday afternoon. Australian officials say the accused gunman, a father and son, appeared to be motivated by the Islamic State. Police say they located a vehicle linked to the younger suspect, which contained explosive devices and homemade ISIS flags. The deadly terror attack took place at a Hanukkah celebration in Sydney on Sunday.
Police in Providence, Rhode Island, have released a new video timeline they hope will lead to the arrests of the suspect wanted for the deadly shooting at Brown University.
Home security cameras show the man walking through a neighborhood that borders the campus and the building where the shooting happened on Saturday. The person of interest is wearing a dark ski cap, a green and black coat, and a face mask. The shooter, who opened fire inside the classroom, was also wearing a mask. The shooting happened at about 4 o'clock Saturday Friday afternoon, leaving 2 students dead and 9 injured. The security cameras show the man walking in the area at 10:30 that morning and again at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Officials say someone is bound to recognize the suspect.
We believe that he was actually casing out this area to commit the crime. That's a pattern that criminals do, and that's what he was doing.
I would hedge that this guy, it's not his first time in that school. There's some kind of history there, why he specifically targeted the victims. There's got to be spent shells that are recovered. And if they did recover that, there's going to be fingerprints, even DNA on it. So they're running that through the database.
There is no video of the shooter inside the classroom building. Investigators say that's because it happened in an old part of the building, which does not have surveillance cameras. And with exactly 2 weeks left in office, the Daily News reports Mayor Eric Adams is now on a trip to Mexico. But before leaving, he looked back at his time on the job.
During an end-of-term update from City Hall yesterday, Adams said his administration set a record for the fewest number of shootings in recorded history, passed legislation to change zoning rules, addressed the city's housing crisis, and overhauled the city's approach to homelessness and mental illness. Adams also spoke about his corruption indictment, which was later dismissed by the Justice Department, and said it never stopped them from getting work done.
Go back and look at the day that I was indicted. Every quarter we dropped crime. Every quarter we built more housing. Every quarter we improve our reading and test scores. Every quarter we saw different initiatives roll out. We didn't stop.
After the news conference, Adams and his team buried a time capsule outside City Hall with objects that represent their work over the last 4 years. Well, coming up on Politics Unusual this Friday, Good Day's Robert Moses will go one-on-one with Mayor Adams to talk about his time serving New Yorkers and what lies ahead for him. Well, there soon could be a new leader in the New York Archdiocese.
Pope Leo will reportedly be accepting Cardinal Dolan's resignation this week and naming his replacement as early as tomorrow. Under church law, the cardinal had to turn in his resignation when he turned 75 last February. Cardinal Dolan has led New York City's 2 million-plus Catholics for the last 16 years. The New York Post, the Washington Times, and other outlets report the new American Pope, who hails from Chicago, will name Bishop Ronald Hicks, who is also from Chicago, as the next Archbishop of New York.
I think this is basically a certainty that Bishop Hicks will become Archbishop Hicks, and I think this is probably going to happen on Thursday morning because there's been some activity scheduled on Thursday afternoon at St. Patrick's Cathedral. So from the looks of it, this thing is basically a done deal. He's very fluent in Spanish, which will be very helpful in the Archdiocese of New York. He was an administrative assistant to Cardinal Supik in Chicago as the Vicar General, so he's familiar with managing an organization. He's been a diocesan bishop in Joliet for, I'm not sure, maybe 5 or 7 years, so he's had experience at the helm of a diocese. He's 58 years old, and he does come from very close to where Pope Leo grew up in the south part of Chicago, south suburb of Chicago.
And we could learn more tomorrow during a special mass, which is now being planned.
President Trump will deliver an Oval Office address tonight. The White House says the president will talk about his administration's first year in office. In an interview with Fox News, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Trump will likely focus on issues like border security and the economy. You can watch the president's address right here on Fox 5 tonight at 9. 4:40 on this Wednesday morning, and still ahead, more news. We got a new a headache for commuters trying to figure out the F and the M line switch that happened about a week ago.
Yeah, it's a little confusing. Plus, another kind of headache. Flu cases are surging in New York. What you need to know to keep healthy this season. Plus, Mike will have a check of your weather forecast coming up next.
right, welcome back. Let's show you what's going on with your weather headlines. It is a Wednesday, and we've got a chilly start, but it's not as cold as what we had the last couple of mornings, and we're going the right direction as milder temperatures do make the comeback here for us here in the tri-state region, which is an A-plus thing, I think, for us here. Rain's going to make a swing back into the area by late Thursday into Friday. Friday looks like it's going to be messy, especially for the start of it, and then it gets out of here in time for the weekend. The weekend looks decent. It may not be exactly what you want, but it's, for the most part, in pretty good shape. We've got a nice fair sky here right now. Really nothing to worry about as far as clouds or showers are concerned. 32 Central Park, right on that freezing point here. 26 in Newark, and 27 degrees for you out in Bridgeport, with your temperatures generally about 5 degrees warmer now than it was 24 hours ago. At least we're going in that direction, because the last couple of mornings were kind of hard to get yourself out there and into that very cold weather. Now we've got the wind direction change. The winds coming in from the south at around 5 to 10 miles per hour helps to bring back the warmer temperatures. So that continues today with a fair sky. Your high temperatures climb back up into the lower 40s this afternoon. It's a little bit breezy, but that wind's bringing up the warmer air, so I guess that's kind of welcome. Tomorrow's even warmer with your high temperatures climbing to the upper 40s to low 50s. A few more clouds out there tomorrow, but then the showers start working their way in the evening and overnight hours as we head toward midnight. The light to moderate showers set up, and then it's moderate to heavy rain, pockets of rain, which really could mean some solid business come Friday morning. That's going to be windy and wet with potential for some localized flooding coming on through, maybe even some more widespread flooding, because that looks like a solid hit of rain, which we could actually use. Today, no rain out there. It's a fair sky. High temp goes up to 44 degrees today, 51 tomorrow, and then 56 on Friday. Real warm there, but it's windy, rainy, wet, and then it starts to shut back down as your temperatures are falling after that front passes by. It's cooler over the weekend, but drier. Okay, let's bring in Inez Rosales and get you going early with the commute. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. And taking a look at the LIE over by Bagatelle Road. Things are looking good right now, eastbound, westbound with no problems. The FDR Drive at 96th Street, nice and quiet both directions. If you're traveling on the west side highway, you're doing good. And the BQE heading towards the Brooklyn Bridge, moving fine there inbound. Crossing the Brooklyn Bridge, you're in great shape. With the subways, we do have some delays with the D, E, F, and L trains. Everything else running on or close. Tina and Tashani, back to you.
Inez, thank you. President Donald Trump has ordered a blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers into Venezuela.
In a social media post, Trump accused the country of using oil to fund drug trafficking and other crimes. It comes a week after U.S. military forces seized an oil tanker off Venezuela's coast, and after recent deadly strikes on suspected drug boats in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific, which are being scrutinized by many lawmakers on Capitol Hill.
Policies in the Caribbean are unclear. We don't know what the limits are. We don't know where they'll stop. We don't know what the ultimate goal is.
The process we have is legally sound. It's been supported by legal opinions for a quarter century now of how we find these people, we fix them, and we finish them.
There have been 25 known strikes on alleged drug boats since September, which at least 95 people have been killed.
Congress is scrambling to come up with a health insurance fix before the end of this year. Democrats want to extend around $100 billion in COVID-era Obamacare subsidies for another 3 years to prevent premiums from skyrocketing for millions of Americans. But that plan, along with a Republican proposal without a subsidy extension, have both failed to pass the Senate. In the House, some Republicans are frustrated with Speaker Johnson's approach and are trying to work around leadership to force a vote on a compromise bill with an extension.
The Democrats want to use this as an issue in the election, and seemingly the Republican leadership is going to allow them to do it. And it's idiotic.
This week is likely the last chance Congress will have to get a deal done before the new year.
Flu cases in New York started making their rounds early, but cases have surged in recent weeks.
Yeah, making matters worse, the spread is fueled by a variant not covered by this year's vaccine. Good Day's Arthur Chien has the details.
New York is often ahead of the curve, but this is the wrong thing to be ahead on. Flu cases in the city this past month have skyrocketed to some of the highest levels in the country, this according to the CDC, but also noticed by New Yorkers like Andrea.
But I heard someone today saying that they heard a lot of people are getting the flu this year.
A person I know that had the RSV virus came out, and that seems to be floating around a lot too.
On average, up to 2,000 New York City residents die each year from the flu and pneumonia combined. And experts say this year is clearly heading in the wrong direction. Citing the skyrocketing cases, the city's health commissioner is urging New Yorkers to get their flu shots and to wear masks if they feel sick. Hospitalization rates have also shot up in recent weeks. H3N2 is the dominant flu strain this winter, which health experts say mutated to become the threat it is now.
Over the summer, the strain that is now dominant had a few mutations, about 7 mutations. Now it's H3N2 subclade K class. So it's a slightly different type of flu, and that's why the vaccine that we currently have does not necessarily protect against that specific subclass. And so we know also that H3N2 tends to be more infectious. People can get a little bit sicker from it. So for all of those reasons, it's kind of teeing itself up to be a pretty bad flu season.
Even though the current vaccine does not seem to be very effective against the current flu strain, experts say what we need to do is still very clear. They say get vaccinated because it protects the elderly and young people that we hang out with, which is especially important during this holiday season.
When it comes to family gatherings, I think the same thing holds. If you plan to be around somebody who's immunocompromised, it's really important that you get vaccinated so that you don't bring that flu virus to them and other kind of.
And with the holidays bringing families together, that it's never wrong to mask up to protect others.
Arthur Chien, Good Day, New York.
All right, well, there appears to be some commuter confusion since the major F&M subway stop.
It's been a headache for a lot of commuters. It's been more than a week since the changes on the F&M trains between Manhattan and Queens. Now, some riders say besides confusion, there are still delays which prevent them. That's the main reason given for the change, right, is to avoid the delays. MTA officials say the switch so far has been worth it.
It's gone pretty well, not perfect, but the benefits are real because people on Roosevelt Island and the near-in stations in Queens, we think are going to get an opportunity to get a seat rather than having to try to get on a too crowded train in the morning. And they'll also have access to some of the good shopping along Queens Boulevard. So we're happy with the decision, how it's turning out.
Commuters say the confusing part is the swap only takes place between 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. on weekdays and not on the weekends. The MTA said it hopes commuters will get used to the change over time. Well, as we celebrate Hanukkah, there was a donut showdown in Brooklyn.
Oh, yeah. The annual Hanukkah Donut Duel took place at the Moxie Williamsburg, and it was a sweet competition, to say the least. Some of New York's top chefs went head-to-head and topping to topping to bring home the trophy and bragging rights. Comedian Etienne Levine was host for the festivities, and he said it was all for fun.
This is pure Jewish joy is what I would call it. I think that the past couple of years, everything has been very sad and very divisive, and being a Jew is complicated, but there's certain ritual Jewish things that there's just completely apolitical.
Dacha 46 was the winner. Congratulations, but it's safe to say that everyone who ate the donuts were the real winners. Jewish joy for anyone that has a donut.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I'd love to have a donut right now with my coffee.
Get
this morning started.
A little sugar boost. Coming up, the New York Knicks were taking on the Spurs for the NBA Cup Championship.
Hopefully this is going to give us a boost. Oh!
Yes!
They won!
Yes! They won!
All right. Well, the team rallied in the second half to win the cup. We got all the highlights when we return.
A little spoiler.
welcome back. Let's get into it. Let's talk some sports right now. And there's a new NBA Cup champion. It's the New York Knicks.
Yes, drum roll, please. Playing in their first NBA Cup final last night in Vegas. The Knicks trailed the San Antonio Spurs by 11 points with 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter of this championship game. But then Jalen Brunson, Cat and company took over after Victor Wembanyama was having a really good 3 quarters. The Knicks went on a run, outscoring the Spurs 43-21 over the final 14 minutes and out-rebounded the Spurs 25-8 on their way to a 124-113 title victory. Jalen Brunson was named the NBA Cup MVP. And besides taking home the cup, some medals, and getting to raise a banner at the Garden, each player will get a nearly $531,000 bonus for the win. Not such a good night on the ice. Rangers hosting the NHL's worst team, the Vancouver Canucks. But the Canucks played well. They scored less than 2 minutes into the game, going on to shut out the Rangers 3-0. The Blue Shirts are now 4-10-3 at home this season. As for the Islanders, they were on the road in Detroit, taking on the Red Wings. And, well, the Islanders lost as well. The Red Wings win 3-2. This loss snaps the Islanders' 3-game winning streak. But let's go to college hoops as St. John's hosted the DePaul Blue Demons in their Big East opener. Dylan Darling scoring a season-high 17 points off the bench for the Red Storm as the 22nd ranked team in the country. St. John's beat DePaul 79-66. Now, in this game, Zuby Ejiofor had 9 points, 7 rebounds, 4 blocks. He became the first Big East player with 20 blocks in a 3-game span since 2013. And we are counting down to next year's World Cup, next summer's World Cup, that is. FIFA has announced it is now slashing some ticket prices. FIFA has introduced the supporter entry tier price category with tickets priced at just $60. The reduced price tickets will be given to all participating countries to distribute to loyal fans and will be available for every game, including the final. This comes after heavy criticism from fans around the world after FIFA revealed the price tier last week, with many saying true supporters were being priced out. And some holiday cheer was spread for children in the Bronx. The 3rd annual U.S. Marines Toys for Tots giveaway took place yesterday at St. Barnabas Hospital Health and Wellness Center in the Bronx. It was all in partnership with Operation Hope Stocking and hosted by former All-Pro Jets linebacker Bart Scott. During the celebration, students from Our Lady of Mount Carmel were there to tell us what this event means to them.
It's like in the old days when Christ was born and then the 3 kings came and gave gifts to Jesus. So like that's how I feel when like what you guys are doing right now.
It's so special because like they're helping the community come back stronger together, and it's just really good for the kids. Now they have an extra toy under the tree.
I can really say this when I met an NFL player, so that means a lot to kids who play like sports, so a lot of athletes, and I will say that I'm grateful for this.
And the U.S. Marines, they've been collecting toys and gifts for children in need since 1947. All right, it's almost 5 o'clock.
That's right. Coming up, how location sharing apps are ruining holiday surprises as kids start spying on their parents.
Oh, my.
Good day, wake up. We'll be right back with more, including a check of your forecast and the roads and the rails.
sports stores. From Fox 5 New York, this is Good Day Wake Up.
All right, let's get your Wednesday morning started off. Welcome to Good Day Wake Up. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Tashani Bledlow.
And I'm Tina Cervasser. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. So get this, a bit of a warm-up today. Highs will be in the 40s. Oh, it's going to get even warmer later this week. Mike Woods will fill us in on the full forecast.
We're learning more this morning about Nick Reiner, who is officially charged with the deaths of his parents, filmmaker Rob Reiner, and his mom, Michelle. Why he didn't show up for his first scheduled court appearance.
Plus, a man is in stable condition this morning after getting stabbed in Brooklyn, and the police are calling it a hate crime.
And the New York Archdiocese will soon be under new leadership. What we know about Cardinal Timothy Dolan's resignation and possible replacement. We'll have more on that coming up in the newscast. But first, let's check in with Mike Woods. He is tracking our forecasts. Mike, good morning.
Good morning, Mike.
And good morning to you both. And the forecast, hey, we're heading in the right direction here to Shani and Tina. We're at least looking at warmer temperatures. We've got a fair sky here right now. No problem with the clouds or showers. Temps now have come down to 31 degrees, just below freezing for us here. Central Park here right at the freezing point. In East Hampton sitting at 32. A lot of 20s out there, too. 23 degrees, for example, in Sussex. But generally speaking, we are running about 5 or so degrees warmer than it was yesterday across the majority of the tri-state, thanks to that wind coming in from the south at around 5 to 10 miles per hour. So that will be the case for you today. We have the southerly wind trying to take back over, so it starts to pull up the warmer air from the Carolinas and the southeast in general, and it will make for a milder day as our temperatures get back to basically where they should be this time of the year. High temperature of 44 degrees. That does match the average high for this day, so there we go with that. Winds coming in out of the west-southwest at 6 miles per hour, help you to get there. By the way, there is some wind out there, so the wind chill factor still makes it feel like we're only at about 20 to 30 degrees, depending on where you are. And then as we head toward Thursday and Friday, got a pretty solid cold front coming through Thursday night into Friday, leading to some pretty heavy rain at that time. It will affect the Friday morning commute, but then back off after that. All right, let's bring in Inez Rosales and get you started up with your Wednesday commute. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. Gridlock alert day. Street cleaning rules are suspended today for snow removal. Meters are in effect. And right now we have a crash on the Jackie Robinson Parkway eastbound by Metropolitan Avenue, blocking a lane. So watch out for that. The LIE by the Grand Central Parkway, that's looking good both directions. No problems on the Grand Central. Route 3 over by the Meadowlands. You have a nice flow there eastbound heading towards the Lincoln Tunnel. You're fine. Holland looks good. So does the GWB upper and lower level. With the subways, we have delays with the D, E, F, and L trains. Everything else running on or close. Tina and Tashani, back to you.
Inez, thank you. Famed director Rob Reiner's son, Nick Reiner, is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder for killing his parents.
And he's expected to make his first court appearance today. Good Day's Briella Tomasetti joins us now with the latest. And my goodness, Briella, these charges, when they are read, it is just chilling.
Yeah, and a lot of updates to share this morning, Tina and Tashani. Along with those 2 counts of first-degree murder, prosecutors have added special circumstances of multiple murders and a special allegation that Nick Reiner used a deadly weapon, that being a knife. Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman announced the charges at a news conference alongside the LAPD.
These charges carry a maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. No decision at this point has been made with respect to the death penalty.
Reiner was due in court yesterday, but didn't show. The 32-year-old has been in custody without bail since the brutal stabbing deaths of his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner. He was located by police on Sunday night near a subway station in Exposition Park, about 15 miles away from the crime scene, and he did not resist arrest. Reiner has hired high-profile attorney Alan Jackson to defend him, who is best known for representing Harvey Weinstein and Karen Reed. Jackson told reporters his client was not brought to the courthouse for medical reasons.
Every single inmate goes through a medical clearance before they can be transported to court. Every one of them. Okay. And that's a process. It's just a procedural issue. And he has not yet been medically cleared.
Nick has been open about his struggles with drug addiction and homelessness over the years, although it remains unclear if substance abuse had any part in the murders. According to TMZ, Nick and his parents were at Conan O'Brien's holiday party Saturday evening. It's been reported that Nick was acting erratically, prompting the father-son duo to get into a blowout argument. Rob and Michelle left. It's unclear if Nick did too, but TMZ executive producer Michael Babcock walks us through what happened next.
He checks into a hotel, 4 a.m. in Santa Monica, one night, pays with a credit card. We were told, looked out of it, but not that he had any wounds on him or he was bloodied. He never physically actually checks out. When it comes time for the hotel staff to go and clean the room and get it prepared for whoever's going to stay in that room next, the room is a bloody mess.
While police build a case, the Reiner family is asking for privacy. Nick remains in custody at the Los Angeles Men's County Jail. Tina and Deshani, back to you.
Yeah, thank you.
A lot of details there. Thank you.
All right, we want to get to some breaking news out of Brooklyn this morning. Crews are on the scene of a fire in Borough Park. Now, the blaze broke out just before 2 o'clock this morning at the Borough Park Matzah Bakery on 36th Street. You can see those flames shooting out of that building. Now, part of the building has collapsed. 4 people were injured, including a firefighter who suffered burns to his hands. The fire is now reportedly under control.
Well, in Crown Heights, a stabbing investigation is underway, and the police are saying that it was a hate crime.
That's right. The victim is recovering this morning. Good Day's Robert Moses is here with the details. Robert, good morning.
Tashani and Tina, good morning to you. Police are investigating 2 disturbing crimes in Crown Heights less than 24 hours apart. They confirmed that one of those crimes was indeed an anti-Semitic attack, which is especially disturbing coming right in the middle of Hanukkah and following the anti-Semitic carnage that we saw in Sydney, Australia. Authorities say that late yesterday afternoon, a 35-year-old man was walking near Kingston Avenue in Lincoln Place when another man approached, made anti-Jewish comments, and then stabbed him in the chest. The victim was taken to Kings County Hospital, where he was treated and released. I want you to take a good look at these images of the alleged attacker. He was wearing a jacket with the number 91 on the sleeve and the word genuine written across the back. Mayor Eric Adams posted on X, evil, hateful, anti-Semitic violence must come to an end. We cannot let this hate persist in our city, and we will never back down. We are praying for this man and his family, and the NYPD's Hate Crimes Division is investigating this incident as we speak. Now, police are also looking into an attack Monday night on a southbound 3 train at Nostrand Avenue, also in Crown Heights. You can see a man grab another man by the neck. Initial reports suggested that the attacker made anti-Semitic comments here as well, but police say after reviewing videos from the train car and from social media, they do not have evidence of that, and this instead appears to be a dispute over seats. Authorities say they have identified a person of interest they are looking for, but again, no arrests in either of these cases. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District tells us that it is aware of that subway attack and gathering information. Tina and Tashani, back to you.
No doubt disturbing. Robert, thank you for that report.
Thank you, Robert.
The surviving suspect in the mass shooting at Bondi Beach in Australia is now charged with murder and terrorism.
Authorities say the 24-year-old man who had been shot by police woke up from a coma yesterday afternoon. Australian officials say the accused gunmen, a father and son, appeared to be motivated by the Islamic State. Police say they located a vehicle linked to the younger suspect, which contained explosive devices and homemade ISIS flags. The deadly terror attack took place at a Hanukkah celebration in Sydney on Sunday.
Police in Providence, Rhode Island, have released a new video timeline they hope will lead to the arrests of the suspect wanted for the deadly shooting at Brown University. Take a look at your screen. Home security cameras show the man walking through a neighborhood that borders the campus and the building where the shooting happened on Saturday. The person of interest is wearing a dark ski cap, a green and black coat, and a face mask. The shooter, who opened fire inside the classroom, was also wearing a mask. The shooting happened at about 4 o'clock Saturday afternoon, leaving 2 students dead and 9 injured. The security cameras show the man walking into the area at 10:30 that morning and again at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. President Trump will deliver an Oval Office address tonight. The White House says the president will talk about his administration's first year in office. In an interview with Fox News, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Trump will likely focus on issues like border security and the economy. You can watch the president's address right here on Fox 5 tonight at 9. Oh, 5:09 on this Wednesday morning. We are moving right along. Thank you for joining us. Still ahead, have you noticed that there are more flu cases this year? Well, if you have, you are not alone, especially if you're sick.
Oh, yeah, especially if you're feeling it. Flu cases in New York, yeah, they are surging, and it's fueled by a strain not covered by the current vaccine in that flu shot. So we're going to have details to get you updated, and Mike Woods is keeping track of the warming up weather forecast, right, Mike?
Yep, we're trying to do the best we can. Got a southwest wind that's kicking back in. At least it's a fair sky here. But the southwest wind in this situation definitely helps you out because we've been cold, sub-freezing through the last for quite a while. But today we're getting up to 44 degrees for a high temperature. That's pretty much where we should be. Looks like even warmer temps to come, but wetter too. Good day will be right back.
I actually love this story because kids are using location sharing apps and they're ruining their holiday surprises. It's funny. We follow you. We're going to follow you, Mom and Dad. Families rely on location sharing apps like Life 360 to keep tabs on their loved ones. But now some tech-savvy kids are apparently using the apps to spy on their parents while they're holiday shopping.
What? It doesn't work like that. I pay the bill, right?
It is 2025. This is what happens. The holiday stalking prompted Life 360 to release a new way to help Santa's helpers buy gifts using a Secret Santa mode. This creates a bubble over a radius up to 25 miles and can last up to 6 hours. Not only does this keep parents' shopping trips like under wraps, it also prevents their kids from landing on the naughty list.
You know what? That's pretty brilliant. I will give it up to this generation of kids. They are smart.
Yeah. If you're going to follow us where we go after school, we're going to follow you. But it's ruining Christmas and all of their Hanukkah gifts and everything.
The fact that I can watch, you know, my mom and dad go shopping and I'm just writing down, oh, they listened. Okay.
Yeah, oh, good. They're at this mall. They're at this store.
Right? They're at kids these days, boy, I tell you. be a little spoiled.
They're getting their parents back, though.
Can't they just break into their parents' closet and find out what it is the gifts are? Just like the good old days.
Exactly. Rip a piece of the wrapping,
right? It's go the old-fashioned way. You have to be a full troll.
Yeah. Well, I want to go backwards to summer. We can't go that far, but we can. We'll have like a moment of somewhat spring.
It's crazy. Rough fall.
That's going to go
not
50
even winter
degrees.
yet.
It's not.
Exactly. We're going up into the 50s for a little bit, and then right back down into the 40s. But we'll take the little break that we get, but of course it comes with a price. The price being we've got some rain that we're going to be dealing with Thursday night into Friday. Good news is a lot of that rain should be coming through at a time when a lot of folks are sleeping, but your Friday morning commute might have some pretty heavy impacts from the rain that will be swinging by, especially on the early side of that commute. But here's what we've got right now. Looks like a little bit of a breeze, fine across the city, and it's actually a little more comfortable here this morning. Let's take a look at the headlines for you here. It's a chilly start with milder highs making the comeback for us here. Rain comes back at you late Thursday into Friday, but once it's gone, the weekend actually looks not bad for us here with temperatures pretty much where they should be this time of the year. It's a fair sky that we have right now. Nothing really coming at us that's going to bring us rain or snow or even block out the clouds so much. We get more sun than clouds here today. Temps look like this. I mean, it's still pretty cold. 31 in Central Park, 24 degrees in Newark. Everyone's freezing here, well below freezing Newark at 24, 22 degrees for you in Monticello. But generally speaking, yes, we're about 5 degrees warmer now than it was 24 hours ago. So we like that positive movement with the temperatures. Winds coming in from the southwest at around 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's the futurecast. As we roll it forward, your temperatures climb up into the lower 40s later on this afternoon, but we keep that sky partly cloudy to mainly clear. Still mild tonight with lows dropping down into the 20s and 30s again. Not quite as cold as this morning, but in the afternoon, we have more clouds building back in, but your high temperatures are a little bit warmer tomorrow. And then we have even more of the warm air and the rain coming through. Your temps are actually rising in the overnight hours Thursday into Friday because that cold front's approaching. Heavier rain coming through Thursday night into Friday, and then it's a break as we head into the weekend. First day of winter, high temps at 44. It's actually an above normal temp. That's Sunday. Let's bring you over to Inez and see how we're doing with the commute. Good morning.
Hey there, Mike, and things are starting off pretty good. A look at the Gowanus right now. HOV lanes aren't open yet, but you can see that main line traffic moving fine there from the Belts merge as you head towards the BQE. Over on the LIE, checking in by Comac Road on Long Island. Eastbound and westbound traffic flowing nicely without any issues. Crossing the Mario Cuomo Bridge, you have a nice commute. Traffic heading towards us Westchester bound looks good. Nice and quiet heading towards Rockland County. With the subways right now, we have delays with the 6 train. Everything else running on or close. Tina and Tashani, back to you.
Inez, thank you so much. So the Archdiocese of New York is about to have new leadership.
That's right. Pope Leo is reportedly ready to accept Cardinal Timothy Dolan's resignation. He submitted it in February when he turned 75 years old. Let's get right to Good Day's Jessica Formoso. She is outside St. Patrick's Cathedral this morning with the very latest. Good morning, Jessica. What do we know?
Oops, okay. It looks like there's Jessica.
There she is. Hey, Jessica.
Good morning, Tina and Tashani. Look, I have met Cardinal Timothy Dolan many times and have spoken to him, and I have to say, those who have met him know that he is very charismatic, very approachable. Everybody here in New York City, I have to say, really, he is loved here. Now, he has led New York City's 2 million plus Catholics for 16 years, but this chapter may be coming to an end. The Vatican is yet to officially accept Cardinal Dolan's resignation, but multiple media outlets are reporting Pope Leo will do so this week and name his replacement as early as tomorrow. By church law, when a bishop or cardinal reaches the age of 75, they must submit the resignation. Cardinal Dolan, who turned 75 last February, had turned in his resignation, but Pope Francis did not act on it. However, Pope Leo appears to be ready to do so. We will get to who could possibly replace him, but first, let's talk about Cardinal Dolan's legacy. He was named Archbishop of New York by Pope Benedict XVI in 2009. Cardinal Dolan led the over 2 million Catholics through the COVID-19 pandemic and churches and Catholic schools closing. He has also guided the church through the clergy sex abuse scandal, announcing just this week the sale of church properties to pay survivor settlements. He's also participated in the conclave that elected Pope Francis in March of 2013 and the one that elected Pope Leo. Now, as to who could replace him, well, we are hearing about Bishop Ronald Hicks of Chicago. He is said to be a friend of Pope Leo, who is also from Chicago. Bishop Hicks is 58 years old, which means he could lead the New York Archdiocese for many, many years. We are told he is more progressive than Cardinal Dolan, has done missionary work in Latin America, and is fluent in Spanish. We spoke to Father Gerald Murray about Bishop Hicks. Take a listen.
I think this is basically a certainty that Bishop Hicks will become Archbishop Hicks, and I think this is probably going to happen on Thursday morning because there's been some activity scheduled on Thursday afternoon at St. Patrick's Cathedral. So from the looks of it, this thing is basically a done deal. He's very fluent in Spanish, which will be very helpful in the Archdiocese of New York. He was an administrative assistant to Cardinal Supik in Chicago as the Vicar General, so he's familiar with managing an organization. He's been a diocesan bishop in Joliet for, I'm not sure, maybe 5 or 7 years, so he's had experience at the helm of a diocese.
And tomorrow here at St. Patrick's Cathedral, there will be a special Thanksgiving Mass, and we're told that is when the announcement could possibly be made. But again, the Vatican has not made an announcement just yet. Tina and Tashani.
All right, Jessica, thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Well, coming up here on Good Day Wake Up, video podcasts are actually getting a new platform.
That's right. The new deal Netflix struck with iHeartMedia, and what shows are hitting the streamer next year. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Let's talk about today's Health Watch. Flu season is in full swing, and the CDC says flu cases in the city this past month have skyrocketed to some of the highest levels in the country. H3N2 is the dominant flu strain this winter. Health experts say it mutated to become the threat it is now, and it's not covered by this year's vaccine. The city's health commissioner is urging New Yorkers to still get their flu shot since it can make symptoms milder if you are infected by this new strain. You're also asked to wear a mask if you feel sick. Well, a new study says breast cancer screenings based on your risk factors may work better than annual mammograms.
Researchers had more than 14,000 women receive screenings based on their risk factors, which includes age, genetics, lifestyle, health history, and breast density. They found the women had breast cancers caught at an earlier, more treatable stage compared to more than 14,000 other women who got annual mammograms regardless of personal risk. All right, this is big news. Netflix is growing its podcast catalog.
So we're going to tell you how, and by The streaming service reached a deal with iHeartMedia to become the exclusive video streamer of some of its biggest podcasts. That man right there, Charlamagne the God from The Breakfast Club, is one of those folks. Him and his crew, also comedian Chelsea Handler's Dear Chelsea, highlight more than 15 shows heading to Netflix. The deal also signals the end of the show's video versions on YouTube, but iHeartMedia will still hold the rights to the audio-only versions. The shows will be airing on Netflix next year. Congratulations to all of those folks. That's huge.
Yes, more shows. All right, so if you are looking to travel somewhere in the new year but not spend a lot of money, Dollar Flight Club has come out with its list of cheapest places.
Okay, domestically, Florida takes the top 2 spots, featuring Fort Lauderdale and Orlando. Chicago was 3rd, followed by Pittsburgh and Dallas. Now, when it comes to international travel, San Salvador in El Salvador tops the list. That's followed by Madrid, Spain, Vancouver, Canada, Lisbon in Portugal, and Medellin in Colombia. It's a very popular place. A lot of folks have been traveling there lately.
Beautiful.
Dollar Flight Club, based on the rankings on last year's airfare trends, historical pricing, and today's live deals.
Those are some good destinations. Hey, you know what? It looks like Howard Stern is staying put.
Yes, we are coming back for 3 years. The announcement...
And that would be Marianne from Brooklyn. Oh, she could not hide her excitement after that announcement. The king of all media announced yesterday that he signed a new 3-year deal with SiriusXM. There had been some rumors that his program was set to be canceled after 20 years on satellite radio. Stern said the contract gives him more free time, actually, though, which will let him still be on the radio. It also includes a more flexible schedule to allow his co-host, Robin Quivers, more time off to deal with her ongoing cancer treatments. Live shows will return on Monday, January 5th.
And a lot of folks like Marion from Brooklyn, shout out, are quite excited. He had to deal with some personal issues, so it's good that they're back, and it's confirmed he's staying on the airways. All right, a little later on, 'tis the season for Christmas music, and it looks like the season started earlier than ever.
Yeah, we have why people put their favorite Christmas carols on early this year, and we'll have that when we come back on Good Day Wake Up. Stay with us.
From Fox 5 New York, this is Good Day Wake Up.
Nick Reiner, the younger son of Hollywood director Rob Reiner, is now charged with the murder of his parents, and he's expected in court today.
In Brooklyn, police are investigating an alleged hate crime attack. The victim is in stable condition after being stabbed on the street.
And the last U.S. pennies minted, they will go to auction. The last sets of pennies sold for millions of dollars.
That is such a crazy story. We'll have more on that. Plus, let's talk about that weather because we're in for a mix of sun and a few clouds. It'll also be warmer than the last few days. That's welcoming news. Let's welcome Mike Woods with that forecast. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Tashani, Tina. And yeah, that is welcome news because this deep freeze that we had been in, or at least close to it, well, I think it's getting a little old considering we're not even in winter yet. That doesn't hit here officially till Sunday, but we've got a mainly clear sky here right now, and it is going to be a pretty chilly start again, but this is better than what we had yesterday. 31 Central Park, 29 in White Plains, 23 degrees in Sussex. Generally speaking, most of us are around 5 or 6 degrees warmer now than it was 24 hours ago, so that's already ahead of the game. Winds coming in now from the south. If you get more of a southerly wind, it does tend to help you out. It is coming from the south at around 5 to 10 miles per hour. Still, there's a wind chill factor that we have to deal with today, so it feels like 24 Central Park, 20 in Belmar, and 18 degrees only for you in Monticello. But our sky should stay fair, just a mix of clouds and sun here today. Nothing coming through that's going to touch off the showers today. Tomorrow night, yep, there will be. But not today. You'll get your high back up to about 44 degrees later on this afternoon with, again, a mix of clouds and sun, probably more sun than clouds. And then rain comes back at you tomorrow night into Friday. Friday morning's commute could be quite messy. Let's bring in Inez Rosales right now and start you up with your Hump Day Wednesday commute. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. And things are starting off nice and quiet out there this morning. A look at the Grand Central over by LaGuardia Airport. Both directions, traffic moving fine. The FDR Drive at 96th Street, that's looking good both ways. And over with the subways, we have some delays with the 6 trains. Everything else running on or close. Tina and Tashani, back to you.
Inez, thank you so much. Nick Reiner, the younger son of Hollywood director Rob Reiner, is expected to show up today for his first court appearance.
That's right. He's facing 2 counts of first-degree murder for killing his parents. Let's get right to Good Day's Briella Tomasetti. She joins us. And Briella, he was actually supposed to appear yesterday, but what happened?
Yeah, the arraignment was scheduled for yesterday. His lawyer said that he was not medically cleared, so that could happen today, or we could have to wait a little bit longer for that clearance. We know, though, with those 2 counts of first-degree murder, prosecutors have added special circumstances of multiple murders and a special allegation that Nick Reiner used a deadly weapon, that being a knife. The Los Angeles County District Attorney announced the charges at a news conference alongside the LAPD yesterday.
These charges carry a maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. No decision at this point has been made with respect to the death penalty.
Reiner was, as you mentioned, due in court yesterday, but he didn't show. The 32-year-old has been in custody without bail since the brutal stabbing deaths of his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner. He was located by police on Sunday night near a subway station in Exposition Park, about 15 miles away from the crime scene, and did not resist arrest. Reiner has hired high-profile attorney Alan Jackson to defend him, who's best known for representing Harvey Weinstein and Karen Reed. Jackson told reporters his client was not brought to the courthouse for medical reasons.
Every single inmate goes through a medical clearance before they can be transported to court. Every one of them. Okay. And that's a process. It's just a procedural issue. And he has not yet been medically cleared.
Nick has been open about his struggles with drug addiction and homelessness over the years, although it remains unclear if substance abuse had any part in the murders. According to TMZ, Nick and his parents were at Conan O'Brien's holiday party Saturday evening. It's been reported that Nick was acting erratically, prompting the father-son duo to get into a blowout argument. Rob and Michelle left. It's unclear if Nick did too. TMZ executive producer Michael Babcock walks us through what happened next.
He checks into a hotel, 4 a.m. in Santa Monica, one night, pays with a credit card. We were told, looked out of it, but not that he had any wounds on him or he was bloodied. He never physically actually checks out. When it comes time for the hotel staff to go and clean the room and get it prepared for whoever's going to stay in that room next, the room is a bloody mess.
While police build a case, the Reiner family is asking for privacy. Nick remains in custody at the Los Angeles Men's County Jail. Tina and Tashani, obviously a lot of gaps in this story that still need to be filled in.
It's moving so fast, so I mean, the parents were found Sunday. They already have a person of interest who has now been charged and will appear in court today, so still a lot to follow, no doubt.
The question remains, you know, did he go and allegedly do this before he checked into the hotel, after?
That's a good point. There are a lot of gaps. Thank you, Briella.
Of course.
In other news, police are investigating an anti-Semitic hate crime that happened in Brooklyn.
This as the Jewish community is in the midst of celebrating Hanukkah. Good Day's Robert Moses is here now with all of the details. Robert, good morning.
Tina and Tashani, good morning to you. Police are actually probing two disturbing crimes in Crown Heights in less than 24 hours. They confirmed that one of them was, in fact, an anti-Semitic attack, which, as you mentioned, is especially disturbing coming in the midst of Hanukkah and following the anti-Semitic carnage that we witnessed over the weekend in Sydney, Australia. Authorities say late yesterday afternoon, a 35-year-old man was walking near Kingston Avenue and Lincoln Place in Crown Heights when another man approached him, made anti-Jewish comments, and then stabbed him in the chest. The victim was taken to Kings County Hospital, where he was treated and released. Now, look at these images of his alleged attacker. The man you see here was wearing a jacket with the number 91 on the sleeve and the word genuine written across the back. Mayor Eric Adams posted on X, "Evil, hateful, anti-Semitic violence must come to an end. We cannot let this hate persist in our city, and we will never back down. We are praying for this man and his family, and the NYPD's Hate Crimes Division is investigating this incident as we speak." Police are also looking into an attack Monday night on a southbound 3 train at Nostrand Avenue, also in Crown Heights. You can see a man grab another man by the neck on that train. Now, initial reports had suggested that the attacker made anti-Semitic comments here as well, but police say that after reviewing videos from the train car and from social media, they don't have evidence of that, and this instead appears to be a dispute over seats. Authorities say they have identified a person of interest they are looking for. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District tells us that it is aware of the subway attack and is gathering information. We did check in with police earlier this morning. So far, no arrests in either of these cases. Tashani and Tina, back to you.
Robert, thank you. With exactly 2 weeks left in office, the Daily News reports Mayor Eric Adams is now on a trip to Mexico. But before leaving, he looked back at his time on the job.
That's right. During an end-of-term update from City Hall yesterday that happened, Adams said his administration set a record for the fewest number of shootings in recorded history, passed legislation to change zoning rules, address the city's housing crisis, and overhauled the city's approach to homelessness and mental illness. Adams also spoke about his corruption indictment, which was later dismissed by the Justice Department, and said it never stopped them from getting the work done.
Go back and look at the day that I was indicted. Every quarter we dropped crime. Every quarter we built more housing. Every quarter we improve our reading and test scores. Every quarter we saw different initiatives roll out. We didn't stop.
Well, after the news conference, Adams and his team buried a time capsule right there, right outside City Hall, with objects that represent their work over the last 4 years. Coming up on Politics Unusual this Friday, Good Day's Robert Moses will go one-on-one with Mayor Adams to talk about his time serving New Yorkers and what lies ahead for him.
One person was seriously hurt after jumping from the 4th floor to escape a fire in Brooklyn. Flames broke out at an apartment building in Williamsburg around 11:30 yesterday morning, right across the street from a large Jewish school. The NYPD bomb squad was called to investigate after 2 suspicious devices were found, but the NYPD says they were determined not to be a threat.
Let's talk about this. Court will not be in session today for Luigi Mangione, the suspect accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. During his pretrial evidence hearing yesterday, his defense team wanted to exclude items seized during his arrest in Pennsylvania, including a gun and a notebook found in his backpack. They claim investigators didn't follow proper protocols. Prosecutors say the search was legal. The judge expects the hearing to wrap up this week. Well, let's talk about those for commuters here. There appears to be some confusion for commuters since the major F&M subway swap. It's been more than a week since those changes on the F&M trains between Manhattan and Queens took place. Now, some riders say besides confusion, there are still delays. The whole point of this was to prevent delays. MTA officials say the switch so far has been worth it.
It's gone pretty well, not perfect, but the benefits are real because people on Roosevelt Island and the near-in stations in Queens, we think are going to get an opportunity to get a seat rather than having to try to get on a too crowded train in the morning. And they'll also have access to some of the good shopping along Queens Boulevard. So we're happy with the decision, how it's turning out.
While commuters say the confusing part is the swap only takes place between 6 in the morning and 9 at night on weekdays and not on the weekend. The MTA said it hopes commuters will get used to the change over time. Best of luck out there.
Yeah, good luck out there if you're commuting. We have more of your top stories when we return, including President Donald Trump is once again expanding his travel ban to include 5 new countries.
That's right. Plus, one home builder is bringing a classic holiday film to life. We got details on the replica Home Alone house he's building coming up at 6.
And Mike Woods is keeping track of your, warm weather forecast?
Warmer.
Is that true, Mike?
Yeah, warmer than what we had. I mean, what we have today, we're back to normal with air temperatures. Mainly clear sky, high goes up to 44 degrees, but we have even warmer temps for the next couple of days. Good Day will be right back.
Five.
Here's a look at the stories we're following for you this morning. Breaking news out of Brooklyn. Crews are on the scene of a fire in Borough Park. Now, the blaze broke out just before 2 o'clock this morning at the Borough Park Matzah Bakery on 36th Street. Part of the building has collapsed. 4 people, including a firefighter, were injured. That firefighter suffered smoke inhalation and burns to his hands. The fire is now under control.
The Trump administration is expanding its travel ban to include people from 5 more countries from entering the U.S. They are Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, South Sudan, and Syria. The administration claims many of the countries on this list have widespread corruption, fraudulent or unreliable civil documents, and criminal records.
All right, well, we stopped making the penny because it costs too much to make. But the last U.S. penny is actually sold for a pretty penny at an auction. Stax Bowers Gallery says the 232 3-coin sets raked in a total of $16.7 million. Actually, more than pennies. That. Each coin featured a small marking of the Greek letter omega, signifying an end to the penny. As mentioned, President Trump ordered the Treasury Department to stop making the coin as a cost-saving measure because the penny worth 1 cent costs about 4 to 5 cents just to produce.
I'm going to save my pennies. Any one that I get from now on.
I don't think you'll be getting any.
Well, I have a few in my pockets.
That'll be the last
old
of them.
ones. Exactly. We'll see what happens in a couple of years. Well, look, I mean, it's that time of year, and Christmas music has never been more popular. However, we start hearing it earlier and earlier every year.
Just like those deals. Good Day's Kendall Green takes a look at why listeners are streaming holiday tunes like never before.
One look down Fifth Avenue and you can tell the holidays are in full swing. The festive lights, the decked out windows, and the Christmas trees lining the streets. The sights of the season are right on time. But the Christmas season soundtracks this year came much earlier.
This year, for some reason, I had to go a little early. I think we all talked about it. We grew up together, and I started November 15th.
I don't know if it was just work was really busy or the city just felt really hectic, but it just felt nice to get in early this year. Like, try and, I don't know, spark some joy.
Music researcher Matt Bailey launched Your Hit Momentum Report, tracking the latest music streaming trends.
Right after Halloween this year, we had 5 different Christmas songs making the Spotify 200 chart alongside hits from Taylor Swift and Alex Warren and all the other hit makers right after Halloween, and that's unprecedented.
The first song that came on was Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas Is You.
Okay, and when did it come on?
Probably like a month ago. I put that on, yeah.
So you've been at it since November 16th?
Yep.
What about you? Is that early for you?
That's a little early for me, but definitely right the day after Thanksgiving. Like, I like to get in the Christmas spirit.
Bailey shared he found it interesting. The same audience in their 20s and 30s that listened to Kendrick Lamar and Bad Bunny were tuning into the traditional throwbacks.
Mannheim Steamroller and Sarah McLachlan and Jewel, Christmas.
Bing Crosby.
Yeah, of course.
But not everybody's into rushing into the holiday spirit.
I'm a very hard line, not till Thanksgiving's over. So Thanksgiving Day and then the day Black Friday, let's jam.
So Christmas music is clearly having its early revival and folks welcome it, but we thought to take it a step further and ask our expert and New Yorkers about the cutoff date. When do you have to cut off the Christmas music? What happens if you hear Mariah Carey on the 26th?
Oh, guys, we went through it. I thought we passed this.
They know that side. Kendall Green, Good Day, New York. On his way.
How often do you listen to your Christmas music, like right now?
I would say I get a Christmas song in each day.
In each day?
Yes,
I do it on my ride home from work.
I love Wham! This Christmas. That's my jam.
She was screaming when it came on with Kendall's story.
Oh, my God.
Mike, what's your favorite?
I know. I'm trying to think. I mean, there's so many. I like a lot of the Vince Guaraldi stuff. It's kind of mellow.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. You're smooth, man. I could see
exactly.
that.
I like to chill out to that stuff. Is anybody ever going to dethrone Mariah Carey and that whole situation?
I don't think she's going to get dethroned.
I don't think ever.
No.
Ever. I think that's a forever situation.
She now holds the record for the longest-running #1 song in Billboard history.
There you go.
Any song.
There
Any
you go.
Song.
That tells you.
Yeah, that was a big report yesterday.
Well, she's done some good work. Anyway, let's show you what we have. We're getting closer to Christmas. What do we have? Just about a week and a day away. We're getting closer to that. We're getting closer to winter. Temperatures are going back to what is normal for you today. So 44 is your normal high temp for today, and that's exactly what our forecast high is. Record high for today is 62 degrees. We're going to get fairly close to that here. I'd say late Thursday into Friday, but it doesn't look like we quite get there. But we do have warmer, wetter weather coming at us soon enough. Right now, it's a fair sky. No problems with the clouds or showers. Temps look like this. It's a little cold for this time of the year, but you know what? It's winter almost. 31 out at Central Park, 29 degrees in White Plains, and 25 degrees for you in Poughkeepsie. The temperature changes. Generally, we're about 5 degrees warmer now than it was 24 hours ago. And that's because of that wind coming in from the southwest at around 5 to 10 miles per hour. It's pulling up the warmer temperatures and setting us up with a milder day for you altogether. Let's get into the futurecast and show you what we have going on. We have a weak little cold front coming to the northeast tonight into tomorrow. That's not really going to do anything. It's the next one. There it is. This one latches onto a lot of moisture over the southeastern states and pulls it up this way. That means rain coming through Thursday night into Friday morning. Looks like that rain will be coming down heavily at times as it passes by Thursday night into Friday morning. Could lead to the potential of some localized flooding as it makes a little pass by, and it looks like a decent soaking of rain. Let's take a look at the future rainfall totals that are being pulled out from that particular storm. Looks like most of us get close to an inch of rain out of it. In this particular situation, I do have a decent amount of confidence that that's about what we will get. There's a fairly heavy rain coming through, but it's at a time that's not too bad. So, Thursday night into Friday morning, that Friday morning commute may have some slowdowns because of that rain that may still be on the roads in terms of some leftover rain on the and potential for some flooding out there. High temp gets up to 44 today, 51 tomorrow. You get through both the morning and evening commute without having to deal with rain on Thursday. But Friday morning, that's the messier one, and it's out of here after that. Weekend looks good. Let's bring in Inez right now and get you details on what's happening this morning. Good morning.
Hey there, Mike. We're checking in with the Hudson River crossings. The George Washington Bridge starting to pick up. It's about 5 to 10 minutes on the upper lower level. Lincoln Tunnel, no delays. The Holland Tunnel, right now just minor delays. The light just turned green coming in from 1 and 9, but you're fine. They're heading towards the Holland Tunnel. Tina and Tashani, back to you.
Inez, thank you. Well, we got some good news coming up in sports, but I don't want to spoil it. So we'll just give you the tease. The Knicks say we're taking on the Spurs for the NBA Cup.
And look, I thought they were going to lose. It's called a rally. And that's what happened in the second half. And there's your spoiler alert. We'll have the highlights when Good Day Wake Up comes back.
We know we can't change everything you don't like about shopping, but here at Stop & Shop, we're going all out to improve what we can.
Thank you.
We've seen you doing finger math in the store, but no more of that. You deserve a better way to save.
Heck yeah, I do.
With over 10,000 items always on sale, it's time we actually loved grocery shopping.
Justin, when was the last time you went on break?
I'm on break right now. With so many ways to save, good things are in store at Stop & Shop.
All right, let's talk some sports. We gotta win. There's a new NBA Cup champion. It's the New York Knicks.
Yes, last night in Las Vegas, the Knicks trailed the San Antonio Spurs by 11 points with 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter of this championship game. Victor Wembanyama was looking lethal. Oh, but after that, the Knicks took over, outscoring the Spurs 43-21 over the final 14 minutes. In fact, they also out-rebounded them 25-8 on their way to a 124-113 victory. And besides taking home the NBA Cup, getting medals, and getting to raise a banner at the Garden, each player will also receive nearly $531,000 as a bonus for the win. All right, let's go to the ice right now in hockey. The New York Rangers hosting the NHL's worst team in the Vancouver Canucks. But watching this game, the Canucks actually looked really good. They scored less than 2 minutes into the game, even added a goal in the second and third period. So they go on to shut out the Rangers on the Rangers' home ice. 3-0 the final. The Blue Shirts are now 4-10-3 at home this season. The Islanders weren't much better on the road in Detroit, taking on the Red Wings. The Isles had a 1-0 lead going into the third period, but the Red Wings, well, they rallied and they beat the Islanders 3-2. And this loss snaps the Isles' 3-game winning streak. We had a good one in college hoops, though, last night. St. John's hosting the DePaul Blue Demons in their Big East opener. Dylan Darling scored a season-high 17 points off the bench for the Red Storm as the 22nd-ranked team in the country beat DePaul 79-66. Now, in this game, Zuby Ejiofor, he had 9 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 blocked shots, becoming the first Big East player this season with 20 blocks in a 3-game span since 2013. All right, we are now counting down to next summer's World Cup, and FIFA has now announced it is slashing some ticket prices. FIFA has introduced the supporter entry tier price category with tickets priced at just $60. The reduced price tickets will begin and it will be given to all participating countries to distribute out to their loyal fans, and they will be available for every game, including the final. This comes after heavy criticism from fans around the world after FIFA revealed the price tiers last week, with many saying true supporters were being priced out. Now, as for our area, the New York-New Jersey World Cup Host Committee has announced another World Cup fan zone. The Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in Queens will be used as a fan zone from June 17th to June 28th. Now, this is the third fan zone announced so far, along with Rockefeller Center and Liberty State Park in Jersey City. Well, some holiday cheer was spread for children in need in the Bronx. The third annual U.S. Marines Toys for Tots giveaway took place yesterday at St. Barnabas Hospital Health and Wellness Center in the Bronx. It was all in partnership with Operation Hope Stocking and hosted by former All-Pro Jets linebacker Bart Scott. During the celebration, students from Our Lady of Mount Carmel were there, and they told us what this event means to them.
It's like in the old days when Christ was born and then the three kings came and gave gifts to Jesus. So like that's how I feel when like what you guys are doing right now.
It's so special because like they're helping the community come back stronger together, and it's just really good for the kids. Now they have an extra toy under the tree.
I can really say this when I met an NFL player, so that means a lot to kids who play like sports, so a lot of athletes, and I will say that I'm grateful for this.
The U.S. Marines have been collecting toys and gifts for children in need since 1947.
Such a great cause, and it goes to the kids that need it the most.
They
make sure everyone gets a Christmas gift.
Such big smiles. It was so great to see that in person. And right now we are just a few minutes away from 6 o'clock.
That's right. Coming up, the Academy announced its shortlist for the Oscars. We'll have which films are already showing a strong lead when we return. We'll also have a check of your forecast and the roads and the rails.
From Fox 5 New York, this is Good Day Wake Up.
All right, good morning and Good Day New York. It is just about 6 o'clock on this Wednesday. I'm Dan Bowens.
And I'm Tishani Whitlow. Thanks for starting your Wednesday morning with us. We appreciate you. Let's get you up to speed and out the door on time. Taking a live look outside after a long stretch of freezing temps. We're finally warming up today with temperatures in the mid-40s. Mike is tracking our full forecast.
Nick Reiner has officially been charged after being accused of murdering his parents, Hollywood filmmaker Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle. He was supposed to appear in court yesterday, but never showed. We'll explain why.
Back here at home, the NYPD's Hate Crimes Division is investigating a possible anti-Semitic stabbing in Brooklyn. What we know about the attack and how the mayor is responding.
All right, it's about that time of year, not Christmas, flu season. It is in full swing. Cases are surging across the city, while doctors say this year's flu vaccine might not prevent you from getting the virus. Doesn't sound great.
That doesn't. We're also following a story of Pope Leo expected to accept Cardinal Timothy Dolan's resignation. We have details about a possible successor. Got a busy day for you, but let's check in with Mike Woods, find out what's going on with that weather. A warm-up. We like it.
Yep, we want the warmer temperatures. That snow and ice, it was fun over the weekend. I'm done. All right, so we've got the cold temperatures still out there. We're sitting at 33 degrees right now, so it'll be nice to see those temps come above that. We're going to add some rain on top of that by tomorrow night. That'll help to get rid of things even further, but right now it's cold. 33 Central Park, 30 degrees in White Plains, and 27 degrees for you in Poughkeepsie. Our temperatures are warmer now than it was 24 hours ago, on average about 5 degrees warmer, and we will take that little bump up in temperatures. Winds coming in from the south at around 3 to 8 miles per hour. So it's enough to start pulling back the warmer temperatures, moderating the air, bringing it back to normal with our temps that were sub-freezing for a little too long. But now it looks like we're at least getting above that. In fact, we're getting above that soon. We were at 32 in the last hour. It's kind of fluctuating. Right now, we're at about 33 degrees at Central Park. We'll be at 43 by 1 p.m. The high for the day is 44, and we'll have that at around 3 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, too. Tomorrow's high 51. That's not bad. 56 for you on Friday. Now that's happening for you early Friday as the heavier showers are coming on through. So it's a warm rain setting up. Let's bring in Inez and get you going with your Wednesday commute. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. Gridlock alert day. Street cleaning rules suspended today for snow removal. Meters are in effect. Right now, we have a crash on the Belts Parkway eastbound at Flatbush Avenue. Watch out for that. That's blocking a lane. The Cross Bronx slow heading towards the Throgs Neck Bridge. Northbound over by exit 10 for the North Throgs Neck Expressway. You have an accident. You can see only that center lane getting through. You have a truck involved with this pickup truck in that crash. And then over on the FDR Drive, late running construction causing delays southbound here in the 40s there. So be prepared for that heading towards the 20s. Northbound side, you're fine. No issues. With the rails, everything running on or close to schedule. Dan and Tishani, back to you.
Inez, thank you so much. Well, late filmmaker Rob Reiner's son, Nick, has been charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of his parents.
That's right. The 32-year-old was due in court yesterday, but never showed. Let's get right to Good Day's Briella Tomasetti. She has been following the story and joins us with the latest. Any idea why he didn't show up yesterday, Briella?
Yeah, Tishani and Dan, this is because, according to his lawyer, he needed medical clearance to appear in the courtroom. So that likely will be pushed back to today, the arraignment. But along with those 2 counts of first-degree murder, prosecutors have added special circumstances of multiple murders and a special allegation that Nick Reiner used a deadly weapon, that being, of course, the knife. Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman announced the charges at a news conference alongside the LAPD yesterday.
These charges carry a maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. No decision at this point has been made with respect to the death penalty.
Reiner has been in custody without bail since the brutal stabbing deaths of his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner. He was located by police on Sunday night near a subway station in Exposition Park, about 15 miles away from the crime scene, and he did not resist arrest. Reiner has hired high-profile attorney Alan Jackson to defend him, who's best known for representing Harvey Weinstein and Karen Reed. Jackson told reporters his client was not brought to the courthouse for medical reasons.
Every single inmate goes through a medical clearance before they can be transported to court. Every one of them. Okay. And that's a process. It's just a procedural issue. And he has not yet been medically cleared.
Nick has been open about his struggles with drug addiction and homelessness over the years, although it remains unclear if substance abuse had anything to do with the murders. According to TMZ, Nick and his parents were at Conan O'Brien's holiday party Saturday evening. It's been reported that Nick was acting somewhat erratically, prompting the father-son duo to get into a blowout argument. Rob and Michelle left. It's unclear if Nick did too, but TMZ executive producer Michael Babcock walks us through what happened next.
He checks into a hotel, 4 a.m. in Santa Monica, one night, pays with a credit card. We were told, looked out of it, but not that he had any wounds on him or he was bloodied. He never physically actually checks out. When it comes time for the hotel staff to go and clean the room and get it prepared for whoever's going to stay in that room next, the room is a bloody mess.
While police build a case, the Reiner family is asking for privacy. Nick remains in custody at the Los Angeles Men's County Jail, but definitely new information today about that hotel being checked into, and speculation still whether the murders may have occurred before or after that.
All right, we'll see if he goes to court today. Thank you very much, Briella.
Briella, thank you. And we're following breaking news out of Brooklyn. Crews are on the scene of a fire in Borough Park. That blaze broke out around 2 o'clock this morning at the Borough Park Matzah Bakery on 36th Street. A part of that building has collapsed. 4 people were injured, including a firefighter who suffered smoke inhalation and burns to his hands. The fire is now under control. Let's go to Providence. That's where police in Providence, Rhode Island, have released a new video timeline where they hope will lead them to the arrest of the suspect wanted for the deadly shooting at Brown University.
That suspect's still out there. Home security cameras show the man walking through a neighborhood. You can see him right there, borders the campus. The building where the shooting happened on Saturday, the person of interest is wearing a dark ski cap, a green and black coat. You see, he put his hands behind his back there. Do you kind of know anybody who might do that? Maybe that's a tell. He's also got a face mask on. The shooter who opened fire inside the classroom was also wearing a mask. The shooting happened at about 4 o'clock Saturday afternoon, leaving 2 students dead, 9 others injured. The security cameras show the man walking in the area about 10:30 that morning and again at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Suspicious. Officials say someone is bound to recognize that person.
We believe that he was actually casing out this area to commit the crime. That's a pattern that criminals do, and that's what he was doing.
I would hedge that this guy, it's not his first time in that school. There's some kind of history there, why he specifically targeted the victims. There's got to be spent shells that are recovered, and if they did recover that, there's going to be fingerprints, even DNA on it. So they're running that through the database.
A lot of questions, no doubt about it. There is no video of the shooter inside that classroom building. Investigators say that's because it happened in an old part of the building which does not have surveillance cameras.
The surviving suspect in the mass shooting at Bondi Beach in Australia is now charged with murder and terrorism. Authorities say the 24-year-old man who had been shot by police woke up from a coma yesterday afternoon. Australian officials say the accused gunman and they were a father and son duo, appeared to be motivated by the Islamic State. Police say they located a vehicle linked to the younger suspect, which contained explosive devices and homemade ISIS flags. The deadly terror attack took place at a Hanukkah celebration in Sydney on Sunday. Well, closer to home, we're also tracking an alleged anti-Semitic attack, this in Brooklyn.
All right, police say a man made anti-Semitic comments before stabbing another man walking in Crown Heights. There's some video of this out there. Good Day's Robert Moses joins us with more on what we know about the attack. Robert, what's happening?
Yeah, Dan and Tashani, and the attack is especially disturbing, coming right in the middle of Hanukkah and also following that anti-Semitic carnage that you guys both alluded to from over the weekend in Sydney, Australia. Authorities say that late yesterday afternoon, a 35-year-old man was walking near Kingston Avenue and Lincoln Place when another man approached him, made anti-Jewish comments, and then stabbed him in the chest. The victim was taken to Kings County Hospital where he was treated and released. Now look at these images of the alleged attacker. He was wearing a jacket with the number 91 on the sleeve and the word genuine written across the back. Mayor Eric Adams posted on X, "Evil, hateful, anti-Semitic violence must come to an end. We cannot let this hate persist in our city, and we will never back down. We are praying for this man and his family, and the NYPD's Hate Crimes Division is investigating this incident as we speak." On Monday, I spoke one-on-one with the outgoing mayor. I asked him about his plans after he leaves office, and he told me that they will include speaking out against anti-Semitism.
I want to play a major role in the city to push back on anti-Semitism. I'm really concerned about how it has been normalized, and I'm going to do a lot to stop. And I want to remind African Americans and Jews our long relationship that we've had.
Police are also looking into an attack Monday night on a southbound 3 train at Nostrand Avenue in Crown Heights. You can see a man grab another man by the neck. Now, initial reports had suggested that the attacker made anti-Semitic comments in this attack as well, but police say that after reviewing videos from the train car and social media, they don't have evidence of that, and this appears to be a dispute over seats. Authorities say they have identified a person of interest they are looking for. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District tells us that it is aware of the attack on the subway and gathering information. So far, no arrests either in that case or the one from late yesterday afternoon, that stabbing attack. Tashani and Dan, back to you.
All right, Robert, thank you very much. Coming up, Pope Leo will reportedly soon accept the resignation of Timothy Cardinal Dolan.
That's right. When we could learn who will be the next person to lead the New York Archdiocese. We'll be right back.
Fox.
All right, look at this. A home builder is bringing his favorite childhood movie to life. Nathan Schaefer is spending $7 million to build a replica of the Home Alone house. This is out in Utah. He's even got a version of the OK plumbing van that the fictional thieves use in the film.
I mean, it could be viewed as certainly nerdy for somebody to go and invest $7 million into a home that's based on a movie that they happen to love when they were kids, right?
Right, that's exactly right. The house measures 14,000 square feet with 6 bedrooms and 8 bathrooms. The vision is to create a space to host community events, including a movie-themed scavenger hunt. That would be in February. Careful with that scavenger hunt, because old Kevin McAllister, he had all kinds of tricks, and some of that stuff in real life would hurt a lot, like an iron falling on your face.
Yeah, that would be no good. But that guy's going to make that money back. I mean, millions of people love Home Alone, especially around the holiday time. He'll probably rent it out as an Airbnb.
Could be. All you got to do
get
is
that money back quick.
All you got to do is go to Utah. Mike, you got your tickets booked, Salt Lake? Here, it's very nice this time.
Utah, huh?
Yeah, you go skiing in Park City, something like that.
Maybe it's a ski-up situation. I don't know. Sounds fun. Sounds good. Anyway, holidays are here. Feels like it. We had our little holiday snow over the weekend, and still a lot of that snow and ice is on the ground, kind of getting to the point where it's ugly. In places where it's not bothered, it's okay. But, man, that city ice, gross. Here's what we've got going on right now. Yes, there is a mix of clouds and sun. The sun's trying to get up there, at least brighten that sky a little bit. We have some time before the sun is up officially. Still heading toward winter, which means the shortest day of the year is just around the corner. That's on Sunday. We've got a mainly clear sky here right now, and our temps look like this. We've got 20s and 30s to start you off. 22 in Monticello, 27 in Poughkeepsie. How about 33 Central Park? That's what we have, just a touch above freezing, where we've struggled to get above that freezing point. I think we got 33 at one point yesterday, too, but still, it's been a while since we've seen the milder temps. We're trying today to go in that direction. Winds coming in from the south at around 3 to 8 miles per hour. That wind, though, does make a difference in terms of what it feels like. It feels like 25 because of the wind. Central Park as well as an ice slip feels like 19 in Monticello as well as Poughkeepsie. Going forward through the day, your high temps get back up into the low to mid 40s with a fair sky. No problems with clouds or showers. Still pretty mild tonight. Lows drop back down into the upper 20s to low 30s again. But then the clouds build in tomorrow afternoon. Your temperatures are climbing through the 40s to the 50s in the overnight hours, and that's when the rain is setting up in the overnight hours Thursday into Friday. And that rain will be pretty heavy at times, especially during the morning commute for you on Friday. So it lays down a good amount of rain. Most of us seeing probably an inch or so of rain out of this whole thing before it swings clear of the area. So yes, as the Friday morning commute, this is probably going to be a slow one for us. Let's bring in Inez right now and find out how we're doing now. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. We have a couple of problems out there right now. Starting off with the Bronx, you have an accident on the Cross Bronx heading northbound over by exit 10 there. You can see most of the activity up to the side here on the right side, only one lane getting through, so expect delays heading towards the Throgs Neck Bridge. Then over on the Deegan northbound at exit 10, 230th Street, one lane blocked with an accident. So you have traffic moving slow northbound. Southbound, some rubbernecking delays. The FDR Drive in the 40s, slow heading southbound towards the 30s. We have late running construction going on, at least one lane closed. Northbound side, no problems to report. If you're heading into the city, the GWB, that's picking up. It's about 15-20 minutes on the upper and lower level. Lincoln and Holland Tunnel, about a 5-minute delay. Back to you, Dan and Tashani.
Inez, thank you very much. Well, we got big news here because there could soon be a new leader of the New York Archdiocese.
Pope Leo will reportedly accept Cardinal Dolan's resignation this week with a replacement named as soon as tomorrow. Let's get right to Good Days. Jessica Formoso, she is live at St. Patrick's Cathedral with the latest. Good morning.
Good morning, Tashani and Dan. Listen, I have met with Cardinal Timothy Dolan on many occasions. I've had the honor to speak with him. And I have to say, those who know him and have met him will tell you that he is very charismatic, very approachable, very personable. Many here really adore Cardinal Timothy Dolan. You know, he has led more than 2 million Catholics here in New York City for the past 16 years. But this chapter could be coming to an end. The Vatican is yet to officially accept Cardinal Dolan's resignation, but multiple media outlets are reporting Pope Leo will do so later this week and name his replacement as early as tomorrow. By church law, when a bishop or cardinal reaches the age of 75, they must submit their resignation. Cardinal Dolan, who turned 75 last February, had turned in his resignation, but Pope Francis did not act on it. However, Pope Leo appears to be ready to do so. We will get to who could possibly replace him, but first, let's talk about Cardinal Dolan's legacy. He was named Archbishop of New York by Pope Benedict XVI in 2009. Cardinal Dolan led over 2 million Catholics through the COVID-19 pandemic and churches and Catholic schools closing. He has also guided the church through the clergy sex abuse scandal, announcing the sale of church properties to pay survivors' settlements. He's also participated in the conclave that elected Pope Francis in March of 2013 and the conclave that elected Pope Leo. As to who could replace him? Well, we're hearing the name of Bishop Ronald Hicks of Chicago. He is said to be a friend of Pope Leo, who is also from Chicago. Bishop Hicks is 58 years old, which means he could lead the New York Archdiocese for many years. We are told he is more progressive than Cardinal Dolan, has done missionary work in Latin America, and is fluent in Spanish. We spoke to Father Gerald Murray about Bishop Hicks. Take a listen.
I think this is basically a certainty that Bishop Hicks will become Archbishop Hicks, and I think this is probably going to happen on Thursday morning because there's been some activity scheduled on Thursday afternoon at St. Patrick's Cathedral. So from the looks of it, this thing is basically a done deal. He's very fluent in Spanish, which will be very helpful in the Archdiocese of New York. He was an administrative assistant to Cardinal Supik in Chicago as the Vicar General, so he's familiar with managing an organization. He's been a diocesan bishop in Joliet for, I'm not sure, maybe 5 or 7 years, so he's had experience at the helm of a diocese.
Now, here at St. Patrick's Cathedral tomorrow, there is a special Thanksgiving Mass planned, and that is when we could possibly hear the announcement. But again, the Vatican is yet to officially make any announcement. We're live outside of St. Patrick's Cathedral. Tashani and Dan, back to both of you.
I know this is procedural, but it's sad news. Jessica, thank you. I mean, he's been the shepherd to 2 million faithful New York Catholics for the past 16 years. Just the face we know.
Very familiar here. Good day.
All right, we'll have more information on that, but we're also following this. This year's flu vaccine might not be enough to protect you from the virus as cases surge.
Plus, Planters is looking for 3 nut lovers for its 2026 peanut butter class. Where do I volunteer? How you can apply to be one of the 3 drivers of the company's iconic Nutmobile. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. In today's Health Watch, flu season is in full swing, and the CDC says flu cases in the city this past month have skyrocketed to some of the highest levels in the country. Now, the H3N2 strain is the dominant flu strain this winter. Health experts say it mutated to become the threat it is now, and it's not covered by this year's vaccine.
Over the summer, the strain that is now dominant had a few mutations, about 7 mutations. Now it's H3N2 subclade K class. So it's a slightly different type of flu, and that's why the vaccine that we currently have does not necessarily protect against that specific subclass. And so we know also that H3N2 tends to be more infectious. People can get a little bit sicker from it. So for all of those reasons, it's kind of teeing itself up to be a pretty bad flu season.
The city's health commissioner is urging New Yorkers to still get their flu shot since it can make symptoms milder if you are infected. Now, you're also asked to wear a mask if you feel sick. I love this story. Planters is looking to hire 3 adventurous nut lovers to hit the road in the Nutmobile. The brand ambassadors, which is what you'd be called, will generate social media content as they travel more than 20,000 miles on a cross-road country trip, repping Planters at festivals, parades, college campuses, and community events. Applicants for the 1-year role must be college graduates. You got to be charismatic. You got to have some personality, strong social media skills, and an appetite for travel. And also a Snack Squad member selected, Snack Squad members selected will work on the 26-foot-long Peanut, will receive an annual salary of $45,000, along with benefits and a meal and travel stipends. You can apply if you want to be a nutter, bapeanutter.com.
Plus, you got a great story. Well, Chipotle's 3rd and final December freebie arrives this weekend. Let's take a look. This Saturday, it's Extra Sweater Day. Reward extra sweater or extra sweater? Extra Sweater Day. Reward members who show up in their best festive or over-the-top sweater can score on buy one, get one free entries. The final freebie is valid between 4 p.m. and closing time. There's a limit of 5 free menu items per reward. Members check. How about that?
Search for ugly sweater in note memo. Want that freebie. All right, well, a new twist in the fight over Warner Brothers Discovery. Warner Brothers Discovery Board will reportedly advise its shareholders to reject Paramount Skydance's $108 billion hostile takeover bid as soon as today. Now, earlier this month, Netflix announced it was buying Warner Brothers for around $80 billion with $27 cash and stock bid. Paramount offered a $30 a share all-cash bid for the whole company. Warner Brothers Discovery has declined to comment, and we are still feeling the shockwaves of the passing of Rob and Michelle Reiner. Friends close to them have released a statement following the couple's tragic death.
You got to look at the statement, Ryan. What's going on?
Yeah, absolutely. And Billy Crystal and Larry David, some of those people releasing this statement, of course, we know that they were some of the first on the scene following their tragic deaths. But now people around the world mourning the loss and death of Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle. Now, while many knew Reiner through his acting, directing, and films and TV, there were also many close friends and family who are now recalling his life away from the Hollywood limelight. Close friends of the Reiners, including Billy Crystal, Martin Short, and Larry David, releasing this statement saying in part, quote, strong and determined, Michelle and Rob Reiner devoted a great deal of their lives to the betterment of our fellow citizens. They were a special force, together, dynamic, unselfish, and inspiring. We were their friends, and we will miss them forever. It also went on to say that their deaths leave an awful hole in their lives. But coming up a little bit later in entertainment news, a posthumous honor for an iconic musician. Details on Donna Summer being inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame. We got some hot stuff coming up right here on Good Day Wake Up.
From Fox 5 New York, this is Good Day Wake Up.
Nick Reiner has been charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in connection to the deaths of his parents, filmmaker Rob Reiner, and his wife, Michelle. If convicted, Nick could face either life in prison or the death penalty.
All right, in Brooklyn, the NYPD is investigating an alleged hate crime. Police say the suspect made anti-Semitic comments to a man walking in Crown Heights before stabbing him in the chest.
All right, let's lighten things up. Let's give our boys some love because the New York Knicks have won the NBA Cup. They took down the San Antonio Spurs in the championship game last night to win the in-season tournament. We'll have Tina Cervasio with more on that big win.
All right, haters, they get to put a banner up in the rafters. How about that? All right, let's take a look outside. We've been hating on this weather the last couple days, and it looks like we got something to smile about a little bit today. Cold weather is starting to warm up. Mike Woods is back in the house, and you're bringing us some decent news. I can't call it good news, Mike. It seems like it's decent.
Better than what we've had.
Exactly. We've been sub-freezing, it seems like forever, but now we finally catch a break. I mean, we did get like a degree or something above freezing yesterday, but barely seemed like it counted. Today, well, we're starting off right in that same range, around 33 degrees with a fair sky here right now. Still no clouds or showers that are of significance. No showers at all, but we will see them in about a day and a half. We've got 33 Central Park, 30 degrees in White Plains, 22 in Monticello, but we also have a southwest wind coming by at around 3 to 7 miles per hour, which is pulling back some milder air. Wind chill factors are still in the mid-20s, so it still feels pretty cold out there, but we are at least going in the right direction. The south wind, and this time of the year for us here in the tri-state, it helps us out, especially with that cold Arctic air that's been sitting on top of us, especially with that snow and ice that's still on the ground. We can't get rid of it with temps as they have been, but we're getting up to 44 for a high today, so we're warming it up significantly. Would help if we got some rain on top of that. That's coming through too, but not until Thursday night into Friday morning. It looks like it's going to rain pretty good and be windy then too. Let's bring in Inez and get the latest as of 6:30. Might be a little busy with the commute. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. Gridlock alert day. Street cleaning rules suspended. Meters are in effect. Right now, we have traffic jammed up on the Cross Bronx heading towards the Throgs Neck Bridge. This is northbound by exit 10. You have an accident leaving only that left lane open, so traffic backed up to the Bruckner interchange there. Then the Deegan has an accident northbound at 230th Street, blocking a lane. The traffic backed up almost to the Cross Bronx with some rubbernecking delays on the southbound side. Garden State Parkway heading towards exit 129. Expect delays there. You have 2 or 3 toll lanes closed over in the New Jersey Turnpike tolls there, so that's causing a backup there on the Parkway, exiting delays. The FDR Drive has late running construction southbound in the 30s going on, so this is causing delays all the way back to the 60s. This camera shot's over in the 40s there. Delays go back to the 59th Street Bridge. With the rails, everything running on or close to schedule. Dan and Deshani, back to you.
Inez, thank you. Well, Nick Reiner has officially been charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder.
He's accused of killing both of his parents, filmmaker Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle, his mother. Now, Good Day's Briella Tomasetti, she joins us. She's been following the story. She has the latest, including details of the charges Nick faces. Briella, good morning.
Deshani and Dan, good morning. And we know this, along with those 2 counts of first-degree murder, prosecutors have added special circumstances of multiple murders and a special allegation that Nick Reiner used a deadly weapon, that being a knife. The Los Angeles County District Attorney announced the charges at a news conference alongside the LAPD.
These charges carry a maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. No decision at this point has been made with respect to the death penalty.
Reiner was due in court yesterday, but didn't show. The 32-year-old has been in custody without bail since the brutal stabbing deaths of his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner. He was located by police on Sunday night near a subway station in Exposition Park, about 15 miles away from the crime scene, and did not resist arrest. Reiner has hired high-profile attorney Alan Jackson to defend him, who's best known for representing Harvey Weinstein and Karen Reed. Jackson told reporters his client was not brought to the courthouse for medical reasons.
Every single inmate goes through a medical clearance before they can be transported to court. Every one of them. Okay. And that's a process. It's just a procedural issue. And he has not yet been medically cleared.
Nick has been very open about his struggles with drug addiction and homelessness over the years, although it remains unclear if substance abuse had any part in the murders. According to TMZ, Nick and his parents were at Conan O'Brien's holiday party Saturday evening. It's been reported that Nick was acting erratically, prompting the father-son duo to get into a blowout argument. Rob and Michelle left. It's unclear if Nick did too, but TMZ executive producer Michael Babcock walks us through what happened next.
He checks into a hotel, 4 a.m. in Santa Monica, one night, pays with a credit card. We were told, looked out of it, but not that he had any wounds on him or he was bloodied. He never physically actually checks out. When it comes time for the hotel staff to go and clean the room and get it prepared for whoever is going to stay in that room next, the room is a bloody mess.
While police build a case, the Reiner family is asking for privacy. Nick remains in custody at the Los Angeles Men's County Jail. And again, Dana Tashani, he could be arraigned today. Back to you.
And all this happening right before the holidays. Just condolences out to the family. Thank you. Closer to home, the NYPD's Hate Crime Division is investigating an alleged anti-Semitic attack. This happened in Brooklyn.
All right, police say a man hurled anti-Semitic comments at a man walking in Crown Heights before stabbing him in the chest. Robert Moses, looks like we have some pictures or video or something like that of the suspect now, right?
Correct, Dan and Tashani. And of course, an anti-Semitic attack is disturbing at any point during the year, especially so right in the middle of Hanukkah, and also following that anti-Semitic carnage that we all witnessed in Sydney, Australia. Authorities say late yesterday afternoon, just after 4 p.m., a 35-year-old man was walking near Kingston Avenue and Lincoln Place when another man approached, made anti-Jewish comments, and then stabbed him in the chest. The victim was taken to Kings County Hospital, where he was treated and released. Look at these images of the alleged attacker. He was wearing a jacket with the number 91 on the sleeve and the word genuine written across the back. Mayor Eric Adams posted this on Twitter. Evil, hateful, anti-Semitic violence must come to an end. We cannot let this hate persist in our city, and we will never back down. We are praying for this man and his family, and the NYPD's Hate Crimes Division is investigating this incident as we speak. Earlier this week, on Monday, in fact, I spoke one-on-one with the outgoing mayor. I asked him about his plans after he leaves office. He says they will include speaking out against anti-Semitism.
I want to play a major role in the city to push back on anti-Semitism. I'm really concerned about how it has been normalized, and I'm going to do a lot to stop. And I want to remind African Americans and Jews our long relationship that we've had.
Police are also looking into an attack Monday night on a southbound 3 train at Nostrand Avenue, also in Crown Heights. You can see a man grab another man by the neck. Initial reports had suggested the attacker made some anti-Semitic comments in this case as well, but police say that after reviewing videos from the train car and social media, they don't have evidence of that, and this appears to be simply a dispute over seats. Authorities say they have identified a person of interest. They are still looking for that person. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District tells us that it is aware of the subway attack and is gathering information. I spoke with police earlier this morning. They tell me they have not made any arrests in either of these cases, both, though, certainly disturbing, especially that anti-Semitic attack last night.
So open investigations. They're actually looking for the guy on the subway as well. I mean, just
correct.
Sort of
Looking for both.
Because it's more of like an assault case than a hate crime.
Yes,
okay.
Correct.
All right, Robert. Thank you very much. Well, with exactly 2 weeks left in office, the Daily News reports Mayor Eric Adams is now on a trip to Mexico. But before leaving, he looked back at his time on the job.
During an end-of-term update from City Hall yesterday, Adams said his administration set a record for the fewest number of shootings in recorded history, passed legislation to change zoning rules, address the city's housing crisis, and overhauled the city's approach to homelessness and mental illness. Adams also spoke about his corruption indictment, which was later dismissed by the Justice Department, and said it never stopped them from getting work done.
Back and look at the day that I was indicted. Every quarter we drop crime. Every quarter we build more housing. Every quarter we improve our reading and test scores. Every quarter we saw different initiatives roll out. We didn't stop.
After the news conference, Adams and his team, as you can see on your screen, buried a time capsule outside City Hall with objects that represent the work over the last 4 years. Coming up on Politics Unusual, that's going down this Friday at 6:30. Good Days. Robert Moses will go one-on-one with Mayor Adams to talk about his time serving New Yorkers and what lies ahead for him. Well, when we come back, more of your top stories, including President Trump set to address the nation from the Oval Office tonight.
And in sports, oh yeah, it was a good night for those Knicks. They are in-season tournament champions. That's a good thing. They took down those San Antonio Spurs. Wembanyama in the NBA Cup final. We'll have the highlights when Good Day returns. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
We know we can't change everything you don't like about shopping, but here at Stop & Shop, we're going all out to improve what we can.
Thank you.
We've seen you doing finger math in the store, but no more of that. You deserve a better way to save.
Heck yeah, I do.
With over 10,000 items always on sale, it's time we actually loved grocery shopping.
Justin, when was the last time you went on break?
I'm on break right now. With so many ways to save, good things are in store at Stop.
All right, let's take a look at some of the stories that we are following this morning. This is breaking news out of Brooklyn. These are live pictures. Crews battling a fire. This is Borough Park. You can see that smoke billowing from that building there. The fire broke out just before 2 o'clock this morning, so a couple hours ago. It's still going. This is the Borough Park Matzah Bakery, 36th Street. Part of that building has collapsed. 4 people were injured. Certainly the integrity of that building now in question. A firefighter suffered smoke inhalation and burns to his hand, also being treated. We are monitoring this situation. Stay with us.
Well, now to this, our nation's capital. President Trump will deliver an Oval Office address tonight. The White House says the president will talk about his administration's first year in office. Now, in an interview with Fox News, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Trump will likely focus on issues like border security and the economy. You can watch the president's address right here on Fox 5 tonight at 9.
Well, big news around here. Pope Leo will reportedly be accepting Cardinal Dolan's resignation this week and naming his replacement as early as tomorrow. Now, under church law, the cardinal had to turn in his resignation when he turned 75 last February. Cardinal Dolan has led the New York City's 2 million-plus Catholics for the last 16 years. The new American Pope, who happens to hail from Chicago, will reportedly name Bishop Ronald Hicks, who is also from Chicago, as the next Archbishop of New York.
Certainly a big story for us around here. We'll continue following. Well, as we celebrate Hanukkah, there was a donut showdown in Brooklyn.
Yep, the annual Hanukkah donut duel took place at the Moxie Williamsburg, and it was a sweet competition, to say the least. Some of New York's top chefs went head-to-head and topping to bring home the trophy and bragging rights. Comedian Eitan Levine was the host for the festivities, and he said it was all for fun.
This is pure Jewish joy is what I would call it. I think that the past couple of years, everything has been very sad and very divisive, and being a Jew is complicated, but there's certain ritual Jewish things that there's just completely apolitical.
Well, Dacha 46, or DACA 46, not sure how to pronounce it, was the winner, but it is safe to say that everyone who ate the donuts were the real winners. How about that?
Donuts look so good. Oh, my goodness. We needed more shots of the donuts, though.
That's right. Yeah, too many crowd shots. Mike, you got any donuts over there with your snacks this morning?
I don't.
Some good stuff.
We're running low.
I got some crumb cake.
Oh, you do? You got that crumb cake was very good, Mike.
Oh, you got into it, didn't you?
Did I tell you?
On my way.
Did I tell you I had a piece earlier?
You did not. In my absence, I didn't even know what was going on. I see Tashani's on the way. You're welcome to it, because if I eat the whole thing, it's a problem. Let's show you what we have here. We do have some high clouds around the tri-state region, but as far as anything giving us rain or snow or anything like that, for now we're good. We're off to a good start today, and it's going to be pretty decent for us here as we head into tomorrow as well. In the beginning, here's where we are with the rain stats. 37.6 inches of rain is where we are. We're almost 10 inches below normal. I just checked the reservoirs. They're about 12.5% behind, so we're falling further and further off. But, yeah, we're trying to add some more rain to the bucket tomorrow, but today you're fine. You've got a fair sky here right now. There will be a cold front coming by here late tomorrow that has some rain with it. But right now, nope, it's still pretty chilly, but we're at least going in the right direction. 33 Central Park, 36 out at Newark, and 22 degrees in Sussex. The wind is coming in from the southwest at around 5 to 10 miles per hour. You're not supposed to cut it off like a civilized human being.
I couldn't help myself.
Okay.
I couldn't find a knife.
And you have no shoes on either. I wish you could get a shot of that.
I gotta go.
Enjoy. I do like that crumb cake, by the way. Anyway, we've got cold front coming in. It's not that one. It's the next one that's going to swing into the tri-state region. It's that one right there. And it's got a lot of rain with it, too. A good, heavy, soaking rain will pass by as that front comes through. What's the timing like? Thursday night into Friday morning, and then it is out of here, giving us about an inch to maybe an inch and a half of rain at that time. But it's those warmer temps that I think we'll appreciate. Let's get rid of some of that snow and ice on the ground. Still a big hazard around the tri-state region. All right, let's take you over to Inez and see how we're moving with this commute. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. Of course, 647, and we have some problems out there this morning. Starting off at the Cross Bronx, heading towards the Throgs Neck Bridge. Expect delays there northbound by exit 10. You have an accident, leaving only the left lane open. Then over on the Deegan northbound by 230th Street, one lane blocked with a crash there, and also problems on the BQE westbound at Broadway. An accident has a lane closed. If you're traveling over on the Southern State Parkway, expect delays here. This is heading eastbound over by exit 20 Grand Avenue. You can see the right lane there. That's blocked with an accident. And the George Washington Bridge heading into the city, it's about 30 minutes on the upper level, lower level about 20-25. The Lincoln Tunnel, that's starting to pick up a little bit. We have some activity there on the zebra stripes, really not affecting the commute. It's about 10:15 inbound. Same goes for the Holland. Back to you, Dan and Tashani.
This is good, Inez. I'm going to try not to eat it all.
Yeah, I don't know if he was supposed to. I don't know if he gave you the whole cake.
He didn't.
All right, well, let's check in with Tina Servasio. Because Tina, cake, champagne, whatever you want to do. Celebrate those Knicks, huh?
So no champagne, though. The Knicks kept it pretty low, low-key, but they are champions of the 2025 NBA Cup. Yes, those New York Knicks playing in their first NBA Cup final last night in Las Vegas. So the Knicks trailed the San Antonio Spurs by 11 points with 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter. But after that, Jalen Brunson, Cat and company took over. The Knicks went on a run, outscoring the Spurs 43-21 over the final 14 minutes. Now, while Brunson finished with 25 points and 8 assists, the bench contributed big time in the comeback. Jordan Clarkson and Tyler Kolek scoring 15 to 14 points, respectively, on their way to a 124-113 win. Brunson was named MVP of the Cup. Besides taking home the Cup, medals, and the opportunity to raise a banner at the Garden, each player will get nearly $531,000 as a bonus for the win. All right, in college hoops, number 22, St. John's hosting the DePaul Blue Demons as their Big East opener. The Johnnies, Dylan Darling, scoring a season-high 17 points off the bench. Zuby Ejiofor, he had 9.7 rebounds and 4 blocked shots, becoming the first Big East player with 20 shots blocked in a 3-game span since 2013. St. John's beats DePaul 79-66 to go to 7-3 overall so far this season. And while it was a good night on the hardwood, it was a bad night on the ice. The Rangers, their struggles at home continue with a 3-0 loss to the Vancouver Canucks, who, by the way, have the worst record in the league. The Islanders lost on the road to the Detroit Red Wings 3-2. Well, we're continuing to count down to next summer's World Cup, and FIFA has now announced it is slashing some ticket prices. FIFA has introduced the supporter entry tier price category with tickets priced at just $60. The reduced price tickets will be given to all participating countries to distribute to loyal fans and will be available for every game, including the final. And this comes after heavy criticism from fans around the world after FIFA revealed the price tiers last week, with many saying true supporters were being priced out. Some holiday cheer was spread for children in the Bronx. The 3rd annual U.S. Marines Toys for Tots giveaway took place yesterday at St. Barnabas Hospital Health and Wellness Center in the Bronx, and it was all in partnership with Operation Hope Stocking, hosted by former All-Pro Jets linebacker Bart Scott. During the celebration, students from Our Lady of Mount Carmel told me what this event means to them.
It's like in the old days when Christ was born and then the 3 kings came and gave gifts to Jesus. So like that's how I feel when like what you guys are doing right now.
It's so special because like they're helping the community come back stronger together, and it's just really good for the kids. Now they have an extra toy under the tree.
I can really say this when I met an NFL player, so that means a lot to kids who play like sports, so a lot of athletes, and I will say that I'm grateful for this.
And you'll hear from that NFL player, Bart Scott, next hour. The U.S. Marines have been collecting toys and gifts for children in need since 1947. And that is a look at some of your local sports headlines this morning. Good day. We'll be right back with entertainment.
All right, just about 6:54. Let's talk some entertainment news with Ryan Christopher.
It's like this time of year we start to get that Oscar buzz.
I know already, yeah. So the Oscars, we're buzzing, and the Oscars aren't until March 15th of next year.
Okay.
But apparently we're buzzing here on this Wednesday morning as the Oscars have officially announced a short list of 12 categories. Now, the short list featured include original song, original score, documentary feature, makeup and hairstyling, sound and visual effects. And this year, 2 new shortlist categories are actually going to be achievement in casting, which is very unique, right? So the casting directors can win. Yeah, and also best cinematography, which is well-deserved. Now, Sinners, Wicked for Good, and Frankenstein earned some of the top mentions in those categories. And the final nominations in the shortlisted categories, those will be determined in the coming weeks. And then nominations overall for the bigger categories, those will be held on January 22nd. And then, as I mentioned, the Oscars are set for March 15th of next year, guys. So get ready for that.
You get any screeners?
No, I don't get any screeners.
Send this man some screeners.
I know. Somebody send me a screener. Come on. What are we doing here? All right, but from Oscars to Emmys, let's talk more awards, shall we? The HBO Max medical drama, The Pit, it won 5 Emmys.